in, everybody.
Locked in and ready to go. Well, Mark, you know what it's like. So what does he need to do tonight?
I know what it's like sitting on a couch watching really good tennis players. I don't know what it's like to win a slam or even to be at this level. So from my armchair with my feet up and my hand on a cold drink, it's such an easy game. Yeah, it's got all the hallmarks. We had a massive weird day with Djokovic and Musetti, and something's got to happen. And who knows? Like this is going to be a blockbuster. If Mike's right and Ben's locked in, we're going to have some fireworks because both guys have got weapons beyond weapons, and they're just going to be going toe to toe. And you can't ask for a better stage for two supreme athletes to be able to show their wares and show their craft. And, either way it goes, it'll be great for an upset, but also great for Sinner to get through as well. It's hard to, which one's your favourite child?
Sure.
Hey team, it's Jamie. Just wanted to ask a quick question. Sinner hasn't played a night match, right? So this is his first night match. He played the 6 p.m. It was a bit earlier, got through quite easily. Is this going to be a factor? We've seen Ben play a night match here a couple nights ago against Casper. What's that going to be like?
Well, us Italians love to have a late dinner, and they don't start partying.
And a siesta?
So they would have had the siesta from 11 till 3. So he's been in this situation before. I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Well, hopefully for him, it's not too much of an issue. He'll be on the no-dos and a couple double espressos if he gets a little fatigued.
Can't wait for the call. Mike and Mark will cross to you in just a moment. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us on the Evening Serve.
Thanks for having me.
That's it from us at the Evening Serve. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you keep tuning in to AO Radio.
On 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and ausopen.com, this is AO Radio.
And a very pleasant good evening from inside the bunker at Rod Laver Arena. It's Mike Cain, it's Mark Halawadi getting you ready last few minutes before we get into Jannik Sinner and Ben Shelton. And Mark, we were just talking about it. This is one of those matches where the word gentle will not be used.
That's right. There'll be nothing about some guile and some feel and some touch. It's just going to be, I'm going to hit you with a cannon, and then you're going to hit me with a bigger cannon, and then I'm going to try to pull out my biggest cannon and try to hurt you with it. It'll be fireworks from the get-go, which is going to be really exciting to see what occurs.
Yeah, very much so. And listen, as Jamie just brought up, it is night match number 1 for Jannik Sinner. I think I'd be a little bit more concerned if it happened to be the second match. That might have a factor in a little bit more. I think 7's very much still in the comfortable range for Jannik here tonight.
and they know what time they're going to play the day before, so the entire day would just be focused on being in the absolute most alert they can be, with their body just ready to fire from the get-go. So, a lot of planning goes into being first match on at 7 p.m.
We're in the midst of some pre-match entertainment here inside Rod Laver Arena, getting you ready for what is already the 10th tour-level battle between these two, Mark, with Ben Shelton winning the first one. That was in Shanghai a couple of years ago in 2023. Since then, it's been all Sinner. He's won 8 straight against Ben. What have you seen in Shelton's game here through his first 4 matches that kind of gives you a little bit of glimpse into what he's doing to compete with Jannik and Carlos?
Yeah, I kind of feel it's gone a little bit away from the flash and the glitz and the high risk to a little bit more workmanlike. Maybe the level hasn't been there's not as many highlight reels, I don't feel, but he's a lot more workmanlike and more repeatable. The way he's playing is, to me, a lot more achievable and not more repeatable, maintaining pressure on the opponent. Whereas I think in the past it was more about there'd always be 10 to 15 unbelievable shots in a match, and now it's a little bit less. He's still doing the big stuff and the big serves and hitting winners, but it's just he seems to be maintaining and accumulating pressure on his opponents more often, instead of doing 5 or 6 unbelievable points and then foot off the gas a little bit and the guy's getting back into it. He's maintaining that momentum and just doing that, which tonight he needs to, because this guy at the other end of the court will not let you, not let you win a point. It's like I've got my favourite lollies in my bag, and every time you win a rally, you get to take one of my lollies, and I want a whole bag full at the end.
Yeah, it's fascinating because I think one of the things that when young players are coming through, they see the highlight reels, right? Yeah. They're on Instagram. They see what go, the around the post, the tweeners. sometimes boring is better when it comes. I mean, we talk about the big three, right? Novak and Roger and Rafa, and you remember some of those highlight reel shots, but they did the basics of their craft better than anyone.
That's what gets you the house in Monaco.
Exactly.
is that day-to-day and the repetitive ones. And, if you hit that shot around the net post, it's worth 1 point. If you just go in and force a mistake and keep the pressure on, it's worth 1 point. So there's nothing, if you break the sound barrier with the serve and it goes in at 300 k's an hour, you just get the 1 point. It means nothing. So
one of the things that Jannik's been able to do very effectively is he continues to improve his serve. He's been able to break down the return of Shelton quite a bit over the years, so he has not been threatened in his service games. That being said, Shelton has been working extensively on making more returns, as simple as that sounds, right?
Yeah.
Just putting more balls in play and getting into a few more rallies, which is something that has been a real issue for him over the last
and that's
couple
been
years.
his Achilles heel, is that return of serve. I think he had one of the worst percentages on breaking serve and returns made. And you, at this elite level, you have to get the ball in play, and then if you can get the ball in play and then do something with it, even better. So, is that a bit of a technical change that he needs to do and needs to really, spend some time on that? Because, yes, he's going to hold serve, but he's then got to put the pressure on. Otherwise, you're getting to 5-all, 6-all in the sets, and then all the guy's got to do is just get 1 or 2 balls back and the set's gone. So he needs to be able to hold easily, which he does, and then put the pressure on the server by making a lot of returns and making the server come up with the good serves.
And Jannik certainly has the capability of doing that. If heat was not an issue, he'd have looked very comfortable through his first 4 matches. That one lone exception, obviously the hot day against Elliot Spizzirri. Outside of that, looks completely normal and primed to run deep here once again.
Which is a bad thing for everyone else,
Correct.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's good to see Carlos Alcaraz, though, playing at his level. Obviously, the Aussie fans last night were so disappointed. But, I was just... we've been talking in the media, right, about who's that third person to charge this. Seeing Alex de Minaur last night say to his team, they said you have to hit harder, and he's like, I'm at my physical limit.
Yeah.
Ben is one of the guys who can physically compete. I mean, he's an American linebacker and a tennis player,
Yeah, and to compete against Alcaraz and Sinner, you have to have someone with firepower.
Right.
Unfortunately, we saw with Alex, unbelievable speed, great craft, great attitude, returns well, all-court game. But unfortunately, he just didn't have the heat in his ground strokes to be able to penetrate and hit through Alcaraz. Shelton is the one player that can. Zverev, again, is another one that can hurt. And you have to have that kind of player to be able to hurt those two because, to me, Alcaraz looked like he was the soccer goalkeeper and you're not getting the ball in the back of my net. I'm going to protect the back of the court. You can't get it past me. And you need someone who can do that. How do you see Shelton? You know him well and got a good relationship. How do you see him matching up against Sinner? What does he need to do from what you know against someone like Sinner?
I mean, he serve well.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's serving well and just getting out in front in some of those service games, but honestly, I think it's going to come down to a lot of mental for him.
Yep.
He hasn't really had an opportunity here as he's been making inroads. He won his Masters title, of course, in Toronto last year in a tournament where Carlos was not, in a tournament where Jannik was not. It's just a matter of a moment of saying, I have to be rock solid here and going into lockdown mode, and I don't know if he's ready to do that against those two players.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's, hits his slice really well.
Yes.
And I kind of feel like he has to. Is he going to beat those guys if I just stay back in
Correct.
Won't. Yeah, so he won't. So I kind of feel like, and I'd love to see tonight, almost any time that ball lands that little bit short, he's in on that slice, even if it's straight up the middle of the court, and say, Sinner, I've got the wingspan of an albatross, get it past me. And I'm going to do that 30 times. And if you can beat me that, too good, but if he stays back and just picks and chooses his time, when he's forced to come in, I think he's going to be a step behind.
I've told this story a couple times, so Mark, I apologize if you've heard this before, and our listeners as well. early in his career, I obviously do in the States a lot of U.S. challengers, so I get to see players as they're kind of learning their craft and making their way through. And his first year, before he had officially turned pro, it was a first-round match at a challenger near San Francisco in the States. He's playing a player named Roberto Quiros, who went to USC, got to about 150, 200 in the world. A good player, not a great player.
Yep.
And Shelton committed in that match, it was first round, he said, every single first serve, I'm going to commit to serving and volleying.
Yeah.
Every single first serve, the entire match. It went to a third set tiebreak.
Yeah.
He committed in that third set tiebreak to going serve and volley every single first serve. My point in bringing that up is he's committed to that idea that that's going to be a large part of his game. And this match in particular is exactly why, right?
Yeah.
To be able to apply that type of pressure against the best in the world, it's the same that he did a couple years ago, and he has that commitment to doing it. And now it's time to show it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's easy in those moments to go, third set tiebreaker.
Correct.
I'm going to go to what's best for my development.
What's easy.
Yeah, and what is best for my future development. And, and to just say, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it.
Yep.
Rain, hail, or shine, win or lose, this is it. This is going to make me a better player, then go right ahead. And that's difficult when you're out there. But, hey, if you got to have a plan of attack against someone like Sinner. Like, you got to look at what are my strengths, what are their strengths. How does that match up with what I do to what they do, and where can I find, a plus and something that I'm going to be a little bit better at than that? We know Sinner doesn't come in a lot, and that's something that he's working on, and his coach has been working on, their team's been working on. He hasn't really done it as much this match, but he'll need to against Alcaraz in all those finals. He's got to take, because Alcaraz comes in a lot and takes that baseline game away. So, that's something I feel like Shelton just needs to do something out of the box. Everyone says it. We kind of get the feel and we understand that that's the case that's needed. Got to go ahead and do it.
Well, we got a special ceremony on court. Let's see if we can take that for just a little bit of time.
Greatest honour that can be bestowed upon an athlete. Membership is limited exclusively to the top echelon of Australian tennis players and those that have championed the game on and off the court. Now, this year's inductee was the last amateur to win the Australian Championships in 1968 and reached a career high of number 8 in the world. With a total of 21 singles titles, he also represented Australia in Davis Cup in 1968 and 1969. Bill Bowery's love of tennis continued long after his retirement, taking on coaching and mentoring roles. Let's take a look at Bill's journey.
So as you can see, we're in the midst of a Hall of Fame induction here.
Strokes, I had a good forehand, a better backhand, good return of serve and solid volleys. Probably the one area it could have been a little better was my serve. The biggest thrill was winning the Australian Open. Well, I was actually the last amateur to win because for years there'd been people trying to get the pros and the amateurs to play together and have open tennis, basically. And so I was the last amateur to win the Australian Open because the next Grand Slam of that year was the French Championships, which was an open event.
Do amateurs make big money from tennis?
Everybody thinks that when a tennis player goes overseas, no matter what standard, everybody's making money, and this just isn't true.
The most fun was really playing Davis Cup because we had some great players in that 50s and 60s, and I played in the 60s. The Australians were very successful, and of course in those days, in the 60s, 3 of the Grand Slams were played on grass. So we had a bit of an advantage of being able to play a lot on grass. I retired when I was 30 from playing because, again, I was in that sort of era where you finish your tennis career and went on to something else. Well, I went on to coaching, and Leslie and I got married in 68. He was a tennis player, I was a tennis player. And I finished up coaching at White City Tennis Club in Sydney, and I was a coach there for almost 20 years. And then eventually I became the national coach with Tennis Australia, and that was a great part of my life too, because I would travel with all the young juniors, and I had Pat Rafter when he was coming up, and Leighton Hewitt and Mark Philippoussis. You know, I really love being part of the game, and it's been nice to be recognised as an Australian champion.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Bill Bowery to unveil his bust here and to say a few words. Bill Bowery.
Absolutely incredible honor walking out onto the baseline here. Todd Woodbridge. Many of the other Australian greats are in the stands watching it as he's pulling off the veil on his bust. It has now been unveiled with his family in attendance as well. Now some photos of Bill with his bust as well. Yeah, it looks like he's got many generations with him here. Children, grandchildren, and now we're going to hear from him.
Well, thank you, Todd. And first of all, I'd just like to thank Tennis Australia and Craig Tiley for inviting me into the Australian Tennis Hall of Fame. It's a great honour, and something that I said that I wouldn't cry at, but I'm sort of getting a few tears here because it is such a big thing to be recognised for all the time that I've spent in tennis. I first started playing tennis when I was 9 years of age, and here I am at 82, still here enjoying the game and watching the Australian Open. My family is here tonight, my wife Leslie, who's already in the Hall of Fame, so I've managed to catch her at last. And our three children, Michelle, Gregory and Stephen, they are here, and one of our grandchildren, Heidi, all tennis players. Some of them are retired already, but we are certainly a tennis family. What I've found in the game is, of course, it's important to win tournaments, and the Australian Open is a huge feather in my cap, and one which was the highlight almost of my life, really. And to be successful is great, but also what tennis has given me is given me a lot of friends, a lot of people that you meet through the game. Talk about a game for life. Tennis certainly is, and I guess I'm one here tonight to prove that. So it really has been a wonderful journey, and I've met so many fine people, volunteers, organisers of tournaments, Tennis Australia people, and of course my peers who I've played with, John Newcomb and Ken Rosewell, Rod Laver, all of those guys are just fantastic people, and it's great to have a life and a career in this wonderful game. Thank you.
Well done and congratulations, Bill. I'm going to invite the family over, including your lovely wife, Leslie, a 16-time Grand Slam champion and a member of the Hall of Fame. Here they come to take a few photos. Of course, Bill's bust will join the other Hall of Famers in Garden Square. And on behalf of everybody in our tennis community, congratulations and well done, Bill.
Yeah, incredible honor. And I think it's one of those nice reminders for us all. You know, this sport does bring you together with your friends, your family, and incredible to see him have this honor here today.
Husband and wife combination, that's tough for the family to live up to. Boy, 2 Hall of Famers, that's amazing.
Not bad. So they're going to take some photos, and we're going to take a short break and come back to get you ready for Sinner Shelton. It's coming up here on AO Radio.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Well, Bill Barry now leaving the court. His bust is it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to get the bust off the court. I imagine that thing weighs a fair amount.
Got to find somewhere in the house to put that thing.
Well, no, it's going up here.
Oh, it's going up here. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great honour. And as we're just talking off air, it's really just humanises the sport ever so much to have this recognition. These tennis players, they just play because they love the game, and you don't know the journey and how long you're in this sport for, and the people that you touch and what you can achieve. And Bill has gone from the pinnacle, and then on the coaching side to help out running the Australian program and the next generation, and the whole family is involved. It's quite an honour.
Yeah, indeed it is. So next time you're here at Melbourne Park, you can come check out that bust yourself. Yeah, great to be with you here on AO Radio. Don't forget, you, of course, can email us. Just go to the Ask the Booth form on allsopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au on this beautiful night here in Melbourne. It's actually been really comfortable here today.
So much better than yesterday, unfortunately. Yesterday was a stinker. It was so hot for so long, and it's just perfect conditions. A lot of people out and about in the grounds, that's for sure, enjoying the atmosphere. All that this tournament brings, and a lot of music and concerts coming up.
Yep, I think the Kid Leroy's playing tonight. I think that's right.
Yep.
I'm sad that I have to get on a flight at 7 a.m. or else I could
did
go through the night.
I did hear you might be on the decks there. That was the word on the street. There was a special guest appearance.
Last year I had the same flight, 7 a.m.
Yep.
I decided to stay up.
Oh, you did?
I decided to just power through. That was the worst possible.
Oh, really?
Mark, we're not young anymore. Our bodies, even 3 or 4 hours of sleep before a flight like that certainly will pay off.
You didn't crash on the plane and just...
I did.
Yeah.
And I still was terrible.
Oh, really? Okay.
My daughter was not thrilled with me when I was falling asleep making dinner that night.
That's right.
Listen.
Especially when your head was in the bowl cooking.
Suddenly I've got pasta sauce all over me. Listen, in case you missed it earlier, if you're joining us for the first time here tonight, great to be with you. Mike Cain, Mark Halawadi, these two players, Sinner and Shelton, have been called. They are getting ready to head down the tunnel right now. Novak Djokovic into the semifinals. How? I mean, it's just like he's got some magic dust here, and obviously gutted for Lorenzo Musetti. It's the second time that this happened to him. Roland Garros a couple years ago had a similar issue, and obviously dealing with that groin issue late last fall as well. And to see him playing that well at that level and then have that injury is tough, but that is the reality of our sport sometimes.
Yeah, and it just highlights the fact that you just got to hang in. We don't have a finish line necessarily. It's not time-based, and if you can keep your opponent out there as long as possible, who knows? And maybe from Djokovic's side, it's a bit of karma, a bit of juju coming back his way for all the troubles that he's had at the Australian Open. Unfortunately being escorted out of the event during that the COVID period, and so maybe the world spins and fortune favours him. He's had a walkover and then he's had another one, so he'll be fresh. But you feel for Musetti. You never want that to happen to anybody, and he was playing at some level, and
he was.
Who knows? It's the what ifs, but this sport is full of drama, and there's always something that throws up. People have been talking about that it's been such a a calm event. Not much been going on, and then all of a sudden we've been slapped in the face with that today, and who knows what else can happen.
Well, let's think about who's already into the semifinals on the men's side. It's the usual cast of characters, right? It's Carlos Alcaraz, it's Alexander Zverev, it's Novak Djokovic, and the winner of this one.
Yes. Yeah, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 right there.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time in a slam since that's happened. So, but maybe, just maybe, something may change tonight as we're watching the players walk down the Walk of Champions. Ben's got the headphones on. He is absolutely focused. A little bit of kinetic tape on his left thigh.
Yeah, he's had that on throughout the entire fortnight. So it's time to introduce our two players.
Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, from the United States of America, Ben Shelton, and his opponent from Italy, Jannik Sinner.
So the two are on court. Sinner sans headphones. Shelton did lift one earphone off so that he could hear the pop of the crowd. A little bit different the way they do it here, just introducing both essentially at the same time without all their superlatives.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
Yeah, short and sweet. They're both out there. It's a little bit gladiatorial, I feel.
It is.
And when you see, I was just thinking how different, like Bill Barry there being inducted in the Hall of Fame, and then he sees the players rock out on court, headphones on, double bags, all this thing. Boy, the game has changed. So it's evolving. And I guess whatever it takes to get you in the right mindset.
Well, speaking of evolving, what Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz have done together over the last several years have taken this game to that next level. The pace, the power, the intent behind every single swing has been remarkable, especially for Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, and we thought the level that Federer, Nadal, Djokovic brought to the game was good, and a once in a lifetime experience to have those three players, and then you throw in Andy Murray as well, and now you've got this rivalry with Sinner and Alcaraz, and the level that those two guys are playing at are clearly, head and shoulders above the rest, and you wonder how the rest can catch up. And those guys are not sitting still.
Right.
They're getting better. Alcaraz has modified his serve action to get more pop and make it more of a weapon. Sinner's adding things to his game and things to his physicality. So, geez, where does it end?
Facing this side and one, just the two of you, okay? A couple of reminders for this match. You get some towel boxes on each corner of the court. Ben, could you please use the one with the white sticker inside? The blue one for you, okay, Jannik? 4 locations for shot clock, the 4 corners, and also the scoreboards. Keep an eye on them. I'm the one starting the clock manually, okay? The ball keys are not allowed to bring you the towel as usual, okay? We have live here assistants making all the calls, football included. Video review as well, if needed. And if we reach 6 games all, the final set, then we play a 10 points tiebreak, okay? Any questions? Nothing? Hello, it shows Jannik for the coin toss. You got Ayo or Mark and Monson? Ayo, please. Perfect. It's Ayo, Jannik. Serve, you stay. Okay, picture with Arlo facing this side, and one just the two of you.
I think Sinner's just pocketed the coin there. I thought he bent down. He's just got himself a little souvenir there.
You can never have enough stuff. Listen, as a long-time radio person, I mean, listen, this is what you got to take the free stuff when it becomes available.
You got to grab the towels. You got to grab the drink bottles. Take a couple of tennis balls. They got AO on them. Got to get a souvenir here and there.
Are you surprised that Jannik Sinner chose to serve?
Well, the way the way that Shelton goes about with the service games, I guess he's trying to feel like, yep, I've got to get one love up from the get-go, get in front, swing a little bit freely on the return of serves, make Shelton catch up as much as I can.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot, just ask a question here as we do meet our players here a little bit. Who is the next person not named Carlos Alcaraz or Jannik Sinner to win a Grand Slam?
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's the question.
Yeah.
That everybody keeps asking.
There's a lot of players that you go potentially could, but so far the way those two have showed that they're always there, unless there's an event where there's a major upset early, one of the players goes out, or an injury and they're unable to attend. But it's so hard. Like, where do you go? Do you go Zverev? He's got the firepower. He's kind of got the focus. He's got the mentality, but he hasn't been able. Well, it's very hard to be able to break through when those two guys are there. You'd like to think he's probably the one that can, you know, be able to compete consistently over 6+ matches. Yeah, that's probably my one. Who do you have?
At the moment, I think it's this kid.
All right, yep.
I have questions about Zverev's mentality.
Yep.
You know, obviously there's a lot of trauma in some of the biggest matches. Obviously the finals that he's been in, including that U.S. Open final in 2020. Obviously so close against Rafa at Roland Garros before the ankle injury. I just worry about that. But I think Shelton is a late developer.
Yep.
I think most people think that at his age, 23 years of age, you're kind of fully formed. He is far from fully formed still and has room to grow before, I think, on top of it, he hasn't reached full maturity yet.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, exactly. He's still growing into his body. He's still growing into the game, his physicality. Yeah, my little question with Shelton is that return to serve.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, that's a big one. When you look at the players like, you know, Alcaraz, great with the return, of course, you know, and serving. Sinner, great with the serve and returning as well. I think, you know, they're the two big ones. I feel like he can maintain and keep pressure whilst he's serving, but just the intensity and the intent just is a little bit laxing on that return to serve, which gives the other guys, you know, some breathing space. I'd love to say Demonar.
I would too.
Yeah, you know, maybe on the grass, but yeah, it's got to be a quick event.
And it's just so hard 3 of 5. I mean, we keep going back to that aspect as well. I also think there are plenty of young players that are going to have the opportunity over the next couple of years. And frankly, there might be a 16-year-old that we don't know yet that is, you know, like Carlos did all of a sudden. There's this 14, 15-year-old that you start hearing about.
Yeah.
And a few years later, he's the best in the world.
Yeah. So we start scouring the junior events.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said this before here on air. Rafa Hodar is the name that keeps...
Oh, really? Yeah.
Lost here.
Really?
Yeah, first round.
What's his story right now?
U.S. Open junior champion a couple of years ago. Went to University of Virginia for 1 year. Won 3 challengers back end of last year to get into the top 200. Left school. Going to be first full year on tour. This year, he's about 150 right now.
Yep.
Telling you, I think he's going to be top 50 by the U.S. Open. Right. He's that good to be able to make a jump from 150 to 50 in a year. I think he's got a possibility in the next couple of years as well, though he does have some room to grow at the age of 19 himself.
Lock that in, listeners. Lock it in.
It's so funny. We did the predictions of who's going to win this title here, and I just didn't. It's like, well, it's going to be Sinner, but I don't want to say that.
So what's the game style of this young kid?
Yeah, I mean, he reminds me a lot of Sinner.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean, he's very underdeveloped physically at this stage, much like Jannik was at 18, 19.
Yeah, he was a baby giraffe.
But his ability to get out of the corners and hit out of the corners with angles, every shot has purpose. A little bit heavier than Sinner was at that time in terms of the weight of shot, heavier at that age. And there's something special about his mentality as well, dogged determinedness in those big moments that makes me think he's extremely special.
Great. That's awesome.
But that's for a couple years from now.
We'll be back here. Yeah, what's his background?
Spanish.
That's
Yes.
good.
A year at college as well, much like Ben Shelton had 1 year, a couple years at college at Florida. So the players are now ready. We are technically 15 seconds away from play being started. It is that olive green kit once again for Jannik Sinner. The top, white shorts, yellow shoes. It's not been the most popular kit. Let's just say that.
It's unique.
Shelton in the ombre black and white on. He is putting his towels into their proper boxes.
Ready for play.
And will be Sinner near side.
Ready.
To serve as we're ready for play inside Rod Laver Arena. Again, Sinner serving at the near side. He's got a white cap on as well. Toss goes up. Serve out wide is long. There's a little bit of a breeze even inside Rod Laver Arena. You can see it on Jannik Sinner's shorts from where we're seated. Seated is not a word. Seated. Second serve, Sinner. Good. Shelton backhand to a Sinner. Forehand goes cross and is pulled wide. It's love 15.
Love 15.
Four-time Grand Slam champion Jannik Sinner. including a pair here last year over Zverev. Medvedev, his victim the year before. Simone Vagnazzi, Darren Cahill, the coaches in the box. 4 people in the box for him total. Just 2 in the Shelton box, including his father/coach, Brian. Sinner, a 15, out wide, misses wide. Second serve here for Jannik, with a baby yelling in the crowd as well. This second serve, good. Sinner gets a forehand, goes inside in. Shelton backhand up the line. And that is the other big question for Shelton, his ability to have that shot tolerance on that backhand side.
Yeah, he's got to be able to sustain 8-10 shots against someone like Sinner. Just too easy for Sinner if he's just 1 or 2, 3 hits and the point's done without too much pressure.
Current conditions right now, 21 degrees Celsius, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind 17 kilometers an hour, 11 miles per hour. Serve at 15, all up the tees wide. This is kind of the nightmare scenario when you do serve first, missing your first 3 first serves. Second now for Sinner. Good. Shelton backhand off the net, back onto his side. Tried to pop that down the line. It's 30-15.
It's always a little different going a left-handed player versus the right-handed player. The right-handers usually play a lot more righties and lefties out on tour. So the strength of the backhand going cross-court will be going to Shelton's stronger side. So he'll be looking to redirect as much as possible, I imagine, trying to attack the backhand wing of Shelton.
Sinner at 30-15. Another missed first serve. This is that one out wide and long. Second now here for Sinner.
Shelton's gone backwards on this return of serve.
Yes,
Give him space.
Good. Backhand Shelton. Sinner gets a backhand, goes cross. Shelton a forehand to a Sinner backhand up the line. Running backhand Shelton. Sinner backhand cross. Shelton with a forehand to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton squash shot. Good. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand middle. Sinner yanks that forehand almost into the back tarp. And it's 30 all.
That's a good little win for Shelton. The first rally where both players trading shots pretty much up the middle of the court. Shelton was able to sustain his shots, keep it in court. It's forced Sinner to miss a rare forehand error off the frame.
But he has, more importantly, missed 4 first serves, has the 24-year-old Italian. Takes a look, makes sure Shelton is ready. He is. Serve. Good. Shelton backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Running forehand. Shelton. Sinner forehand is into the net. And it's a break chance here early.
And I like that from Shelton. As soon as he hit that forehand, his intention was to transition forward and put pressure on that forehand from Sinner. And he got the error.
So big moment in this one early. More so, this is a marathon. We certainly know that. But a statement could be made here if Shelton grabs an early break. And Sinner ready, toes the line, takes a look. There is just, again, a little bit of distraction in the crowd. So he restarts his motion now and ready. Serve. Good up the tee. Shelton backhand is going to be missed wide. That's a very good first serve. Break point down to deuce we go.
And that's what happens with Sinner. Struggling to get a serve in the first couple of serves. And then when he countered, he's just got that in his toolkit to be able to pull that big serve out. He's saved 23 out of 29 break points so far during the Australian Open here.
I believe it was 4 or 5 in that Spazziri match alone.
Yeah.
That was an odd match with that heat. Deuce now, serve, tee, long. Might be the best opponent that Sinner faces is heat. Second serve here for Jannik. Good. Shelton forehand to a Sinner forehand inside out. Shelton has the squash shot. It's short. Sinner in behind a forehand. Shelton throws up a lob off the backhand side. Overhead. Sinner good into the ad corner. And a game point.
A couple times already, Jannik's gone with a forehand that went to Shelton's forehand. Just the pace of shot. Shelton's had to hit a slice forehand, which you'd think that's his strength. He'll be able to get there and drive it. But he's been on full stretch just to defend with a little slice. So already early signs of that racket speed and that ball speed from Sinner.
Who has a game point. Serve. Out wide is wide. 2 of 8 right now, 25%. Not ideal, but not costly at this moment. Second serve coming for Jannik Sinner. Good. Shelton backhand inside out to a Sinner backhand through the middle. Shelton forehand inside in. Sinner backhand cross to a Shelton forehand up the line. Running forehand Sinner. Shelton backhand up the line. Sinner backhand back up the line. Shelton slices that short. Sinner there, forehand up the line. Good. He fights off a break chance. Gets it to 1-love.
One little area I kind of also now, as I start watching Shelton a little bit more, that, and it happened in that rally there, Shelton had a forehand where he had a little bit more time. You know, what I saw with Lerner Tien do so well, he was able to spread the court and create a lot of angle. To me, sometimes Shelton plays a little bit inside the single sideline. He keeps his opponent within the sidelines. I'd love to see him, especially with that forehand, which is going to the right-hander's backhand, is to be able to generate some angle and then drag Sinner well off the court.
Well, there's a reason why a lot of players do play Shelton through the middle of that court, because he does like angles. You'll see him do a lot bigger out of those two corners, but yeah, sometimes he does get a little complacent through the middle of the court.
Yeah, I just feel like against someone like Sinner, you get moments like that. Sinner's movement is unbelievable. Between the single sideline, it's going to be very hard to get the ball past him. You've got to create some space, create some real estate to hit into, drag him off the court, use that leftiness as much as possible.
Well, we see Bill Barry, who just got honored into the Australian Tennis Hall of Fame, and his reward, he's eating an ice cream. He's got an ice cream cone right now.
You can't hide.
It's love one. Shelton serving from the near side. Serve up the tee. Sinner will miss a return for 15 love. It is a black, white, and we'll call it yellow ombre top, sleeveless. The gun show is on display. White shorts, gray socks, white and yellow shoes, and a white headband for Ben Shelton here tonight. There's a little bit of that ombre effect on the shorts as well, just on the front right pocket. 15 love at love one. Opening set, early days. Serve tee. It's a return right through the middle. Shelton forehand is into the net. That return right back into him in a heartbeat.
And that's a level of returning game that Shelton's got to get to. You know, a ball, big first serve, 218 kilometres per hour, but it's rifled back straight at the server's feet and forces a mistake. That's where he needs to get to.
Serve is good. Forehand for Sinner. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand through the middle. Sinner digs out a backhand. Running forehand Shelton. Sinner backhand up the line to a slice from Shelton. Good one. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand up the line. Caught it. It's good. And it's 30-15.
30-15. Just amazed by these big guys, these tall units who are able to move around the court like little whippets. It's amazing foot speed. They're forced to. Pace of these shots. Great backhand up the line from Shelton to end the rally.
A little bit of ripple from the wind on his shorts as well here early. 30-15 serve into the body. Gets a return miss. That was 232.
That was big. That sound you heard was probably the sound barrier being broken.
When you hear this crowd right now reacting to that type of heat, my goodness.
That's quick. As quick as that was, it was straight into the hitting zone of Sinner. Can get racket on ball.
Serve out wide in behind it. Volley. Shelton. Sinner with the forehand. Ripped up the line. He was wrong-footed, and a ton of wrist action comes up at the forehand line winner.
And a good bit of variation from Shelton there. That first serve behind a serve and volley was only 164 kilometres per hour, so almost 100 k's difference to the one previously. And that was a serve volley sneak play. Didn't get the rewards, but I like it.
Short forehand for Shelton goes big angle. Sinner there with the backhand. Shelton drives a slice into the net, and not going to be thrilled with that decision. I think he got wrong-footed a little bit there. Very tight to the body. It's deuce now.
A couple of little ugly slice backhands from Shelton. One on game point up the other end when Sinner was serving. Turned into like a bit of a drop shot. He's just not on the money with that slice as yet. Be a little breezy out there. A little bit more swirliness.
Serve, deuce, kicker out wide, does the trick off the frame of Sinner. A game point again for Shelton. I had to go look just for my own benefits. 232, 144 on the miles per hour. I believe he's gotten to 150, 151, I think is his max.
Not far off. Opening service game, not bad.
A little bit of adrenaline running through right now. Game point for him. Serve into the body. He gets the backhand, goes a slice to a Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand through the middle. Sinner inside out forehand. Shelton will get to it, throws up a lob. That misses just wide into the Deuce corner. Deuce once again, and again, some of these balls with that kind of pace are coming back with even more pace to Shelton's side, and he's not handling it well.
Yeah, and Sinner right there, when Shelton went with the backhand slice to Sinner forehand, that's the forehand I'd love Shelton to hit. He got it angled out wide and got him off the court to be able to hit into the open court. Just makes Shelton move a lot more.
Serve, T, Sinner short reply. Shelton forehand is good into the ad corner. For serve +1, it did touch the net ever so slightly. Another game point.
Advantage, Shelton.
You feel Shelton's got that lefty serve on the ad court, the sliding one out wide. He's got that on money.
But he doesn't use it as much as I think a lot of other lefties, just because, again, of the pace that he's able to bring. And the kick actually has, I think, a little bit more impact in some ways.
And even just looking where Sinner's staying to return, he's not really covering that wide one as much.
He does use a little slider. Lob return lands good. Shelton forehand up the line. He's pushed it wide into the Deuce corner. Another Deuce now.
And I think it's a serve that he needs to do more, because the general consensus is that returner serve is going to go back cross court, and that's going to the Shelton forehand. So his first shot potentially is going to be a forehand, which is what he wants.
Another Deuce. This is Deuce number 3. Serve T. Sinner return to a Shelton forehand up the line. In behind it. It's a volley. Goes back to a Sinner forehand lob. Shelton overhead right into Jannik Sinner. Shelton does apologize, as that was almost into the dome piece.
Right in the esophagus. Got to win by knockout. We haven't seen that for a while.
Oh, we almost saw it earlier with Lorenzo Musetti. Poor guy. Magic Novak pixie dust.
Yeah.
It's a charmed fortnight for him. So another game point here for Ben Shelton. Serve into the body is just long. The return towards Shelton. He volleys it to one of the ball kids at the net, who catches it. Hence that extra applause. Packed house here at Rod Laver Arena. Second serve, good into the body. Great return back into the body, and Shelton can't dig out the forehand. He's being made to work in this opening service game as we hit Deuce number 4.
And this is where, at the start of this match, I was talking about the little bit of looseness from Shelton. He does some good things and then makes some errors. It's hard for him just to keep that pressure on Sinner.
6-minute game here for Shelton, the 8th seed. Serve out wide. Sinner return through the middle. Shelton forehand yanked into the ad corner. In behind it, volley to the Deuce corner. He gets another game point and a big fist pump towards his team. His dad returns it, and yeah, that's what you were talking about as well.
He's got to. Yeah. And, we talk about the quality of serving. Even this game, he's serving big, but a lot of returns are coming back. It's been nullified. Right. But great play from Shelton. As soon as he was able to get Sinner stretching with one hand, get in, take it out of the air, don't let him time to recover. All day long, he needs to go with that.
Another game point, though. Serve into the body. Return is good. Shelton forehand up the line, running forehand for Sinner. This one's going to miss. And finally, after 4 deuces, 14 points, Shelton gets on the board. It is 1-all, and to your point, just to kind of put numbers on it, returns made in that game, 11 of 14 returns were made, with Shelton making 13 of 14 serves. That's it. I mean, again, this is one of the biggest servers, if not the biggest on tour right now, and only 2 free points out of 14. That's a really good clip from Sinner on the return side.
And, 6-minute game that he had to work so hard and had to come with, Sinner just didn't make a mistake off the ground. He's got to work so hard.
Ready for play, please. Thank you.
But if he wants to take that next step and be the one that challenges, this is his returning game here. He's got to model it on the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz.
1-all. Sinner from the far side up the tee. Lob return misses long, right through the middle of the court.
15-up.
If you're rating serving games, you'd go Sinner's probably a good A, and then Shelton's probably an A+. But
yeah, certainly amongst the tops on tour in aces last year was Ben Shelton.
And Sinner's making a lot of those returns against the A+ server.
Yeah, exactly right. serve out wide. Shelton return is long. It's another really good serve with, looked like Shelton was leaning a little bit towards the tee. Last year, of course, Sinner Alcaraz in all 4 of the Slam finals. Winning Australian Open, winning Wimbledon, also with titles in Beijing, Vienna, Paris, and then the Tour finals. 58-6 last year. Serve at 30 love, up the tee is both long and wide. If he wins tonight, it'll mean the top 4 seeds are into the semifinals for the first time in 13 years here at the Australian Open. Serve good. No, it's not. Missed a little bit long. Double fault for him.
30-15.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often, right? When the top 4 get in
for so
the
rare.
semis.
It's a lot of Grand Slam events.
Yeah.
That passed between 2013 to now.
30-15, 1-all. Again, early days here for Jannik Sinner. Yeah, a little bit of noise in the crowd. And so once again, he restarts his motion. Already a bit of a participatory crowd. Misses that serve out wide, going wide to the ad side. Again, Sinner is at the far side of the court right now. Second serve for him. Tosses up. Serve. Good. Shelton goes backhand middle. Sinner backing up the line to a Shelton backing up the line. Sinner backing up the line. Shelton slices that back up the line. Run around forehand for Sinner. Inside out. Shelton forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line. Shelton there with the backhand cross. In behind it. Doesn't need to come up with the volley. It's a clean winner off that backhand wing. And it's 30-all.
Good move from Shelton. Going forward to that backhand. Taking on the rise. Not letting that high bouncing ball force him backwards.
But already early days, you do see the improvements in Shelton's game that he's put in over the last few months. I mean, he's missed a couple returns here on very good first serves, but a few more returns in play. And the backhand just a little bit more of a component of weapon. Whether it's enough, find out in 4 hours. Serve, 30-all, great serve up the tee, just clearing the net of the return. Lob Shelton as Sinner had snuck in. Lob lands good. Sinner restarting the point with the forehand. Shelton, oh goodness, that's a bad miss for him there, right through the middle of the court. He'd gotten himself inside the baseline, just misses that backhand very tight to the body. And a game point for Sinner.
And it's just those little moments like that. He just hung in, got the ball deep, and that was the golden opportunity right there to turn the context of this rally into his favor, and he fluffs it into the net. Ouch, that hurts.
Yeah, just didn't find that necessary length to get his arms outstretched, and Sinner takes advantage. He's got the game point. And the serve is good. Forehand return up the line from Ben Shelton for a winner. Laced it. Deuce now.
Okay, yeah. 387 more of those tonight, Mr. Shelton, and your chance. Wow. Got a great view of it on the monitor. It's a fantastic serve.
But it wasn't quite wide, wasn't quite body.
A little bit in the hitting zone.
Indeed. Deuce, once again, third straight game with Deuce. Serve good. Shelton backhand up the line, went for it again, a very aggressive-looking return. Floated on him.
And that's a moment, Juice, get the ball back.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you've hit a forehand winner on the point previously. That was great. But now maintain the pressure. Got to reward yourself for that point to get to Juice. Now that just hands Sinner another game point.
Indeed. Again, just a little bit of crowd movement. So both guys pause. Now we're ready. Serve. Out wide is well long.
Radar's off a little bit with Sinner on that serve thus far.
Second serve here for Jannik, the man in the olive shirt. It's good. Shelton with a backhand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Shelton backhand middle. Sinner backhand to a Shelton forehand. He was ripping that one up the line, but misses into the net. So, 3 deuce games, 3 holds, 2-1. This could be a fun one.
This could be a long one if it keeps going like that.
Mike Cain, that's Mark Hilawati. I mean, emails yet. I know everybody's paying attention, of course, to some incredible tennis. You can also make sure to get in on our competition for week 2. $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away to the listener who has the most creative response to the question of, we're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why?
There's been a lot of good entries. Please send them in. Had ones from recent Aussie Opens. He ones from back in the 70s. Give us something from the 70s and 60s. A bit harder to find what was unbelievable back then.
Can I give you mine?
Please do.
This is very personal to me.
Yep. This is what it's all about.
Exactly. My first Australian Open was 2017, but the first time I had a big match, you'll probably remember it, is Simona Halep and Lauren Davis. I believe it was either first or second round of 2018, 15-13 final set. It was the first time where I experienced as a commentator like that moment.
Oh, right.
Where everybody was just like, oh my gosh, you got to get over there.
Yeah.
And everybody was coming. We were on world feed, and I was so nervous. I would love to be able to watch it from behind me again to just get to experience that moment again. That's my entry, and I don't think I get to win, Mark. I don't think that's how it works. Drop shot here from Shelton. Sinner there, pops it around the post, and good! Shelton stunned, Sinner stunned. What a shot from Jannik Sinner. Stone-faced assassin right now. We're getting a look at a replay. Yeah, perfect drop shot towards the ad side, and Sinner just pops it around the post with room to spare on the baseline.
Shelton, Sinner just out Shelton right there.
Wow. Love 15. Serve body, return good. Shelton forehand up the line, Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand up the line. Sinner throws up a lob as Shelton's come in. Overhead, good. Sinner gets to it. Another lob. Sinner puts that away comfortably to the ad side. The level right now, Mark Kalawati electric.
It's gone up. It's gone up a notch. And a great response from Shelton right there. Again, he got a short ball to the backhand, hit and get in. He just has to keep going. He's sure he's going to lose some points. But you'd hope if he keeps at it, he's going to win more. He's going to probably lose a lot more points if he stays back on the baseline.
Agree with you. Fully agree with you. 15 all here in this 1-2 service game for Shelton. Serve. Missed into the net. Just the second one he's missed so far tonight. Sinner takes a step forward. He's about a meter behind the baseline for a second serve return. That's good to a Sinner backhand. Shelton forehand cross. Sinner digs a backhand up the line. Shelton in behind a volley. Sinner backhand is good. It's a pass from Jannik Sinner, and it's 15-30.
A lot of first volleys from Shelton are going back behind Sinner. Did it a couple times from the commentary box end with a forehand volley up the line back to the forehand. Maybe he's a little bit apprehensive back going to the open court with the foot speed, trying to go deep and then maintain good net position. Boy, he's just a great hand control, Sinner, on the passing shots.
15-30 with some trouble here. Serve off the net and long. A reminder of that 4-deuce game. Sinner did not grab a break chance in that. The second serve, good. Sinner backhand lands on the baseline. Now he gets a backhand, goes up the line to a Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backing up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Running forehand, Shelton lands good. Sinner forehand back behind him. Shelton there, squash shot. Sinner forehand inside out, clean winner into the ad corner, and two chances at 15-40.
Wow, it's just unbelievable movement from Sinner. Great backhand cross court from Shelton to open up the court. The next ball, unfortunately, was a little bit central. And when Sinner went back behind Shelton, created the time and space, Sinner's not going to miss that short ball. You know, we talk about that. Shelton's hardly missed a first serve and is facing 2 break points. And that's the accumulation of pressure with that return of serve. I'll be harping on that one a fair bit, but that's a big difference in these two players.
Serve, kicker out wide, just missed long. It's a kicker with a lot of heat at 2:03. Second serve on this break chance. It's good. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand through the middle. It's into the net.
Sinner is very upset with himself for missing that forehand. Bit of a nothing ball.
Fourth unforced error for him. 3 on that wing.
Shelton gets a little breathing space here, although he's facing another break point. Interesting to see where he goes. Does he do the big sliding serve out wide? Hard center.
From the far side right now at 30-40. Shelton serve out wide. Sinner short reply. Shelton forehand into the open court. Sinner can't come up with that forehand. It's off the top of the frame. 4 games with deuce.
Deuce. And well done, Shelton.
And to your point, he went to the open court this time and forced Sinner to come up with something on the stretch.
Yeah, good work. Great first serve. And then again, he's got that wide serve. Hurt him with your forehand on that first shot if you can.
Those were just the 8th and 9th break points that Shelton has faced in this tournament. Serve out wide, Sinner forehand good. Shelton digs out a forehand. Now a big backhand from Sinner and another one. This one through the middle. Shelton backhand middle. Sinner forehand inside out. Running squash shot. Lob from Shelton. Good. Sinner forehand cross and Shelton's not bringing that one back. This is crazy level. Crazy level.
Yeah, and it's Sinner who's making Shelton stretch out wide to the forehand and having to slice the forehand. And he can't do much with it. He's in defense mode there. And Sinner, when he has time, again, he creates great angle out wide. I don't care how fast you are, you're not going to get that ball back. Another break point.
Third of this game, and Shelton loses the balls. He was starting his motion. I wish we could. I mean, I don't feel like Ben is playing a poor match.
No, far
at all. I mean, he's playing at a pretty darn good level, and Sinner is just making him work. It's very impressive. Serve for Shelton. Out wide, lob return, going to miss long. And I go back to something you and I talked about last week. The fact that there's 1 and 2, and the difference in the ranking points between Jannik Sinner and Alexander Zverev at number 3 is greater than the difference between number 3 and number 1,000. I mean, I keep going back to it. That's how far these two have separated themselves.
Yeah, they're on another sphere.
Kicker out wide. Sinner gets it back short. Volley from Shelton. He overran it. Just enough from Sinner to clear the net, and Shelton, just says, I needed to stop and make a play on it there. Instead, another break chance.
It's just interesting that Shelton's been serve volleying behind some slower first serves. So, is that giving Sinner a little bit more time to come up with a better return? Because that was 170 kilometers per hour compared to 200 plus that he can produce.
So with this 4th break chance, Shelton misses the serve into the net, up the tee.
And as a returner, you'd be a little bit more grateful of a slower first serve than a faster one to return against the serve volleyer.
Second serve, Shelton, good. Sinner backhand, good. Shelton forehand up the line. Running forehand for Sinner, catches the line. Now he gets a backhand, goes cross. Shelton forehand crosses into the net. And finally, after all that pressure, Shelton is indeed broken. 3-1 for the Italian.
Sinner leads 3 games to 1.
And I mean, this is, again, at this level, there is just one person who can beat Jannik Sinner, and I don't even know if he can beat him all the time at this level.
No, that's right.
And again, early days, yes.
Yeah.
But my word.
Yeah, and I feel like also sometimes when Shelton gets that forehand, just doesn't have the same penetration through the court that the Sinner forehand does.
Ready for play, please. Thank you.
Wonder what Dad's game plan. Can Papa Shelton tell him?
Serve for Sinner, out wide, misses wide. Sinner looks up into the sky as the lights are kind of changing. The sun has gone down, so it's just getting a little bit darker. A few minutes of transition there. Second serve, good. Shelton backing up the line, running backhand Sinner. Shelton drop shot. Sinner gets there, pops it up the line. It's good again.
It's hard. It's hard to find a way that Shelton can win the point. Did the right thing. He got into the net, but behind it. But it was a half volley as he came forward. So that little bit of time for the ball to bounce before Shelton, before he hits it, gives Sinner time to start accelerating forward. And unfortunately, that drop shot just wasn't good enough, and Sinner had time.
15 love, 3-1. Serve tee, just long. Second serve upcoming for the man in olive. I believe somebody else called it military fatigues. Second is good. Shelton, big forehand missed, and that one was a little bit of frustration, you could tell.
13 love.
In these moments, against average players, you expect maybe their level to drop at some point. You kind of weather the storm for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not the case against him. I mean, I guess it is. You still wait and see if the level drops a little bit. 30 minutes in already, just 3-1. Serve at 30, Love. Out wide, chip return. Shelton's going to deal with a drop shot from Sinner that's perfect. Into the ad side. 40, Love for the Italian.
Well, that just looked like he was going to rip that forehand with power. Then changed his grip at the last split second and just slid under the ball for a drop shot.
After a fantastic slider serve high in the box out wide.
Yeah.
So game points here for Jannik Sinner. From the near side, tosses up, serve out wide is an ace. And for the first time, an easy hold. It's 4-1.
Sinner needs 4 games to 1.
I mean, listen, I've called plenty of Jannik over the last couple of years. This level is, it feels like he saw very early that Shelton was getting his best at the very, very start. And he said, okay, I'll go to my level now.
Yeah.
No waiting. I'm going to my top level.
And how do you do that? Like, how do you just push the internal button and the internal trigger to go, okay, I was working hard and I was really focused, but now I'm just going to increase that. You know, and this is scenario after breaking serve. And this is what Sinner does so well, a love game. Like, I've broken you, and hopefully the returner's going, okay, come on, I've got to sink my teeth into this game. And he's just gone bang, bang, and just snuffed out any opportunity for Sinner to get into that game, to even get close to thinking about breaking serve, and held to love.
Well, I'm going to go back to a point you've made since the jump. Maybe one of the best, if not the best servers on tour.
Yeah.
Right now, Sinner is making 83% of the returns. I mean, most of the time in most matches, Shelton is averaging somewhere in the 30 to 40 range of unreturns.
Yeah.
Right now, it's 17. Yeah. That is a big gap.
That's a massive stat.
That shows what Shelton has to do to earn those points, right? He can't count on having 1 or 2 free points per game.
And he's got to be at his best when that ball goes back into court as well. He's got to work hard to try to get in, try to win the point.
He serves right now, does Shelton, at 1-4. Serve up the tee is wide, and then you start feeling like you have to do more on the serve.
Yeah.
And that can be a recipe for disaster. Second.
Service box gets smaller and
yes,
smaller.
It does. Second's good. Sinner backhand to a Shelton forehand, inside out. Sinner forehand. Shelton slices that back. Sinner in behind an inside out forehand. Shelton forehand to a volley. Sinner. Shelton with a backhand crosses into the net. It's love 15.
Love 15.
You mentioned what does Brian say in these moments. He's actually a bit hands-off at times. He lets Ben take some ownership and make suggestions, but not demands as a coach, which I've always really liked about his coaching style. Love 15, serve up the tee is long.
Can't be an easy relationship. You know, father, love, coach.
Yeah. It really is. I think they're they're exemplary in what they do. Serve up the tee, short reply. Shelton forehand right through the middle. Sinner's there with the forehand. Volley Shelton. Sinner throws up a lob. Shelton backtracks. It is going to miss long. You're exactly right. And we have seen, Mark, you've seen it as much as I have. So many relationships, parent and child, that are horrific.
Yeah.
This is maybe the most positive one out on tour.
That's fantastic. And that needs to be highlighted.
It does.
We need to know more about that relationship and how, you know, the father handles that situation and, you know, and how they go about it, because that could be the blueprint. People don't know. Parents don't know. They just, you know, you believe that you're doing the right thing.
If I can put in a plug, I'll put it in after this particular point. 15 all here, 1-4. Serve up the tee. Sinner return to a Shelton forehand that's into the net, and not enough footwork there at all from Ben Shelton. We actually did a piece after he won Toronto about that coaching relationship and how they kind of navigate it, with one specific moment in that final against Karen Khachanov where Shelton was struggling with returns. And it was a very simple thing. I'm going to call this point and then get back to it here. 1-4, 15-30. Serve Shelton off the net, back onto his side. Looks over at his dad after that missed first serve. Now this second for Shelton. Toss goes up. Serve is long into the box. Break chances for Sinner. But Brian said, hey, what do you think about adjusting your position a couple steps back? It wasn't
that's good.
Change your return position. It was, what do you think? And it took Ben, and he explained it took him 2 games to kind of process and accept it, and then he did, and it changed the match. But he allowed his son to have that ownership over that decision as opposed to telling him what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And I loved that thought process because, again, you want the player to be the one making that call. They're the one seeing things.
Yeah.
It's an ace for Shelton out wide.
And that happens in parenting 101 everywhere, not even on the tennis court.
No, exactly right.
Little kids are being told to do what to do all the time. Get some ownership.
Yeah, I'll admit, I have an 11-year-old at home, and ever since that moment, and that was, 7 months ago, I've been trying to do that at home all the time. What do you think of cleaning your room? It's a simple thing, but they get to choose it.
Not the answer you want sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. We're at deuce right now. An ace at 15-40, a free point return miss at 30-40. Second serve here. Sinner forehand to a Shelton forehand rolled. Sinner backhand cross, running forehand Shelton. Sinner forehand cross, Shelton there with a backhand slice short. Sinner there, forehand up the line for another winner. He's taking a look over at Shelton there. Sinner took a very long look at Shelton. I don't know if he was trying to apologize.
Ben just stuttered a little bit on one of the ground strokes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it is. Yeah, it's a break chance coming. Yeah, in fact, Sinner is asking to make sure that Shelton is okay. So a break chance again for Sinner. Third of this game. Serve T ace at 2:15. Deuce.
Shelton's doing a lot of work covering the court in the baseline rallies.
Yeah, one of the stats that they show us at the end of each set is distance run and sprints.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see the difference between the two right now. Serve T. Short return is into the net. Game point here for Shelton.
He's serving himself out of trouble, which is fantastic news for Shelton. But he's been working so hard every service game. Nothing is for free out here. And, and that pressure on the server, it's got to keep serving big. Not easy to do.
Got a game point. Serve out wide is wide. So much action on that ball. That was the slider out wide, but his slider wide is 189. It's crazy. Second serve here for Shelton. Good to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand up the line, in behind it. Forehand Sinner. Volley for Shelton. Drop shot. Sinner there. Backhand cross from him on a dropper is into the net, and Shelton does get the hold, fighting off 3 break chances in the process. It's 4-2.
Good play from Shelton, getting that second serve a little bit wide and then really hurting Sinner with a forehand up the line. And it seems to me that Sinner in the baseline rallies is the one who's able to open up the court with a little bit more angle, making his ground strokes dissect the single sideline. I'd love to see Shelton on a couple of forehands, take a bit of heat off the ball and get some angle and really drag Sinner wide.
So last game with these original balls for Jannik Sinner, serving at the far side. Serve out wide is wide and long. Second serve upcoming for the Italian, the world number 2. With some laughter in the crowd. The second. Good. Shelton backhand to a Sinner forehand cross in behind it. Shelton backhand. Now Sinner drop shot. Shelton does not get there. It's a not up call. It's a correct not up call.
And I saw a little stat on the previous game. I think it was the return record percentages of returns made by Shelton over the last 3 years. And it's increased. But like that last ball, it was a second serve. He made the return, but the first shot from Sinner hurt Shelton. He has to do something a little bit. Yes, I get returns back, but I've also got to be able to get him back and challenge the server. It's no good getting the ball back into play, and then my first shot, I'm in the war.
Turn through the middle. Sinner with the forehand. Shelton backhand slice. Sinner at the baseline, inside out forehand. Good, 30 left. And you know what? You're 100% correct. B, it remains a work in progress, right? And you take improvement when you can get it, especially when we don't have that long off season. You have to take improvement where you can get it, and
it's like saying a match. Even socially. Oh, it was great. I hit no double faults, and that's great. But then every second serve was 2 kilometers per hour, and my opponent hit 100 winners on my second serve.
Right.
But statistically, no double faults. So great serving day. So it can be a little bit of a false economy in that sense.
Definitely true. Second serve here for Sinner. Good. Shelton back in through the middle. Sinner digs out a forehand. Shelton, gets the forehand himself. Sinner backhand cross. My word, that angle was absolutely absurd. He's got another backhand winner. He's got game points as well.
Oh, that backhand is a work of art.
It is.
The way he's able to find areas of the court to hit into. That was not slow. That was driven so hard.
About half a meter behind the service line. That winner. Serve out wide is long. Maybe just a little bit wide. Hard for me to see. That's a tough angle for us here in our AO radio booth. Now a second serve here for Jannik Sinner. Again, 4-2, 40 love. Good. Shelton backhand inside out to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand up the line. Sinner forehand back behind him. Easy winner. And that is 2 straight holds to love for Jannik Sinner. 10 straight points on serve for him, and he's got it to 5-2 and a ball change. And again, to your point, returns made for Ben Shelton tonight, just returns in 70%.
Right.
It's very good. But again, he's on the wrong end of 2 straight holds to love.
Points won whilst returning. There's got to be a little stat for that somewhere, I think.
Yeah, Sinner had those 2 deuce games, so 6 points won on return side for Shelton in those first 2 games.
That was the game that, Sinner wasn't serving so good. Missing a few first serves.
I go back to it, I know I'm going to sound like a Shelton apologist. He's such a late developer to this game, right?
Yeah.
Didn't really take it seriously till 15 or 16. So his progression is just a different one than Jannik Sinner, different one than Carlos Alcaraz. That doesn't mean he's going to get to their level. He might not.
Yeah.
But his development is just different.
Yeah. Yeah, so those guys are at university right now and Shelton's still in middle school.
That's exactly right.
And you can't skip. You can't skip classes. You can't jump out of your level. Where you're at is where you're at, and you've got to do the work to get there. You don't start. You don't do first year of university with a PhD already behind you.
I think I always think about him and Coco specifically. Ben and Coco both have had such glaring deficiencies in their game. Shelton obviously with the backhand, the return.
Yep.
Coco with that forehand mechanic and the serve. What they've been able to do in their respective careers with those 2 glaring weaknesses is pretty remarkable. 2 balls are shown.
And that just highlights the strength in so many other areas of their game.
2-5, serve up the tee. But the thing is, again, against Jannik, against Carlos, who just don't have those deficiencies, they stand out in those moments. Second serve here for Shelton, 2-5. Serve is good. Return, catches the line. Shelton backhand. Now he runs to a forehand right through the middle. Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand middle. Sinner forehand inside in. Catches line in behind it. His volley, good. Right into the ad corner. It's left 15. Every single ball gets Shelton on the move.
Yeah.
Every single one.
And that Shelton forehand going back up the center of the court just is not effective enough. It has to generate some angle. I guess the glaring deficiency that I can see from Sinner is that apparently he's not a very good cook. So I don't know how that's going to help Shelton in any way, but that's the one glaring massive deficiency.
And maybe the color scheme.
Yeah.
The color scheme, also something that doesn't really help. Serve is missed out wide. I mean, Nike is not doing him a great service. Put it that way. Second serve here for Shelton at love at 15. Good. Backhand Sinner misses wide. Good body serve there.
15.
2-5, 15 all. Serve percentages right now. Jannik Sinner serving 42%.
42, wow.
42%, he's at 5-2. Serve up the tee. Sinner reads it well. Is going to get a couple backhands. That one through the middle. Shelton forehand middle. Sinner forehand inside out. Stays back, but Shelton misses that forehand. And again, any ball through the middle, Sinner is punishing.
Yeah, and that last forehand from Shelton on the run outside the double sideline by the time he struck the ball.
Yep.
So his 2 forehands went up the middle. As soon as Sinner got that little bit of space, bang.
Sinner right now winning 46% of return points. That is unheard of. Serve, tee, wide. And it is only going to compound itself if Shelton starts going for more on serves.
Yeah.
Sinner 2 points away from this first set. 15-30 second serve. Right into the body, almost hits him.
Wow, that's a great second serve.
It might have hit him.
196 kilometers per hour on that second serve, straight at the body.
We're getting a look at it. It might have actually hit him. Shelton actually apologizing. It just hits the frame. Okay. That was right into his face.
Sliding serve.
My goodness. Serve out wide. Sinner doesn't come up with that one for game point for Shelton.
14-2. Maybe that's a good serve, a really good serve to hit. Slide it in.
Could be.
Try to jam him up.
Competing well, we'll say that for Shelton. There's no question about that. Game point, serve out wide. Sinner just gets frame on it. He's still looking at his right eye. I don't think that caught him, but it feels like something, maybe some sweat got in his eye, but Sinner is trying to clear out that right eye right now. I keep looking at him. He's in front of his box. It doesn't look like it's serious, a scratch or something like that, but it definitely got into his body just enough that something is not quite right with the right eye. And yeah, we're getting a look at the replay. Maybe he hit his nose with the frame of his racket as he was trying to windshield wiper.
Yeah, maybe. Now, this is a massive, massive game from Shelton here. Let's see what he can come up with.
Sinner at 5-3, near side, serving for the set. Out wide, Shelton misses that return. That was in the strike zone.
Yeah. Smart serving from Sinner. Taking some speed off the serve and getting it to swing and move.
11 straight points on serve, Mark.
Wow.
That he's won. 15 love, 5-3 in this first set. 16 winners for Sinner, 12 for Shelton. That's pretty good. Serve up the tee. Shelton can't come up with that one. That's a great slider up the tee from Sinner.
So when we talk about the great servers of the game, like it's not how fast you can do it, because there's more to it than just brute speed. It's about the placement, the variation, being able to land the serve when it really counts. And also what happens after the serve.
That second ball, yeah. Serve, Sinner out wide, just misses wide.
That was what was interesting to hear Zverev talk about Sinner and Alcaraz. I'll just carry on after this point.
Second serve here at 30 love. Good. Shelton back into a Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand up the line. Running forehand. Shelton off the net. Bounces high. Run around forehand for Sinner. Shelton lobs that back. Sinner again in the doubles alley. This one he puts away into the ad corner for 3 set points.
And that's where Zverev was talking about being a little bit more aggressive. He was saying that Sinner and Alcaraz, their first shot after the serve just puts you in so much trouble. And that's an area of the game that he's been trying to work on, is after landing a big serve and the ball's back into play, to make sure that that returner is on stretch and in trouble.
Set points. Sinner, 13 straight points on serve for him at this stage. Serve out wide is an ace. I mean, it's got Mark Kalawati on his feet here. I mean,
we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
A 6-3 first set. I want to point out again, Shelton had the first break point here tonight in the opening service game. 2 straight service games where Sinner couldn't find his first serve. Shelton made dents. Deuce in both of those games. From there, holds to love.
Yep, just taking a little while for the Ferrari to warm up, I guess. A couple of warm-up laps around the track, and then I'm ready to rumble.
Listen, again, the serve percentage not good enough for Sinner, 46%. 18 winners, 4 unforced errors. Plus 14.
That's good. Wow, that's good. And second serve points 1 from Shelton, 36%.
Wow.
Second serve points 1 to 73 from Sinner. You know, everyone talks, what a great serve Shelton's got, what a great serve. But, wow, stats do not lie.
Well, you know, there are metrics for it.
Yeah.
There's no question Shelton is amongst the, at worst, top 5 in all of his serving statistical categories. But you're absolutely right that ability to win, he really essentially earned it with that second ball. that's where Sinner really shines. And the return quality he's put in today have not allowed Shelton to have that same capability on his second ball.
And with no free points off the or very rarely getting free points off the Shelton serve, he's forced to then just keep pushing the envelope, hit a smaller target each time, go bigger, go faster.
Second set.
Listen, if Sinner keeps up that plus 14 ratio of winner to unforced errors, I mean, this one is done.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Shelton's able to make any type of a dent. Started to get a few more free points at the back end of that set, a couple more. First point, second set. It's into the net with that serve into the body.
I guess also internally, does he really believe that I can beat him?
It's a fair question to ask. Second serve again into the body. Shelton gets a backhand, goes up the line. Sinner backhand back up the line. Slice from Shelton, good. No, just a bit long.
Love 15.
And he's in deficit situation once again. Missed that one by 2 millimeters. His 11th unforced error. Shelton ended that set plus 2. Winners to unforced errors, 12-10. Love 15. Shelton's at the near side right now. Serve out wide. Sinner backhand to a Shelton forehand up the line that's missed wide. And again, into one of these Shelton service games. 4 unforced errors right now. This is fascinating. After winning the first match in Shanghai 2023, Shelton has now lost 20 sets in a row against Sinner. Serve into the body is into the net.
And it's not, Sinner's not playing someone who's 200 in the world.
Right.
He's currently ranked and seeded 8 here in the tournament.
Return is right back into his body. Forehand Shelton. Sinner backhand cross off the line. Shelton running forehand. Good. Sinner's there. Shelton backhand in behind it. Sinner backhand into the net. A lot of work there for Shelton just to get that point. I mean, he had to stretch almost into the coach's box.
Yeah, and he had to blaze it up the line. That was a Hail Mary one right there.
Gosh.
But that's the difference is once we get into this rally scenario, Sinner, his ability to get Shelton outside of the single sideline.
And make him go for that massive cannon. 15-30 for Shelton. Serve out wide. Sinner backhand is missed. I also have to point out, Sinner is moving a step before contact is made. I wonder if he's reading something. I wonder if he's actually got a read. It's possible, right?
Yeah, oh, totally. I would have definitely looked at some serve patterns of Shelton and even just something with his ball toss and movement.
30 all, serve out wide. Sinner forehand to a Shelton forehand back behind him is good. It's 40-30.
Good 1-2 there from Shelton. Been a long time since he's got an easier first strike after that serve, so he finally gets game point.
54 minutes in, toss goes up with the game point. Up the tee, it's an ace. Yeah, you mentioned it. It's a correct question to ask. Does he believe? And if you heard his press conference, he fully does. Yep. And he should. He should, but it is a long way to go from here right now for Ben Shelton. Mike Cain. Mark Halawadi joining you here on a beautiful night.
Packed full house here at Rod Laver. So good to see the fans streaming in to witness one of the great spectacles, not only the sporting kind, but cultural kind.
Yeah, I mean, great concerts, great shopping, great food and drinks.
So many international guests coming in, flying in. It's so good to see the amount of people injected into Melbourne.
Serve for Sinner out wide. Backhand returned good. Forehand Sinner. Shelton throws up a lob. It's good. It's inside the baseline, right on that center hash. It's love 15.
Love 15.
So a bit of positivity from Shelton with a couple fist pumps. Maybe he feels like he's on a bit of a run here. He's got to back it up on this very next point.
Love 15. Sinner takes one last look, sees Shelton is ready. Now rocks and fires the serve. With the forehand of Shelton, Sinner forehand up the line. Shelton backhand looped, just misses long. Good forehand from Sinner again, getting Shelton stretched with that first ball off the ground.
And that lob winner's just been erased with that backhand error.
Yep.
That's the ball. Maybe that deserved a slice backhand. Just hang in. Don't let Sinner have a freebie.
15 all in this Love One service game. Again, Sinner's on the near side for you guys at home. Serve out wide, chipped back short. Sinner forehand back behind Shelton, who throws up another lob. Defensive this time. Sinner overhead right through the middle of the court for 30-15.
30-15.
And when you get a lot of overheads when you're transitioning in, that really means that you've come up with the goods on your approach shot and you've got your opponent in trouble because that's a defensive shot. It's the last option when you're in trouble.
Thank you.
So quality approach from Sinner.
30-15. Tosses up, serve, tee. Shelton gets it back in place. Sinner forehand cross in behind it. Lob from Shelton. Sinner there. Pokes it right at Shelton, who overruns it a little bit. Wasn't the best volley from Sinner, but it ended up being perfect because of the fact it's right into Shelton's body. We're seeing Brian Shelton laugh just a little bit. I think Ben actually had a couple words with him there. Lisa back at home. Sister Emma as well. Game points here for the Italian at 40-15. Serve tee wide. Now a second. Good. Shelton with a forehand short. Sinner inside out forehand. He missed it. That is just unforced error number 5 on the night.
Okay, right now, after that free point from Sinner, this is where Shelton has just got to bring the juice here on this point. A little bit of return pressure on the Sinner serve.
And this is where he's really struggling to kind of sort that out. Do I make the return?
Yeah.
Do I go for a little bit more? We'll find out here with this game point. 40-30 for Sinner in this Love One service game. Serve out wide. Well, Shelton just put in an unbelievable return. That serve was long, but that might be the best return Shelton hits on the day.
So Shelton's gone back a couple meters.
And now coming forward. Gets a backhand, goes up the line. Sinner forehand to a Shelton forehand middle. Sinner backing up the line. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backing up the line. Oh, what a shot.
Best point he's played. Best point he's played. And that forehand, or that backhand up the line, was created with that cross-court backhand that dragged Sinner outside the line, and that gave him space to go up the line. Great point. Back to Juice, first time for a long time.
Yes, since Sinner's second service game.
Finally, he was able to generate some space.
Deuce now, tosses up, serve out wide. Shelton backhand cross, Sinner forehand up the line, running forehand. Shelton volley, Sinner perfect. What a combination again from Sinner when he needed it most to spread that court in the game point.
Advantage.
Shelton's kind of gesturing to his dad. I should have got that ball lower. Take some speed off, make it dip, force Sinner to volley upwards. Just so calm, Sinner. Yeah. Just seems unfazed. Love to see what his heart rate's doing and what he's tapping into his mindset.
Game point for him. Serve into the body. Shelton forehand short. Sinner backhand cross. Shelton there. Forehand on the run. It's going to miss long.
Cain, Sinner. One game more.
I hope soon technology turns where we're able to really, not only hear us talking about the match, but hear what Sinner's thoughts are and what the players' thoughts are during this match and exactly what they're thinking and what they're feeling. Vision to be able to play a tournament where the players are actually mic'd up and it counts. Love to hear their inner thoughts and what their voices are telling themselves.
Are you familiar with Carousel?
Yes.
You've seen him?
Yep.
Serve is good. In behind it, volley. Shelton's going to miss long. He's actually started doing that on his YouTube channel. He's about 300, 350 in the world right now.
Yep.
And he's actually doing that on his YouTube channel, walking you through matches and talking you through practice matches.
Oh, good.
You hear this crowd try to get engaged with Shelton. A couple fans walking right behind him right now. Shelton serving, love 15, serve out wide. He's a little bit long. Looks over, now ready to start the motion. Love 15 seconds, serve, good out wide. Shelton gets a forehand, goes up the line. Forehand from Sinner into the deuce corner. Shelton digs it out with the backhand, but it's well long. And love 30.
Love 13.
And this is what happens a little bit too quickly for me. Shelton was able to try the game previously, put some pressure on Sinner's serve. Got to juice a couple times, but straight away, Shelton's found himself at love 30. I could be doing this solo tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike is...
Oh, man.
He swallowed a razor blade.
Up 30, serve out wide, gets a forehand, goes right behind Sinner, but he doesn't go behind him enough. Now Shelton with a backhand cross, Sinner forehand cross, Shelton backhand cross, good. Sinner forehand up the line rolled, Shelton forehand cross, Sinner there, but the backhand is into the net. That's the angle you want.
Yeah, that's a much better forehand. Had to get Sinner stretching, open stance, full out wide, unable to control it. That's where that forehand's got to go. Every single time he gets that forehand.
Yeah, so Shelton taking a little extra time here. Takes a look over at his team as well. His physio's in the box with his dad, Brian. 15-30. Serve Shelton out wide. Sinner backhand misses just long right through the middle of the court. It's 30 all.
Now he's done well, Shelton, get back to 30 all after being love 30. Now this is the critical moment right here. He's got 2 points in a row. He needs to build. He's got to play a high performance point right here.
He has not had a single easy hold on the night, not one. 30 all, serve for Shelton. Out wide, kicker, returns short. Shelton forehand inside in. Sinner there, volley Shelton. Running forehand for Sinner's into the net.
So even that approach shot, he got that short ball, but it was fairly central. It didn't really get enough width. And he was forced into a tough volley. Wow, that kind of short ball, Sinner's just got to be absolutely battling to get racket on ball.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about those, you know, the difference between great and elite. I mean, that's where we're at here tonight, and that's fun to call. Serve out wide. Sinner gets it back through the middle. Shelton just a little bit tight to his body, didn't read it well. This is that backhand into the net. Deuce again.
Great return from Sinner. Putting that ball in an awkward place. The heat back on Shelton.
I don't think it's ever left at any point. Deuce here, far side.
Give me a break. Give me an easy serve.
Serve into the body, just missed long. Was going forehand body. Maybe just body, but Sinner was leaning towards the tee. Second serve here for Ben Shelton. Good. Sinner backhand middle. Shelton forehand cross to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand inside out, trying to do too much with that ball. And a break chance for Jannik Sinner.
And Shelton got the ball he wanted. That second serve up the middle of the court to the Sinner backhand. Percentage return is a back a little bit more middle down the line, which goes straight to Shelton's forehand. And that's the one. He's got to just control the point and dominate. He didn't. It went back middle, and then his next shot, error. He's got to push the envelope a little bit there. That's the difference.
Break point down, serve misses. It was a body serve into the net. And a second serve now for Ben Shelton. On this second, good. Sinner backhand good. Shelton forehand cross. Sinner digs out a backhand middle. Shelton forehand looped. Sinner forehand looped. Shelton backhand cross. Running forehand Sinner. Shelton backhand up the line. Sinner digs out a backhand. Shelton backhand back up the line. Sinner backhand middle. Shelton forehand up the line is into the net. And this set might be done and dusted already with Sinner grabbing another early break to 2-1.
Sinner leads 2-1.
Again, the margin against the top two is so thin.
Yeah, and it comes down, like, all these players can do their shots so well, but it's what do you do and when do you do it and what area of the court that you hit the ball into. I'd love to see some data of where Sinner's hitting his ground strokes from that forehand from Shelton. It's just a little bit too much up the middle, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we're also getting to look at serve placement right now, and Where Shelton is hitting all three spots in terms of wide, tee, and body. He's definitely used that body serve amount. Sinner is only going wide or tee. Only, right? So every single point, you know, you're getting a lot of those balls, you're getting him stretched out wide, Shelton, and just going to open court with a ton of pace because he's hitting his spots over and over again, even on seconds.
Yeah, and he's hitting him so close to the lines as well. The target areas off that Sinner serve, just so small, so narrow. Imagine how many hours and how much discipline has been put into that serve.
Yeah.
But also, it's not only the hours, but just the focused hours. Like, you can go out there as a recreational player and, you know, try to hit 50 serves, but how many of those 50 serves are you absolutely fully focused, like this is the most important
100%.
serves? That's what it needs.
And again, the fact that you talked about it earlier, the fact that Sinner and Alcaraz have been going back and forth, improving their serve motion, getting that better to get that extra 1%. That's why they're amongst the elite. Second serve upcoming. Sinner, 2-1. The second's good. Shelton goes backhand middle. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand cross, catches the line. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand line. Sinner running backhand cross. Shelton forehand up the line is good. It's love 15.
And when Shelton's able to get his backhand cross-court enough and with a bit of angle, more than likely Sinner goes back to that backhand, and then that allows a bit of space for Shelton to go up the line and to get Sinner moving.
And he's, at this point, Shelton is looking for that backhand cross, backhand line combination, right?
And that backhand's probably not his strong point, but it's holding up almost, well, it's doing more damage right now than his forehand.
Serve, Sinner, tee, long. Second serve coming for the Italian. And again, this is, you know, rare occurrence, love 15 with a second.
Shelton, long way back for this return.
It's good. Shelton back in, inside out. And he finally shows a little bit of frustration as he again got into his body and just didn't get the arms extended. Basics.
Yeah, when you're giving yourself time like that by standing further back, imperative to get the ball deep and inside the court.
I find myself wondering if, you know, big picture, not tonight necessarily, if he should be standing farther back.
Okay.
Going Rafa-esque.
Yep. Go high, loopy deep.
Yeah. He's got the pace to be able to do it and the heaviness. Serve up the tees into the net.
Is that his mindset? Is that his...
It's not.
Is that his personality?
It is not.
Yeah.
Second serve here for Sinner. 15 all, 2-1 with the break for the Italian. Serve is good. Shelton goes backhand middle. Sinner inside out backhand. In behind it. Volley into the ad corner, clean as it gets. And 30-15.
30-15. Shelton's complaining the ball's not coming off the middle of his racket. I like that little move from Sinner.
I do too.
A little getting into the net very, very quickly.
Now we talk about that idea, right? No deficiencies. The transition game is smart. He knows when to do it. He knows how to finish in one or two.
Yeah. And sometimes the way he hits off the ground, he doesn't get that many opportunities.
Right, that's a valid
point. The ball ain't coming back.
30-15 serve, tee. This is long. Ball crew clears it. Now ready. Second serve for Sinner. Good. Shelton goes backhand middle. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Good angle. Shelton backhand cross. Sinner going forehand back behind him. Shelton backhand line. Sinner backhand cross. Shelton goes forehand up the line. Sinner yanks the forehand. That's a little bit closer than Shelton initially thought, but it does miss wide. It's 30 all.
30 all. Yeah, it seems the Shelton backhand is the one that's being a little bit more creative. Hitting that backhand up the line well, and that's all set up because of the backhand cross court.
So another little test here for Jannik Sinner in this 2-1 service game. Finished the first set with 14 straight points on serve. Deuce in his opening game here. Now 30 all in this second game. Serve good out wide. Shelton backhand off the net. Good. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Shelton goes backhand line. Sinner digs out a backhand. Shelton retreats for a forehand looped. Sinner backhand up the line. Shelton slices a backhand to a Sinner backhand that goes up the line. Shelton backhand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Shelton slices a backhand to a Sinner forehand cross. Shelton backhand up the line lands good. Now Shelton gets the forehand, in behind it, lob Sinner, Shelton volley back behind Sinner, into the deuce corner, and Ben Shelton has created a break chance.
This is the golden egg right now. This is the first time, long time. Great point from Shelton. Wow, that lunging backhand that he hit from the angled forehand got himself out of trouble, hit it so deep. And that allowed him the time to hit that forehand up the line. Now, telling moment right now. The Sinner serve out wide to the forehand has been very effective.
It has.
It's been at 100% success rate out there.
Let's see if Sinner goes back to the well at 30-40. Serve out wide is a little bit long. Shelton retreating right now, maybe 3 meters behind the baseline for a second serve, which is good. Shelton goes for, oh no, he missed it into the net. And he just berates himself, and you hear from him as well. He knows how big of a miss that was.
Ouch, I punched the back wall there in
That was
frustration.
not-
That was not good.
I think you also punched the hard part, not the part that's carpeted.
Oh, my hands are brittle. Oh, that's brutal. And that's, we talked about, does he stay back further? I think that case in point right there, maybe that's just not him. Oh.
Yep, and those moments are not coming very often against the world's best. Serve a deuce, up the tees wide.
Oh, he gets another opportunity on a second serve. What does he do? He's going back.
A little bit closer this time. Maybe, now 2 steps forward. Backhand Shelton through the middle. Sinner forehand to a Shelton backhand middle. Sinner forehand looped. Good. Shelton backhand to a Sinner forehand middle. Shelton backhand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand cross. Sinner backhand into the net. So it's going to be another opportunity here for Shelton, who's 0 for 2 so far tonight.
Advantage, Shelton.
It's just interesting that when the Shelton backhand goes up the line to the Sinner backhand, a lot of the time Shelton's forehand is just really rushed and doesn't get the time to really execute. Pulls off the shot a little bit. All right, big moment here. Ben Shelton, get this match back to 2-all if possible.
Again, Sinner has been going wide out here quite a bit. This break point goes tee this time, but it is into the net. So Shelton back behind the Melbourne sign. Going to take 1 step forward, I'm sure, before contact. Indeed he does. Second serve good. Shelton loops a backhand to a Sinner forehand up the line. Shelton loops another forehand. That misses just long. And again, those were makeable swings. Both of them.
Yeah. Got what he wanted. He got the return deep. But Sinner getting that ball quickly to the Shelton forehand. Just rushed him a little bit.
0 for 3 on his chances, Mark, and again, you can't waste opportunities against Jannik Sinner.
Those break points are rarer than, probably got more chance seeing Elvis alive than having more break points like that.
So at deuce, serve into the body. Shelton backhand to a Sinner backhand up the line. Shelton goes backhand middle. Good. Sinner forehand to a Shelton forehand up the line. Sinner misses into the net. Good depth on that forehand from Shelton, and you hear him say to his team, this is my moment. I have to take advantage. A third chance.
Right. So Sinner's missed his first serve a couple times out here. Maybe he takes a bit of speed off, gets it to bounce and pop. Or he goes big up the middle. But it's to the Shelton backhand. Big moment.
Indeed it is from the far side right now. Break point for Shelton. Sinner serve out wide. That's a great serve, my word. 198, but hit both lines. Doesn't get much better than that deuce. And then it goes to show, right? 2 second serves on the break chances, and neither one was a threat. Can't do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, not against a player of the quality of Sinner.
10 seconds left on the serve clock. Jannik Sinner taking an extra couple of seconds here. It's 2-1 deuce. Deuce number 3. Serve clock does hit 0 right as he starts his motion. Serve tee. Shelton forehand to a Sinner forehand looped. Shelton has to loop a forehand himself. Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand on the run. Up the line. Just long.
He just probably hit a little bit too deep on the court. So he had to try giving a little bit more pace. I wonder if that's the time the forehand goes cross-court. And then a couple of break points, and now game point for Sinner.
Kind of go back to that risk-reward ratio thing that Shelton is clearly struggling with quite a bit here tonight on the return component. So game point now, finally, for Jannik Sinner from the far side. Tosses up, serve, good. Shelton backhand to a Sinner backhand up the line. Shelton slices a backhand to a Sinner backhand slice. Run around forehand, Shelton inside out. He's missed that long. And Sinner, hard-earned, but the moment was there for Shelton and he wasn't able to take it. It's 3-1.
Yeah, and even on that last point right there with that Sinner low slice forehand, or low slice backhand to the Shelton forehand, Shelton just giving it up. Just the wrong choice of shot. Just need to be tougher in that moment. There's no way he could be so aggressive of a ball that low.
Yeah, I mean, that was barely above his ankle.
Yeah, and he's tried to rip the fluff off the ball and hit a winner from it, and that's sailed so long. That's the moment. He's just got to be tough again. Get the ball back deep again. Force Sinner to do another shot. Get yourself back in the rally to reset.
Serve is good. Sinner returns. Shelton goes inside out forehand. Sinner pass misses wide into the doubles alley, aiming for the ad corner. It's 15-love.
It's almost like the veteran playing the junior, and then the junior hits a couple winners, and the veteran goes, that's nice, but can you keep that going? Can you back it up and back it up?
Yep, completely agree. 15-love, 1-3, serve, out wide. Sinner short return. Shelton forehand inside out. Gets a volley now. Puts it away in the ad corner. It's 30-love.
Good 1-2 from Shelton. Great sliding serve. As we say, like, it's great for him to get in, and he looks good when he gets in, but it's hard to do that. He's not being presented with a lot of easy options to get in. He's got to really work hard and serve at an extraordinary level to get those kind of shots where he can hit and get in.
Good slider up the tee from Shelton, looking for his first easy hold of the day, and classified as either at love or 15 is an easy hold. And
even 30 isn't easy.
Yeah, at this stage. I mean, he has 3 deuce holds, 2 30 holds. Serve, well long. I don't know whether he was going tee or body. Regardless, it was missed by 3 meters.
He's going baseline there.
Is that a thing? Second serve is good. Sinner misses that into the net. That's really the first time that he's been able to take a breath in a service game. 3-2. Sinner remains out in front. A lot of work from Sinner in that last game. Not surprising to maybe see him drop 5% on the level there.
Yeah, he was probably thinking maybe that it's okay. I'm up a break. I'm serving.
It's Mike Cain, Mark Halawadi for another 10 minutes here before the gang comes and joins us. If this is my last shift, Mark, I know you're going to be sticking around for a couple days.
Yeah, sad to see you leave. How come you have to leave so early? Why can't you guts it out and do the whole tournament?
I've got a child.
Oh, yep, valid point.
You know?
Yep.
For some reason, Marnie still likes me. So, I'm going to take advantage of that while she still likes me,
well, I'll put in a special request for the family to come to Australia next year.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
We just need it when it's not in school time. That's the trick for us.
Just imagine how much they can learn when they're down here in Australia, the history, the culture.
Oh, Marnie's come once.
Okay.
Marnie came once and loved it here and wants to come back desperately, and I will make that happen. But I wanted to make sure to say thanks to you.
No, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to share the booth with you,
absolutely.
mate. You are a gem and an endless pit of knowledge and wisdom and professionalism.
I appreciate that, and I'll agree with some of it.
Right.
But I also want to make sure I thank Peter, who does an incredible job making sure we're all on task. Bree, Viv, the rest of the team. This is such a fun product to be a part of, and I'm really honored to be a part of it with all of my esteemed colleagues as well. So, Jannik Sinner serving here, 3-2. He's at the near side. The crowd is clearly loving this. They are not leaving their seats at any time. It's been pretty cool to watch. They're fully engaged in this one. 3-2, serve for Sinner up the tee. Shelton misses that return long.
15.
I think this crowd appreciating both players. I don't know if there's necessarily a crowd favorite here tonight, but it's very clear they want to see more tennis. I think we definitely say that. 15 love here for Jannik Sinner. Tosses up, serve, up the tee. Shelton with a backhand to a Sinner forehand, good. Shelton forehand cross, Sinner digs out a backhand. Shelton forehand inside out, stays back at the baseline, gets a backhand, goes up the line. Sinner backhand cross, Shelton running forehand up the line to a Sinner forehand, back behind him that misses long.
It's the first long rally for a long time there that Shelton has won in the back of the court.
Yeah, Sinner's been winning. We have a breakdown of under 4 shots, 5 to 8, and then 9+. Sinner's doing a lot of damage in that 5 to 8 because he's able to finish on his third ball over and over again. 15 all, 3-2, second set. Such a comfortable motion for Sinner, and he serves up the tee. Good, it's an 8.
And gone are the days of just trying to rally the ball back into play. It just doesn't happen.
Alexander Bublik pointed that out.
Yeah.
He said, it used to be you would get into the rally and see what happens. That's not a thing.
No. It's the first hit you get. Your intent with a serve is to cause pain and trouble for the opponent. And the returner's got to do the same. And as soon as the ball comes your way, you've got to look to hurt them somehow.
Serve up the tee. Lob return lands good. Sinner forehand inside in. Shelton can't track down that backhand with any joy.
14-15.
Game points here for Jannik.
But the great thing from everyone else, the other players when they're playing Sinner and Alcaraz, it really starts to highlight and magnify the areas that player needs to fine-tune and get better at. Sometimes if you're playing the 20s and 30s and 50 ranked players, you can get away with it.
Forehand from Sinner, Shelton forehand on the run. Sinner backhand up the line. Shelton backhand cross, Sinner forehand middle. Shelton forehand cross to a Sinner backhand cross. Shelton forehand cross is looped a little bit wide. 4-2. Yeah, it's exactly right. I said this to you last week. I had a coach who told me he will take anywhere in the draw with the exception of 2 spots when we're at 128.
Yeah.
And I know we keep harping on that, but they just have set themselves so far apart from the rest of the field.
Yeah, very much so. It's hard to work out how do they do that. Like, what?
I agree.
It's not like they've got a secret formula that no one knows about. They're out on court, do the work.
2-4 off the net and wide. Shelton wiping the sweat from his brow. The white wristband. Second serve for him. Good kicker. Gets a backhand, goes up the line, but that was a return of some quality, and Shelton didn't move the feet to make the adjustment.
Yeah, didn't have time to move the feet there. As soon as that ball had landed, it was on its way back to Shelton. And it looks like Sinner's ready to try to put the hammer down in this game. He's got the start that he wants, love 15.
That's what, 5-6 times that it's been love 15 to start on the Shelton service games. Serve out wide. Sinner can't get much string on that. A really good slider wide for 15 all.
Great serve from Shelton there. Took a lot of speed off, only 180 kilometers per hour. But short up the line, made it move.
It's like he's listening to you. That's exactly what you wanted. Serve, kicker into the body, and Sinner misses that return, 30-15.
And I think against Sinner, you just can't keep giving him pace on that first serve. It's hard for you to get the ball in play if you just keep trying to redline it and going as hard as you can. But the difference in speed, variation, height.
Serve out wide, Sinner back into a Shelton forehand again. He just lets it get tight to the body and doesn't move the feet. It's a quality return again.
Yeah, he's got to respect that.
Yep.
He's got to respect that. He's tried to change direction from a ball. It's just too difficult and too challenging. Go back cross court, reset.
Another test for Shelton. 30 all. Second set, 4-2 Sinner. Serve out wide, just missed long. On the single sideline, but a smidge long. Second serve here for Shelton. Up the tee this time, short reply. Forehand Shelton in behind it, backhand Sinner's into the net. And a game point for Shelton.
That kind of approach shot where Sinner is on full stretch trying to hit a pass is the kind of approach shot that Shelton's got to try to do a lot of. Not have to volley. You had to really get some racket speed to get that ball getting up and down over the net. I'd love to see a nice little sliding action again.
Yeah. Why not? 40-30 from the far side. Serve out wide. Sinner backhand hits the sideline, and Shelton just misses a swat long. Rolls down onto his back, now gets up. I mean, that was a quality serve.
That was a good serve.
Unbelievable return. I mean, I can't really create that angle for you guys at home. He was outside of the court and is able to somehow find a way back, and Shelton misses by maybe an inch. My goodness. Deuce now. Shelton was given an extra second there after hitting the ground. They had to call things off as he pops an ace out wide. 213 wide, flat serve.
Good response there from Shelton.
See our colleague Nick Monroe is in the player box for Ben Shelton here tonight. Not the coach's box, but the player's box, which is up in the stands. Game point again for Shelton. T serve this time and draws a freebie. Can't complain about his level of competition, there's no doubt, from Shelton. But Sinner has just been better at every step of the way. He still leads set in a break, 6-3, 4-3.
Good sign there, Shelton. At juice, 2 big first serves to take the game. Still a breakdown. New balls coming for Sinner's serve. Both players grab new freshly strung rackets out of their bags in anticipation. The level from Sinner has been so impressive. He's done such a good job.
Peter said I get to do 2 more games.
Oh,
Peter makes all the decisions.
Yeah. He's basically the tournament director, I hear. He's the one pulling the strings.
I'm not going to make any comment about that because I like my job.
He loves it. He handles the scheduling.
Yes, he does. And you know what? He's okay as a commentator.
Hey, gets by. Good teach as well. Got a lot to give.
Just doesn't have a lot of hair. I got to take one last shot at him. You know?
Right.
That's what you do with your friends, right, Mark?
Yeah, that's right. You got to take the Mickey.
So still feels like there's a decent amount of room to go in at this one, but Sinner's trying to end that possibility. Again, with the break in his pocket. Shelton playing close to his top level, but not able to make a dent. Clock is hitting 9 o'clock here, local time. Sinner's at the far side of things.
New balls in the hand, ready to serve.
At 4-3. Tosses up, serve T, chip return short. Sinner there, forehand inside out. Shelton just gets the frame on it. 15 love.
That's not an easy shot to hit. That short ball down low, middle of the court. Moving forward, keeping it low over the net and landing it deep.
But there's the difference in experience, because we were both saying, you especially, that ball that Shelton tried to go inside out, Mach 20 at ankle level. Yeah. Sinner has that, again, a little bit more veteran presence to be able to just find shape there.
Yeah, and force Shelton to hit a ball.
Exactly right. 15 love, missed first serve into the net. Second serve here for Sinner, 15 love, good. Shelton goes backhand cross to a Sinner backhand. Shelton forehand cross off the net, misses wide, a little unlucky there. 30 love.
30 love.
A little bit of frustration as he swats the ball into the net once it came back as well.
This is where, you know, I feel Shelton, just love to see him just get really dirty and gritty and just hang tough and hang tough. Give nothing away.
It's just not his MO, you know?
No, that's...
But I completely agree with you. Serve out wide, Shelton backhand up the line, just misses. Yeah, he doesn't have lockdown mode.
Yes.
Where he refuses to miss a ball.
Yeah.
That's not part of his game.
Like that last return, like flashy up the line. That's a difficult one. Changing direction on that serve, on that return of serve.
So game points here for Sinner for a roughly 70-second hold. Serve out wide is long, possibly less than that, in fact. Second serve here for Jannik Sinner. It's good. Shelton goes forehand loop to a Sinner backhand cross that's into the net. A little bit of a different look for Shelton. Just went really high and heavy.
Yeah.
I can also go ahead, Mark.
He would have loved to do that when he had those break points on.
Yeah, right.
One of the last service games against Sinner's serve, and he failed to get the ball over the net.
You can tell it's gotten a little chilly. The Shelton camp has all put on jackets now.
Everyone's got the jumpers on. Same in the Sinner boy band box over there.
We're putting Darren Cahill in a boy band?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Turn through the middle. Sinner rolls a forehand to a Shelton backhand cross. Sinner forehand is into the net, now 40-30. What would that boy band be called?
Yeah. Synchronized with their one up, all up.
Yeah, they seem to have choreography to their movement.
Yep, that's right. You see them walking the halls all the same. Left, right, left, right, left, right. It'd be like that, was it the Beatles walking across the...
yes.
pedestrian crossing, all in sync. Abbey
Another
Road.
boy band. In sync.
Another boy band. The original boy. Some say the Backstreet Boys was the original boy band, but no.
Jackson 5.
Oh yeah, valid point. Trying to show my age by doing Backstreet Boys there.
Second serve here for Sinner. Still with the game point, 40-30. Good. Shelton rolls a backhand to a Sinner forehand looped. Good. Shelton backhand off the baseline and good. Now he gets another backhand, goes middle. No, he just missed long again. These moments for him are just so thin, and he just keeps having these breakdowns in the biggest moments.
Yeah, the moment that he needs to put the vice on Sinner, it just gets turned the other way.
I just keep saying the same thing. The difference between great and elite.
Yeah.
It shows.
And I would give my left leg and my right leg and my left arm and my right arm to be able to play at a level similar to Shelton.
100%.
No doubt. I'd love to have the career that he's having. But then, at next level.
Turn through the middle. Shelton goes backhand, now gets a forehand, goes cross, and that one misses wide. And this gets to that point. Serving to stay in a set where you just haven't been able to do it. It is hard to maintain physical and mental presence.
Yeah.
Very hard. And a love 15 deficit again. Over and over again.
First point.
Yeah.
I don't know how many games it's been. He's lost that opening point.
Yes. It just feels like he's competing uphill this entire match.
Yeah.
Second serve here for Shelton. Love 15. They missed it long, trying to go body.
Love 30.
Yep.
It's hard to drive your car fast when you've got 4 square wheels.
This is not the Flintstones.
That's right. Oh, what a great show.
I missed that show. I really need to go back and watch that.
So good.
Love 30 at 3-5. Serve. T. Shelton forehand up the line. Sinner forehand. Volley from Shelton is good. Sinner back in. Another touch volley. Sinner can't track this one down. Beautiful touch from Ben Shelton for 15-30.
High quality net play from Shelton. Great work. He's clawing his way back into this game. We need more of that. Another high quality point right here. He's got to land a free point with a big serve or a quality serve.
He's been at net 19 times here tonight, has Shelton. Serve. Up the tee is long. Sinner still at just 9 unforced errors for the night, too. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's a huge second serve ace, 199 T.
And that's what he's forced to do.
Yes.
Sinner has forced him right there in a big moment serving to stay in this second set, or you're going down 2 sets of love to hit a 199 km/h second serve up the line.
30 all at 3-5. Serve out wide is into the net.
So he's played 2 good points in a row.
Yep.
He needs a third.
With the Seagulls chirping overhead. Second, good. Sinner forehand misses long right into our commentary box.
40. Another big second serve there from Shelton. Well done. Now finally he's got himself to game point. He's hung tough.
Really has. Hanging tough. New Kids on the Block song. Boy bands, you know?
Yeah. I know. I'm just trying to remember the words.
Serve, T, net. Hanging tough, we're rough, I believe is what the chorus was. Really, really hard-going lyrics. Serve into the body. Shelton's going to get a forehand. It's a great return into Shelton's body, which has been so effective here tonight.
Nothing more gangster and threatening than 4 well-dressed men in beautiful sync, threatening you with, I'm rough,
We're rough.
That's right, I haven't shaved for a day. I'm so rough.
Serve at deuce. Out wide is another ace for Shelton.
Well done, Shelton. Come on, game point. Got to force Sinner to try to serve this match out.
Really
or this set out.
Yeah, these are big moments. On top of it, at worst, that means he gets to serve first in the next as well. Little things. So another game point here for Ben Shelton. His serve. T is an ace, and so Shelton does force the issue to 5-4. That's going to do it for me and Mark. I'm going to slide out first so Peter Marcato can get in here. Mark, it's been a pleasure.
Likewise, mate. It's been a pleasure. Have a wonderful trip back home to the States. Enjoy the family. And I'm no doubt all of our listeners be wishing you well and going to be missing the golden tonsils that you have, your knowledge of this game. But as one legend leaves, another legend enters. Where, oh no, that legend's not turning up. Peter is here though. Friendly name. Oh, is that Johnny Mac next door?
Oh,
just keeps getting better. Welcome, Peter. Welcome.
I don't think he's going to be as friendly a neighbour as. I'm talking about people in the corridor who do a great job keeping all the TV people happy and.
They do. I wonder if they've noticed that I've been trying to steal lollies and drinks from them.
I wouldn't have said that out loud.
Oh, really?
You. What are we saying here? We're looking at this and going, well, it's Jannik Sinner's match to lose at this stage, I would say.
Yeah, very much so. It's been a masterful performance from Sinner.
It has.
He's just been relentless.
Well, talk about taking the mantle of things. And, you know, we talk about Djokovic and Federer and all that era. And we thought, who's going to take the mantle of taking control of matches? These two have just gone bang. Right. Oh. And in these situations, how are you going to finish it off? As Sinner serves, this takes the net, falls back on his side. We've got an hour and 37 on the Rolex. And a full house on Rod Laver Arena this evening. Serve out wide into the nets. So double here for Sinner. It's his second for the match. And right. Can you believe he double faulted? I can't believe he double faulted.
How bad is he? Gosh. I don't do that on a Thursday night competition at my local club. Never.
Really? I do it on a Tuesday night.
That's right.
A competition at my local club.
And Wednesday.
And what name your day. There's a serve here from Sinner. Serving an ace. Well, there you go. One cancelled out the other. That is his fourth ace for the match.
I did have a question from one of our listeners who was asking about what are your strengths when you play tennis?
Mine?
Yeah, yours. Everyone knows that you play and you're...
shaking hands?
You're very good at the toss of the coin.
The handshake at the end.
That's right.
There's the serve here from Sinner.
You bring a good afternoon tea.
Oh, yeah, that's crucial. Onto the backhand, the line from Shelton. Cross-court backhand from Sinner, just drifts wide. So he's threatened a couple of times, has Ben Shelton in the Sinner service games. Another opportunity here at 15:30.
The problem is he's just been threatening. He hasn't been able to produce some quality to get the break. He's had some chances. The crowd are trying to gee him on a little bit here. He's been very effective with the serve out wide on this ad court to the Shelton forehand. Come on, Benny boy, here we go.
Yep.
Put some heat on.
So, Sinner winds the serve clock to 2. And the serve out wide on the forehand of Shelton. Half-court ball. Back that way from Sinner. Catches the tape. Slice forehand from Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Picked up by Shelton. It goes long. And he roars out again. He's done that a few times tonight. It's 30 all. Indicating the closeness of the contest that he's been in.
And Sinner has done a lot of that today. He's gone to the Shelton forehand with a second shot. And Shelton, all he can do is slice the ball back. Just attacking his movement, going back behind him. And once Sinner gets that slice forehand, the ball doesn't have as much speed. He really hurt Shelton on that next strike.
As the serve comes in. Out wide, missing. Second serve.
Shelton's retreating back a long way to return this second serve.
Serve onto the backhand of Shelton. Up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Shelton. Angle. Back that way from Sinner. Up the line goes Shelton. Cross-court forehand Sinner. He's there in time. Now he's in the middle of the court playing an off backhand. Scrambling to play a slice cross-court is Shelton. Forehand up the line by Sinner and the forehand into the net by Shelton. Just can't stay in those rallies for long periods of time. It's set point for Sinner.
And in those rallies, Sinner just looks so comfortable with his movement. And poor Shelton is just frantic. Hovering court, you heard him grunting there during that rally, every strike. He's working so hard, and game point, set point for Sinner to go 2 sets to love up.
Well, this will be huge for him. There's the serve at set point. Missing down the tee. Second serve. And the serve here. Onto the backhand. Off backhand of Shelton. It's long. And it is 2 sets to love for Jannik Sinner. First set 6-3. The second 6-4. And he is just trotting to the bench. He's going to have a chat to Anna Gabas, the chair umpire. He's not. He's going to sit down. But 1 hour and 41 minutes on the clock, and he is looking in control of this one.
Very much so.
Yep.
Yeah, and you just feel for Shelton. He's had these little opportunities. He's just unable to hang tough, just keep the pressure.
No, he hasn't, and he continues to not get a set when Sinner has beaten him. He's won the first one, and then the rest have all been Sinner, and they've all been in straight sets. So it just continues on, just shows how hard it is for these players to, you know, cross that barrier of taking on these top 2 guys.
Yeah. And it just becomes a tactical battle, a mental battle. The thing that Alcaraz and Sinner do so well, they are just so focused and so determined just to compete hard the entire match. Sinner just doesn't have these moments really where he floats out of focus and you know, plays a couple of sloppy points and games. He's just so frugal. But that's the challenge.
It is.
And the players need.
You got to solve that Rubik's Cube, don't you? You got to think your way through it. And there were moments where Shelton really was pushing Sinner. He got those, but it's such hard work to even just get the opportunity in the first place to then be able to go on with everything else.
Yeah, we talk about that Shelton's got to create some more angles with his forehand and try to get to the net more. Easily said than done. If you're not getting those opportunities and you're under the pump and you've got no time and space and you're rushed, it's hard to be able to execute and hit your targets. But the big thing for me has been the return prowess of Sinner. Like, he's really nullifying the advantage of Shelton's serve, and he's just not only making a lot of returns, but putting Shelton in awkward situations after the serve's been hit.
Is that Sinner having a little go at the pickle juice? I don't know.
Pickle juice is the wonder juice.
It is. So it was a small bottle that he drank out of. I'm not entirely sure, 100% sure what it was. But he took a long time to get back out there, and now Shelton will get us underway in set number 3. The serve onto the forehand of Sinner cross-court. Cross-court backhand from Shelton. Matched that way in the juice court. Good a heavy ball from Shelton. He goes back in that direction. Dug out by Sinner at the net. Is Shelton put away the forehand volley, gets past. Backhand up the line from Sinner. He couldn't put the volley away, Shelton. He moved forward. It's love 15, and he's not moving at 100%, Jannik Sinner, I have to say.
Yeah, and at the change of ends at the end of that set, he threw the towel over his head, kind of buried his head in the towel, trying to recover. So maybe he's a little bit underdone.
Which is interesting, considering the position of the match that he's in. That's been a physical one, but he's 2 sets up and now 44 as he reaches for a backhand return. Now he's in the juice court playing cross forehand. Back that way, Shelton gets the winner. Cross-court backhand winner. I wonder how aware Shelton is at the moment of looking down the other end of the court. 15 all.
Great backhand from Shelton. Something he failed to do is really get angle on his ground strokes to force Sinner wide and force Sinner stretching.
As the serve. It was a body serve, and Sinner, desperate to get out of the way of it. The forehand is netted, and it's 30-15. Faster serve, 232 kilometres an hour?
Yep.
From Shelton today. He's got 66% healthy. First serves into play for Shelton today. As the serve comes in, down the tee, and he can't handle that pace. 217. Sinner's return is sprayed wide. It's 40-15.
What's the points percentage one on that first serve?
It is at 69%, 38% on the second serve. Doesn't need a lot of them, but he's not winning those points. As he doesn't serve and volley back up the line, Sinner just trying to chip it cross court, puts it into the net instead. And Shelton holds, opening game of the third. Just keep your eye on Sinner's movement here.
That's right, we're analysing everything. His left earlobe is moving definitely far slower than it was earlier in the set.
Yeah, well,
that's noticeable. Again, Shelton serve volleying on a slower serve, 169 kilometres per hour. Maybe he hits it slower so it gives him time to get into the net. Otherwise, if he serves at 232, it'd only take half a step forward and the ball's already back at him. So it's been a couple serve volley points from Shelton. It's been off that slightly slower second serve. Wouldn't mind having a slow first serve like that.
So, Sinner from the far end now. He's finally made his way down there. The serve down the tee misses. It's how physical now can Shelton make this contest. Yeah. Or how much more physical is probably the better way to describe it. The serve here. On the backhand, cross court. Big forehand from Sinner. Slice backhand from Shelton up the line. Cross court backhand from Sinner. Good forehand from Shelton up the line. Goes Sinner. Slice there from Shelton. That's going to drift long. He sliced it up the middle of the court. It drifted. 15 love.
Yeah. Just got a little bit of a movement deficiency with that slice. He tends to run through that slice. I'd like to see him keep a wide base when he's hitting that slice. A little bit more balance. Slight better point though off the ground, getting Sinner to move.
As the serve. Onto the backhand of Shelton, picked up by Sinner up the middle of the court, lands in. Off forehand from Shelton is good, up the line from Sinner is heavy. Cross court backhand from Shelton, has lots of pace. The backhand up the line, into the net, hitting the Kia sign is Sinner. It's 15 all.
15 all.
That's the sort of pace he's going to need to play with.
Yeah.
Force Shelton back in the court.
It's like sometimes Shelton, you feel like he takes one step forward, but then 2 steps back. Just can't sustain pressure. 15 all.
Serve clock winds its way down to 1, and the serve down the tee misses. So the percentages for Sinner tonight, 54% first serves into play, winning 75 first ball, 65 second ball. Second serve, onto the body. Just blocked there by Shelton in the corner of the juice court, and that's the easy pickings. Cross-court forehand winner style for Sinner to go to 30-15.
And he's done that well all night so far, Sinner, when he gets time in that forehand and he rips it cross-court. That ball passes through that single sideline. Shelton unable to run it down. Doesn't hit it that hard. Hits with great angle.
So, 7 seconds. He continues to wind down. Let's see, blocked back here by Shelton. The forehand drive volley by Sinner. High ball by Shelton. Is this going to come back? No, it's not. He's working that juice court corner nicely. It's Sinner 40-15. Shake of the racket to his team. See the tape that's on Shelton's leg as well. I mean, obviously, the war of attrition, they call it. And win the 7 matches here, best of 5 sets. It's 40-15. The serve down the tee, picked up by Shelton at the middle of the court. Cross forehand again from Sinner. Slice backhand takes the tape, falls short from Shelton. Oh, the dropper going back the other way from Sinner. Little dropper over the top, went wide, and so we're at 40-30. Got a bit of luck there.
Yeah, he'll take it. Now, gives him a chance here. There's a little bit of pressure on the serve for Sinner. Still game point. Take it to 1-1.
So, game point. And the serve. We wait. A bit going on in the crowd behind Ben Shelton. As the serve now comes in, down the tees, an ace. Just relieves the pressure a little bit in that game. 5 now for Sinner for the match. It's 1 game all, third set here on AO Radio. Tomorrow night, the women's singles semi-finals will have the evening serve from 7 o'clock. Just a slightly different time for tomorrow. And then we will get into those semi-finals, 7:30 Melbourne time tomorrow evening. And I think it's Sabalenka first, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Sabalenka, Svitolina, followed by Pegula and Rybakina. Two very interesting.
That'll be a good match.
Semi-finals coming your way tomorrow night.
Andy Reid's chosen Rybakina as a Grand Slam winner of this event. That was her pick.
Unreturned serve here to start off game 3, so set 3. It's 15-love. As we wait now. Takes the nets. Shelton on this first ball, flies long. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. Forehand up the line from Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Sinner goes wide. A little shake of the racket to his team. It's Ben Shelton right in front of our commentary position here. It's 30-love.
And what Sinner has done so well with his return to serve game against the Shelton serve is that when Sinner's made the return, Shelton is having to move backwards a lot of the time on his first shot.
Serve here onto the backhand. Serve and volley, the low forehand volley. He was dipping on Shelton. He put the volley into the nets. A nice return from Sinner, recognising it, 30-15.
Yeah. And again, Shelton not getting too many high volleys when he's serve volleying. It's a tough volley to make when the ball is lower than the height of the net. Got to get it up and over and get it deep. Just gives the returner a little bit of time.
As we wait for the serve to come in. Onto the forehand of Sinner. Off forehand from Shelton. Sinner trying to dig this one out. It's up the line. Half-court ball should be put away. No, Sinner digs that one out. Cross-court this time. Third time lucky for Shelton. The cross-court forehand winner gets it done. It's 40-15. Down out of the chair, enjoying that one.
50.
But it's had to win the point twice there, at least.
The crowd trying to get behind Shelton here. Give him a bit of a G up.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Big forehand from Sinner, lands on the baseline. Dug out by Shelton as a half volley. Now playing a backhand up the line. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Shelton in some angle. A block ball up the line from Sinner, his backhand. He's now playing fine in the middle of the court. Puts it into the nets. And that's applause from Mark Ilawati. He loves clapping in this box, and you can see that on YouTube. We'll keep highlighting it. It's 2-1 on serve in this third set on AO Radio live around the world.
But what I like about that, that's the first time I've seen from a long time when Shelton's got a ball to his forehand and he's gone cross-court, and that's forced Sinner to go with a slice. So that tells me he's hit with good angle, good placement to stretch Sinner. And Sinner is going to be way less effective with that slice backhand compared to hitting it with an open stance drive, two-handed backhand. So that got my little golf clap going there.
You got the golf clap happening. You can see it, YouTube. We are
the seal of
streaming
approval
there as well. If you want to watch us, just watch the play and put the sound down and watch and listen to us.
Yeah,
that's how we should do it. Hey, emails. Let's get some. AORadio@tennis.com.au or the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com/listen. Give us some predictions for what you think is going to happen over the next couple of days.
We do have one from our competition about what match you'd love to go back. Dana, who's in Sweden. G'day, mates. Got the final. Got to be the final back in 1988 when Mats Wilander beat the girls' favourite and home home son hero Pat Cash in a 5-set, 5-hour match with a long last set. I was backpacking in Australia at the time in the Northern Territory, couldn't be further away from Melbourne, and couldn't get a hold of any place watching the battle. Have a good evening, Dan.
Thank you for that. Yeah, great idea. I'll mention the competition again because time is running out, but I'll let Jannik Sinner serve first. And the serve onto the backhand of Shelton. Misses long. The return, that is. So we're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? It can be from any round, any Australian Open or Australian Championship. So we're talking all, the
from day one.
The Australian something. And you don't have to have seen it before either. As a serve here from Sinner onto the backhand into the net goes Shelton.
I would love to be the very, very first match, whoever it was.
Of the Australian Championships.
The honour of being the first match of the day.
I think you wouldn't have... You're back in... I mean, obviously you know the context you know now. But the people there wouldn't have had any idea. It's like, oh, well, let's give this a try and see whether...
That's right.
Something. Oh, let's give this a try. As the serve here down the tee, picked up by Shelton. Nope, the forehand is into the net. It's 40 love.
Whittle some wood and turn it into a racket.
That's right. It's old-timey sort of thing.
Right.
They used to do the old newsreels of everything like that.
The fake sounds of the ball.
Yes, that's right. Dateline. 1902, the Australasian Championships.
Very hard to lunge for a forehand volley with a corset on. And a hoop skirt.
Well, it would have been long pants.
Heels,
long pants as well. Because it was the men's championships first. As the serve here from Sinner into the net. I think I'll try and do commentary like this. No, I won't.
Please
be way too hard to do a 30-shot rally sounding like this. As the serve coming in onto the backhand of Shelton. It goes long. And Sinner is at 2 games all.
And that's where Shelton's just had a hard time of putting Sinner under pressure with his serve.
So the thing to remember with the competition is you got to give us a reason. So you don't have to have seen the match before, but give us a reason as to why you would want to go back and have front row seats to it. Could be sentimental value, something sparked your interest, or just one that you want to see again, but give us a good reason why. We're going to pick the more creative ones, just letting you know. You also can't change the outcome of the match. You're not going back in time to change.
No.
Like, oh, I wish my player had won. No. That's not how this works. And remember, it's Australian Open /Championships. Point up the line by Sinner. Forehand back up that line from Shelton. Sinner, this ball bouncing a couple of times before it gets over. And it's 15 love. So a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop. You can enter wherever you are around the world because it is a digital voucher. Ask the booth form, ausopen.com/listen or email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
Get yourself a great souvenir from the tournament. An Aussie Open towel, shirt, hat.
As the serve here goes long. Second serve. The serve. Backhand cross court from Sinner. Shelton goes back in that direction. And a half volley by Sinner in the ad court. He's got another backhand up the middle of the court. Shelton goes up the middle of the court with a forehand. Cross court backhand from Shelton. Cross court forehand from Sinner. They work the ad court, both players. Now Sinner goes up the line. Shelton there playing a backhand up the middle of the court. Off backhand from Sinner. He goes into the juice court to Shelton with the cross court backhands. Now up the line. Yeah, good winner from Sinner. Nicely done. He'd opened up the court. Just needed that fraction of space and he took it. 15 all.
And Shelton had 3 forehands early in that rally that just went straight back to Sinner. Didn't create any angle. Sinner was, you're doing that to Sinner's backhand, he's not going to miss. Just felt like Shelton had to get some direction, get a little bit more angle, take a bit of speed off, make Sinner move. There's more of a chance of hitting against a brick wall and winning the point against a brick wall than you are of Sinner going to his backhand.
As the serve coming in. Onto the forehand as Sinner goes cross court, dug out by Shelton, floating ball long. And this is ominous. It's just got that feel about it this particular game with Sinner connecting on the returns, 15-30.
That was a great serve out wide to the forehand, but as you said, Petty, connected so well and forced Shelton into almost a half volley return.
So the serve coming in. That's across the 2-hour mark for the match. As Shelton trying to go down the tee, puts the ball long. Second serve.
2-all, 15-30.
Yep. Second serve he's looking at is Jannik Sinner. And that's on his backhand. It's near the baseline. Gets a short reply. He goes back out the line for a winner. The return was superb. It was right at the feet of Shelton. He barely reacted. And now we're in break point territory, 15-40.
And I mentioned earlier that that's what Sinner's been doing so well on the return. He's been getting it so deep that after the serve from Shelton, he has to hop backwards, and he's retreating backwards to try to get his first shot into the court.
So Shelton prepares the serve. Onto the backhand, he got it again, Sinner. Shelton goes with the off forehand. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Coming forward is Shelton. Cross-court backhand style. The high ball from Sinner's going to go long. The roar from Shelton. Constructed the point nicely. And that's what his dad, Brian's saying. Get forward, get forward. It's 30-40.
Yeah, and with that approach shot, he had Sinner on stretch, full stretch.
That's exactly where he wants him to be.
Yeah, that's the only place you've got to get him. If he's within range, you're going to come up with a tough volley, or you'd be looking at a passing shot.
Well, it's just the connection with the return that he's making right now.
Yeah.
As the serve from Shelton. Out wide onto the backhand of Sinner. Sits in the middle of the court. Forehand there, Shelton. Oh, the backhand netted by Sinner. He just fell off the backhand in the end. 2 break points saved. We're at juice.
A big roar from Shelton when he saved that break point. Almost felt like that could have been potentially, it felt like a match point. So he's fought hard to get it back to juice. He's got to keep this little roll going right now.
And the serve. Going long. Second serve. And the serve. Onto the forehand of Sinner up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Shelton is deep. Dug out by Sinner with a slice. He's there again playing cross-court. Forehand volley is okay from Shelton. Sinner gets that back. Drop volley by Shelton. He's not going to get there, Sinner. No way. The crowd giving Shelton some love, and understandably so. He's got game points.
And they're up on their feet, the fans. They're wanting a big challenge from Shelton right now. Crowd don't want to go home. They're doing everything they can to get this man closer and closer to winning a set. Wow, Shelton has just got to play some unbelievable tennis to win a game.
He does. Well, he's on the verge here. Here's the serve. Onto the forehand, just up the line from Sinner. Cross-court backhand for Shelton. Sinner going the cross forehand. This comes off the net from Shelton up the middle of the court. He plays another cross forehand into the 8-court. Sinner's there with the cross-court backhand, slips over. The drop shot from Shelton is smart. Sinner almost got there. He got a racket to it, but he put it into the net. And he's fired up, Shelton. Don't worry about that. He's up for the fight right now. It is 3-2 on serve in the third set. Sinner up by 2 sets to love on AO Radio around the world.
And Shelton is trying to get the crowd on his side, telling them, fire up. Wow. Great game point. Boy, I'm just still looking at the radar. It says 220 kilometers per hour on that last serve. And Sinner was there and just clobbered it so hard, so deep. And Shelton, to win a point, to win a service game, is just having to play at an unbelievable level. And that's what Sinner does so well. Just makes you work. Sinner, as he's there at the change of ends, just dropping on a little bit of the carbohydrate gel.
So the session tonight, 29,062 people. Today it was 32,646, meaning, quick maths, 61,703. A new second Wednesday night session record, day-night session record as well. That beats the records from a few years ago and last year. Cumulative audience or attendance, 940,745. And cumulative for the tournament overall, 1.1 million, including week number 1. 1.158 million people.
Wow.
And counting.
And I hear our listening of AO Radio is up in the trillion. It was somewhere. It started with a
Terrific.
No, I heard it was trillion something or other.
There's a cross-court forehand from Sinner. Cross-court backhand from Shelton. Sinner back into that juice court. Onto the backhand of Shelton again. Deeper ball by Sinner. Up the line from Shelton. He tried to guide it.
Such a hard, yeah, such a hard shot to change direction on. Sinner just put that ball so deep. And these are the little moments that he's got to understand that that's not a change of direction ball. You've just got to go back cross-court again. Got to make him do something a little bit more and just keep the pressure on.
So we wait now for Sinner. As the serve comes in. Ball blocked back by Shelton. Drop shot by Sinner. He telegraphed it but put it into the net. So it is 15 all.
15 all.
Right now for Shelton, he's got to be thinking that's a little bit of a weird choice of shot there from Sinner. He hasn't played one of those for a long, long time. So maybe is Sinner feeling a little bit something here. Now this is a moment Shelton's really just got to lift. He had the adrenaline after that last hold.
As the serve out wide, blocked back by Shelton. Sinner goes with an off forehand. A high ball from Shelton's going to go long. And he just spread the court beautifully there to Jannik Sinner.
Started with the serve.
30-15.
So it's 30-15. Crowd, well, they're sensing what this contest is. They know that at this stage of the match, it's in the balance for Shelton anyway. There's Sinner. Will serve out wide, misses. And the conventional wisdom from what we've seen the times they've played each other suggests that Sinner will go on with this, but they're seeing good fight from Shelton tonight. It's a serve onto the backhand of Shelton into the nets. And that one 3/4 of the way up, and it's 40-15.
Oh, that doesn't get a clap from me, unfortunately.
In fact, you got your arms full.
Yeah, when Shelton is that far back behind the baseline, the intention is you've got to get the ball high over the net and deep to force the server back. Can't hit that low and flat. Just can't get it to the net.
There's a serve here out wide. Cross-court backhand from Shelton goes wide. Smart serve from Sinner in the end. 3 games all.
Both rackets, both players going to the chair to grab new rackets with new balls coming.
Yep.
Shelton to serve.
And also, I mean, the conditions at the moment, what is it, 20 Celsius? I mean, this time last night was 40.
Yeah.
But the temperature is coming down. It is quite cool out there at the moment, Mark, as I was walking across to get to the booth. But now those strings will become all important. I suspect, you know, if we are pushed to 4-5, there might be some rackets heading to some stringers.
Oh, no doubt.
To just adjust the chin. In fact, there is right now.
Yeah, one going out.
There's 2 going. Is that Sinner's side? I think it was. Sinner sent 2 rackets off because it is starting to cool down dramatically.
That's why you're the best in the business, Pete. You're a step ahead of the number 1 player in the world.
I didn't even look. I wasn't even looking up until I saw it. I'd like to say that I'd actually planned that, but I hadn't. Here's Shelton serving a 3-all. Serve onto the forehand of Sinner. Shelton goes into the ad court. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Shelton going up the line. Blocked back here by Sinner. Shelton goes up the line again. High ball from Sinner. High ball. This one lands beyond the baseline. And it's 15 love.
Again, a rocket of a first serve from Shelton. And rock solid on the return from Sinner. He's just seeing that ball so early. Great anticipation.
There's the serve. Onto the backhand as Sinner gets out of the way, but nicely. He put it into the net, did Shelton. It was a half-court ball. He came forward. Sinner had already made the move across into the juice court. It's 15 all. Maybe it was a little too easy in the end, just because it was sitting there. I mean, yes, it was dipping low, but he was in good position. Going to do a commentary change after this. You've been doing overtime tonight.
Oh, that's good. Quadruple and a half.
The serve onto the forehand. You ask for that all the time. Looping forehand here from Sinner goes wide. And it is 30-15.
I'd just like some water, sir.
No.
No, right.
No, that's a hard no.
It's a hostile work environment here.
It is a hard no. No. Take your rations and go. As the serve here from Sinner, from Shelton, I should say, to Sinner. Block back. Short ball. Shelton trying to go up the line. He did really well. So did Sinner, actually, try and pick it up the line. The forehand volley put away by Shelton into the open court to go to 40-15. He shakes that off because that could have been awkward.
That would have been very, very ugly. Boy, he needs a free point off this serve. He's hitting some big serves, but a lot of returns are coming back into play.
So we wait for this serve to come in. Out wide to Nace. Applause from Mark Ilawati. It's 4-3. We're on serve in the third set. Mark, thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Go and enjoy the cool evening.
We shall
indeed. I'll see you tomorrow.
Enjoy the game.
No, I won't. I'll see you Friday.
Friday. Enjoy the match.
We will. We'll get through your messages as well. Plenty to get through and dissect and talk about after what's been a big day of action here at Melbourne Park. 2 hours and 10 minutes on the Rolex clock. As two players sitting down. We'll see whether Jannik Sinner goes for more of the pickle juice along the way. And just repeating the results from earlier today, where it was Elena Rybakina having a straight sets win over Iga Swiatek, Jessica Pegula against Amanda Anisimova, and then that's a fateful match. Novak Djokovic, he was down 2 sets to love against Lorenzo Musetti. Musetti injured in the third set and couldn't go on. Unfortunate for him. Candy Reid's wandered in. Where have you been?
I've been watching an exceptional men's doubles wheelchair match. That match on Key Arena, Peter Mercato, was off the charts good. One of the best matches I've ever seen. Taquito Odo and Gustavo Fernandez beating Martin de la Puente and his partner Stefan Uday in a thrilling match tiebreaker. Unbelievable match. If the crowd hadn't been here on Rod Laver Arena, they would have been there on Kia Arena.
Sure they would have. Probably wouldn't have fit all of them, but a decent chunk anyway. So Sinner steps to the line at 3-4 in the third set. 2 hours and 11 minutes on the clock. And he serves from our commentary end. The serve out wide, picked up by Shelton. He's on the run already to the 8 court. He can't get there. Off forehand, a winner for Sinner. 15 love.
A winner for Sinner?
Winner for Sinner
Chicken
indeed.
dinner.
So messages, there's all sorts of things going on tonight.
Sinner looking at his business best. Just doesn't really know how to lose, does he, from this position? Have I cursed him? I don't think so.
Well, certainly he looks a bit freer in his movement. He was struggling a little bit at the back end of the second set. I think he's all okay now. Serve clock to 5 and the serve goes down the tee.
We saw him in difficulty, didn't we, a few days ago on this court? Those very, very hot temperatures was really cramping against Elliot Spiteri.
Second serve. On the backhand of Shelton. Cross or forehand from Sinner. Now Sinner playing a backhand up the line. He goes wide. And it's 15 all.
Just felt a match. I don't know if you agree, Peter, but Ben had to win the first set. Something that Brian Shelton has spoken about last year against the big two, Sinner and Alcaraz. Shelton lost 3 first sets in majors on a tiebreaker. Then he went on to lose the match.
So now Sinner serves this down to Shelton's forehand at the middle of the court. Forehand at the line from Sinner. Big looping forehand from Shelton. Going on the backhand now, Shelton. He's missed another one. It goes long. And it's 30-15. Mentioned the serving stats for Sinner. 57% first serves into play, winning 77 first ball, 66 on the second ball.
That's a crazy number. Anything above 50 is excellent. 66 is out of this world.
It's also a lot of unforced errors, well, relatively speaking, from Shelton's racket. There's the serve. Down the tee, blocked back here by Shelton, lands almost on the baseline. Sinner was tracking it back, didn't need to hit it. It's 40-15.
Is any return of serve an unforced error at this level?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's the subjectivity of... We've had that question from our
I don't think
listeners
it is.
along the way.
Yeah, because it's still very attacking and it's got a lot of movement on it.
As the serve comes in, Sinner out wide, blocked back by Shelton. Short ball, just gets over. Sinner does well to get up and over. The lob going over the top of Sinner's head. He's going over the top with the high ball. Shelton at the net, puts away the overhead. Great rally, that one. And well done, Ben Shelton in the end. A miss hit, but it worked out. 40-30.
Yeah, brilliant point. We've got a couple of University of Tennessee boys in the crowd. Not sure why they're there, because Ben Shelton went to University of Florida. Huge SEC rivals. Brilliant get from Sinner. Just prods that short ball up the line. He went for what I thought was going to be a tweener, instead went high. And Shelton said, thank you very much.
So, Sinner prepares again. Serve clock down to 4. Down the tee, blocked back here by Shelton. Sinner goes in that opposite direction. He gets into the net, puts away a beautiful forehand volley into the 8 courts. And it is games, all third sets here on our radio tonight. It's a very bright computer screen you have, Candy.
Thank you. Thank you. Never been so nice to me. Take that as a compliment.
You can see that. You say that from miles around.
Hopefully Arnaud Gobat in the chair is not seeing it. I have a problem with Arnaud Gobat. Do you remember he was the one hit by Denis Shapovalov by that Davis Cup ball?
Yep.
Well, Christian Rask was in the media centre having lunch with 3 stitches in his eyebrow. They've been playing paddle. Arnaud Gobat give him a good whacking with his own paddle.
Dear, oh dear.
I know.
So on the forehand of Sinner. Now he's in the 8-court playing cross-court backhand. Picked up by Shelton. Up the line goes his slice backhand from Shelton cross-court. Point up the line by Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Shelton is long. Just this, we've seen a couple of times in this set and throughout the match where Sinner's got made good connection on the Shelton return. Another example there, love 15.
And this has just got the air of a uh-oh game for Ben Shelton. Starts love 15. And he was running around all over the place. Sinner is going to step it up, I have a feeling, right here. Little injection of intensity. Hold on to your hats, everyone, if you have one on.
There's the serve here from Shelton. Blocked back by Sinner. Short ball off forehand from Shelton. Point at the line by Sinner. Back that way from Shelton. It's too big. He had to just hit the heavy ball, but he just miscued it. It's love 30.
This is going to be very, very tough because Sinner will not miss. He will not give Shelton anything here. He will make him play as much as he can. Can Big Ben, box office Ben, come up with a couple of massive serves? He might need to.
So now Shelton prepares. And the serve out wide, picked up by Sinner again up the line. Cross-court forehand from Shelton. Sinner scurries across play, cross-court backhand, and into the net again goes Shelton. The backhand, the forehand, I should say, up the line. It's 3 break points, and you have to suspect, Kenny, these might be match points the way you're looking at it. Love 40.
The first serve was unbelievable from Shelton. It was out wide. The second ball from Shelton was unbelievable. It was the other side. And Sinner runs it down. And Shelton with the error. He should have won that point both times. Sinner gets all the congratulations there.
So now Shelton prepares. The serve goes long.
Just having to push here, isn't he?
Please.
The crowd restless. Sinner looking at a second serve. And the serve on the forehand of Sinner, slightly miscued, lands in the corner of the juice court. That lands in the corner of the juice court from Shelton on his backhand. Backhand to forehand, and some error coming off the Sinner racket. The forehand goes long. It's 15-40.
Oh, Shelton. I wasn't sure about him there because he had to hit a couple of backhands. And that is not his favourite shot. It's very much improved, the Shelton backhand. But it holds up.
So now Shelton prepares. Sinner in line with the Melbourne sign to receive this ball. The serve takes the net from Shelton, flies wide. It's 15-40, second serve incoming. Shelton prepares. Oh, it's a double fault. It's a double fault. It's a down game from Ben Shelton. And Jannik Sinner will serve for a spot in the semi-finals next at 5-4 on AO Radio.
5 games to 4.
Unbelievable. The cream rising to the top once again. Jannik Sinner has done that in every single set today. He's just done it through his remarkable career, particularly the last 2 sets. Stepping up when he's needed to. He is a class act, isn't he? And Shelton just pressurised into double faulting. We've got a message. Would you like to hear it?
Please.
Deborah in Brooklyn, New York, knowing what we know now. She said, Venus and Serena are the reason I follow tennis. To see them play one another, not only knowing Serena was pregnant, but it was her last GS title, Grand Slam title, something she chased as a player. I followed as a spectator for another 5 years. Would be uber special. Deborah in Brooklyn, New York. And from Lisa Gormley in Bendigo. There's some tournaments in Bendigo. My entry for your competition, I'd love to go back and be front row for the AO men's final between Rafa and Daniil Medvedev, 22. 5 scintillating sets. Nadal coming back to win. I love both players. I watched on TV. Still think of it regularly as one of the most spectacular finals. It was enough tennis to last a year.
All right, so Jannik Sinner steps to the line to serve for the match.
Thank you.
And a spot in the semi-finals, a meeting with Novak Djokovic. As Sinner serves, blocked back by Shelton, sits up. Sinner goes cross-court forehand. Up middle of the court goes Shelton. He's now got to fend one off. A deep ball in the middle of the court from Sinner, who follows up with another forehand winner in the juice court. He's done that so well. It's clinical. 15-love.
Ben Shelton's shoulders just dropping because Sinner has hit a ball just inside. It must have been an inch inside the line. Shelton was forced to half volley. It had nothing on it, and he guessed wrong. 3 points away.
So Shelton prepares at the back of the court, waiting for this Sinner serve. What can he do? Try and upset the rhythm of Jannik Sinner. Serve out wide into the net goes Shelton. Hits the Kia sign on the full. It's 30-love.
The die is cast, I suspect. The writing on the wall. Ben Shelton knows it. Jannik Sinner knows it. The fans here know it. The job just needs to be completed.
It does. So now we wait. Serve clock winding down. Down the tee, blocked back here by Shelton. Sits up, cross-court forehand from Sinner. He's coming in, he's going to play backhand volley into the open court. He didn't have to overplay it, he just floated it back. He gets the job done. It's 3 match points for Jannik Sinner.
Gosh, he's good. He is so good. Simone Bagnozzi, long-term coach of Jannik Sinner, who does all the technical work with the Italian, is standing up. He must be so pleased. His man has got through this in straight sets, or will.
Thank you.
So match points. And the serve down the tee goes long.
Please.
Second serve. And match point Sinner, the serve. Onto the backhand of Shelton, hammered up the middle of the court. He gets around again, hits an off forehand. Sinner with a looping forehand, ball goes long. Up the middle of the court, so one saved. It's 40-15.
Did I say this point?
The next one, and the next one, and the next one. Likely we're going to get Midnight Madness this year. We only have one small crack at it. Sorry, folks.
It was good, though.
It was
so
short,
good.
sharp.
Memorable.
We'll see whether we can get into it again next year. Maybe on Friday, perhaps, but we'll see. Match point for Sinner. The serve takes the net, flies back on his side. Second serve.
Good one for Midnight Madness as well.
Match point for Sinner. Second serve. He prepares again. In the ball bouncing, just taking a bit of extra time on this second ball. At match point, the serve from Sinner. Onto the backhand of Shelton, rip cross-court. Cross-court forehand from Sinner, match up the middle of the court from Shelton. A looping forehand again from Sinner, lands on the baseline. He's playing cross-court forehand from the juice court. Slice defensive from Shelton. He goes back there again. Off forehand from Sinner, big fire at the line by Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. The drop shot coming in from Shelton, not good enough. And he's in trouble because that forehand is good from Jannik Sinner. And he raises his arms, not massively in triumph. He knows he's got the job done over a dangerous opponent. His team, well, all his coaches and all the supporters hugging each other. Jannik's done it again. 2 hours and 23 minutes on the clock, through to the semi-finals for the third time. 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. And a meeting with Novak Djokovic in a couple of nights' time.
How good is Jannik Sinner? We have said that over and over again. Just steps up to the plate each and every time and hits one out of the park. Fantastic, great numbers as well from Sinner. 5 aces, 77% of first points won, 65 won behind his second serve, and saved all 4 break points. And Ben Shelton will be really frustrated by that. He keeps asking questions, but he doesn't quite get across the line against the world's top 2 players. Hasn't quite got the game. It's improving. But unfortunately for him, the numbers are not. Straight sets for Jannik Sinner. He is a class act in every department.
The head-to-heads, and a quick look at that as well, between Djokovic and Sinner. Sinner 6-4 now, 6-4.
And when's the last time Novak won?
Oh, you'll have to look that up for me.
All right, so do that. Beyond that. be some match. And Jannik Sinner, he is 2 matches away, isn't he, from winning this for a 3rd straight time. It's just crazy.
Well,
he is able to produce.
We're also getting closer to maybe another Sinkeraz final. Don't look too far ahead, 1 match at a time, of course.
You're syncing it up.
My Uraz. Anyway, we're just waiting for Jannik now. He just takes his time and put the watch on and...
Got to put the watch on.
Yeah, and put the water bottles away and everything like that. The crowd expectant. They're going to hear from him and then they want his autograph or a selfie or whatever it might be that he's going to do. They probably want his shoes. They're not going to get them. They're going straight in the bag.
Well, he will be happy to oblige because he's got out of this straight sets 2 hours and 23 minutes. It could have been much, much tougher than that.
Well, let's hear from the man now. Jannik Sinner is in the middle of Rod Laver Arena. And let's get his thoughts on how he think he played tonight. He's chatting on court with Jim Courier.
Jannik, congratulations. You know, we all know how dangerous Ben Shelton can be out here, and yet you're able to handle him in 3 sets. What was the difference in the match tonight that got you the win?
Yeah, first of all, it's very, very tough to play against Ben. You know, a huge serve, and I feel like he's improving so much, you know, year after year. So, you know, especially after the off season, you never know how certain players are gonna play against you, and you know, changing a lot of things. So, very happy about today's performance. As always, thanks for the support. It's amazing to play here on this court, and now let's see what's coming.
He might have the biggest serve in tennis. He hit one tonight, 232K. That's a rocket. That gives you about a half a second to react from the time it leaves his racket to it reaches your racket. How in the world do you return his big serves?
Yeah, I'm not good in mathematics, so thanks for telling me. You know, it's honestly, I don't know. You know, it's just instinct, and you know, it's not always, you know, the power matters. It always, you know, the serves I can handle, they are, you know, a little bit closer to my body, so it's slightly easier. But it's a completely different serve. It's also lefty. You know, we don't have many lefties in our game, so it's definitely one of the toughest challenges. You know, to return his serve. Also, the second serve comes with a lot of spin, and you know, the ball is bouncy here. It helps a little bit playing in the evening. It's a bit less bouncy, but still, it's very, very difficult. So, yeah, I felt like I returned great today.
Sure did. You're able to get through in straight sets. Not easy against Ben. And this has not been an easy tournament for you. You've had your challenges, especially last Friday when it was so hot and you were playing on this court and the roof was closed, when you were in trouble physically. I'm wondering how your body has recovered since then, because you were definitely struggling.
Yes, I was struggling. You know, we go day by day. I had a great win a couple of days ago against a fellow Italian, which gives you this, you know, good you know, confidence boost also, you know, and today I felt like I was moving again a little bit better. You know, I feel stronger physically again, so I'm very happy. And of course now semis again. I'm very happy to be again here in the semis, first tournament of the season, and of course we all know what challenge I'm up to, but I'm looking forward to it, and we all hope for a great match.
So we'll talk about that challenge ahead now in the semifinals. You have been on tour now for several years. You never got a chance to play against Roger Federer. You did get a chance to play 3 times against Rafa when you were much younger. But you've played Novak, your next opponent, quite a few times. This will be the 5th time that you two will meet in a major semifinal, which is a lot. What has it been like for you to get a chance to play Novak in moments like this?
Yeah, I mean, these are moments why you practice for. You know, you wake up in the morning and you just look forward to play hopefully a good match. You know, if you want to win, you have to play at your best. So I'm looking forward to it. But also in the past, I had, you know, great lessons. You know, it doesn't really matter the result. It improves you as a player and as a person. You know, we are still lucky to have Novak here, playing, you know, incredible tennis with his age, but again, you know, also, you know, we play for you guys, but we also play for us, you know, and hopefully it's going to be a great battle out here. And then we see, but it's going to be, of course, very, very difficult.
It's never going to be easy to try and win this thing for the third time, and there are just 4 men remaining, and it's the top 4 seeds. Carlos will be playing against Sasha Zverev in the other semifinal, so I won't ask you about your semifinal more, but what are you looking forward to in their match? I know you'll keep an eye on it, even though it's the same day you'll be playing.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, when you play in the same day, it's still a bit different. You know, you go with your own schedule, you know, you have the warm-up before, and so you, of course, you follow the score, but in the same time, we have one opponent at the time. It's going to be, as I said, hopefully a great couple of semifinals. We are all 4 very happy to be still here, and we hope for a great Friday again, and then we see how it goes.
Congratulations, Jannik. Well done. Another semifinal for the Italian.
Absolutely. Top 4 seeds make it through. Go back through and see when that last time that actually happened. Andy, there'll be more comment on the men's side than one was on the women's side.
That's phenomenal. I was just looking at the last thing we were speaking about. When was the last time Jannik Sinner lost to Novak Djokovic? They have played a lot recently, and Jannik Sinner has won their last 5 battles. That's including Australian Open 24, Masters Shanghai 24, Roland Garros 25, and Wimbledon 25. There's also a Davis Cup match in there as well. So Novak Djokovic last beating Jannik Sinner in the final of the Nitto ATP finals on indoor hard courts back in 2023.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, there is the weight of history, current history, and recency bias probably plays a part in that, just because of what we've seen from Jannik Sinner. He'll go in as a favourite.
Yeah.
And Carlos Alcaraz will go in as favourite against Sasha Zverev. The weight of history playing its role in that match as well. But it is fascinating to see how this is actually all going to play out in a couple of days' time.
Yep.
So we'll be, well, again, we've just got to get confirmation of the schedule, but it'll probably be Sinner and Djokovic in the evening.
Yes.
And Alcaraz and Zverev during the day, the afternoon one.
Yep, I think that sounds right.
Yep, so they'll be battling it out. They get the day off, obviously, tomorrow as well. And, yeah, we've got plenty to look forward to there. So we've got a couple more minutes before we wrap things up here for our coverage this evening on AO Radio. There is a doubles to come on here, but we will focus more on the doubles starting from Friday. We'll have all of the doubles finals for you, the mixed doubles, and then Saturday the men's and women's doubles finals, Saturday afternoon. Jannik, meanwhile, is just signing tennis balls, signing everything that's going on. He was great today. There wasn't, apart from towards the end of the second set, where he sort of thought, maybe just not moving as well, he just fixed that up completely. Yeah. No issue at all in that final set.
It's incredible how these top players respond from their bodies not feeling well, because you imagine over a 7-match tournament, 2 weeks, that you're going to get a few niggles. Maybe you wake up one morning and you're not feeling great, or you had a bad egg, or, you know, something like that. But these guys just seem to respond. And we saw Lorenzo Musetti up 2-0 on Novak Djokovic. We saw the bottom of Novak's foot, and there was a nastiest blister you've ever seen.
Yeah,
and
we
he
don't
was
want to see a
competing.
close-up of that. Lucky we work on radio.
It was like a crater. We went up to Mount Etna in Sicily recently. It was like that. That's what it looked like. As Jannik Sinner is right in front of our commentary window. What other sport do you get where you get the top player in the world, one of them, signing everything there is to sign?
Yep.
It just doesn't happen in other sports. That's what makes tennis so completely unique.
Well, let's maybe get into some messages. So we get some of those that are coming through, and then we'll get ready for the action looking ahead to the semi-finals tomorrow.
I don't know if you already read this one from Raphael. He said, is it possible to listen back to AO Radio?
No.
Is it archived?
No, it is archived, but it's archived by Tennis Australia, and they not releasing them at this stage.
Okay.
But in coming years, stand by. We're hoping to do that more as podcasts than anything like that.
Well, he said his email was about to be read out on radio yesterday during Carlos Demon, but Carlos won it too quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So sorry about that. He said, P.S., by taking the time machine, I would finally complete my Grand Slam after visiting Wimbledon twice, French Open, and a few years ago, the US Open final last year. I wanted to give you guys some love at AO Radio. It's always so nice to have you in my ear. Get out of his ears. What are you doing in his ear?
No, sorry. We are there.
You're not that small.
Soothing
You're Ant-Man.
tones.
While being at work and following the tennis, for me, AO Radio is one of the best parts of the Australian Open.
By the way, Ben Shelton delivered the fastest serve of the tournament with that
Yep.
232k bomb. But maybe the two above as well, if there's anything
We've
of
done it.
note there. We have.
Yeah, we've done it.
You've been ticking them off.
Because
Great.
Deborah's question was about the 2017
yes.
women's final, the Williams sisters.
Yes,
and it was
okay.
Serena being pregnant.
So we will be on air from 7 p.m. Melbourne time. 7 p.m. So it's a slight change to our schedule.
Right.
We're starting half an hour later.
We've got a little bit of paddle to play, AO Radio paddle tournament tomorrow morning.
Yes, but that won't be broadcast, thankfully. And then we're into the women's singles semi-finals. So let's get some predictions for you before
All right,
we finish off.
ready.
We've got Sabalenka and Svitolina as our first match.
I'm going for Sabalenka.
Okay.
I think Svitolina played so well against Coco Gauff. For me, Coco Gauff was really poor. Sabalenka's just getting better and better as this tournament progresses.
And then we have Jessica Pegula taking on Elena Rybakina. That is the second of our semi-finals. I feel this is going to be a close contest.
That one's a much tougher one to call. I think Pegula has sort of come under the radar a bit. I think she's playing the best tennis of her life. I picked Elena Rybakina to win the tournament at the beginning, so I'm going to go with Elena Rybakina.
All right. And then what we've seen today in terms of the semi-finals. Let's start off with Alcaraz and Zverev. Just a quick, I know we're a fair way out and we will talk about it tomorrow as well.
Can't wait. I can't wait. I think Alcaraz has just been phenomenal. He's such an entertainer. He's never got to this stage at the Australian Open before. He's trying to complete the Grand Slam. Iga Swiatek, we know, won't do it on the women's side. Carlos Alcaraz may do it on the men's side. I pick him to beat Sasha Zverev. 4 sets.
And then we're looking at Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic.
Well, just from what we saw today, Novak was going down to Lorenzo Musetti, who I thought was terrific against Taylor Fritz. Musetti having to pull out due to injury, devastating. So it's kind of a free pass for Novak. But at last year's Wimbledon, Jannik Sinner was 2 sets to love down against Grigor Dimitrov. Dimitrov pulled out with that terrible injury. Sinner went on to win the title. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Sinner will beat Novak, and I think he'll do it quite handily.
All right, Candy, thank you for that. That just about takes us out for tonight. It's been a dramatic day here at the Australian Open on this day 11. We move into day 12. It'll be evening 12 for us. The evening serve will kick things off. We've got plenty of great shows happening throughout the day tomorrow. A lot of best styles. We'll replay some matches for you as well. Plenty that we've covered over the past 11 days. So listen in wherever you're listening from, straight after us, all the way through till 7 p.m. Melbourne time on tomorrow our time, which will be the evening serve with Nat and Co. And then we are into the women's singles semi-finals. It'll be Sabalenka and Svitolina and Pegula and Rybakina. Plenty more still to come on AO Radio. We're getting to the business end of the tournament. So make sure you join us. Make sure you keep listening because we've got plenty more to come. But for now, from our live coverage here at Rod Laver Arena, it's good night.
Good night.
Testing. This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio. Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Hello and welcome to The Sit Down. I'm Viv Christie, Managing Editor of Australian Tennis Magazine.
And I'm Matt Trollope, a writer and editor for OzOpen.com. Viv, why are we sitting down this week with Deanna Schneider?
Deanna is one of the brightest stars in the sport, both in singles and in doubles. We talked to her at the Australian Open after she just reached the semi-finals alongside Mira Andreeva, another bright young star of the sport. Deanna coming off an incredible season. She climbed to number 12 in singles in 2024 on the back of 4 singles titles, but also combined to win the silver medal in the women's doubles at the Paris Olympics. And her and Mira arrived in Melbourne having won the Brisbane title as well.
Yeah, we were talking to someone that was kind of like rounding into some of the best form of anyone at the start of this season. Yes, singles and doubles. She'd won titles last year on all surfaces, which is something she discussed with us. We also met someone who we found that was really well-rounded. She'd come through the college system. She played a year at North Carolina. She's very close to her family. She grew up with a lot of kind of extracurricular activities that weren't related to tennis. So she just kind of had a bit of a unique experience.
This interview did take place during the Australian Open. There is a little bit of background noise, which we hope is forgivable given everything that's going on during a Grand Slam.
Deanna Schneider, thank you very much for joining us today on the Sit Down podcast.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's good to see you in person. We're catching you just after you won your latest doubles match on court. You're through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open. But we'd like to take you back a little bit before your tennis journey and find out, because you also did skating and boxing and piano and chess, we were just wondering how you ended up getting into tennis after all of those other activities.
I feel like it's just when I started tennis, it just slowly was becoming like the thing that I really wanted to do. And I remember the day when all of my other teammates who I was practicing just staying longer for another practice or to play a little bit more, some points, and I should go to do another activity. And I just said to my parents, I don't want to do this. I want to like stay longer on tennis court and just keep playing. So I feel like this was the first time where I actually, said that, I'm going to do tennis. And I feel like when I was 9, we moved to Moscow and then I started to play tournaments in juniors. So I feel like it was always tennis.
It's nice to hear that it was coming from you. You were driving it. But of those like other things that you used to do, other passions, do you still have time to do any of them today?
Well, in juniors, I would go. I teach my dad how to play chess. So we would go to junior tournaments and after matches we would play chess. But right now it's not so much time, so not really. But I feel like I still can play chess, so
better than us.
It was an incredible season for you last year. From outside the top 100, you won 4 titles. You reached the 4th round of the US Open. You won a silver medal at the Olympics. How do you pick one highlight from all of that?
Well, I feel like it's hard to do. I mean, the season was great. I mean, it wasn't the best start of a year, but slowly was in the progress to do better. But if I would highlight, of course, it would be Olympics. And from singles, I would choose I would say the Bad Hamburg title, because it wasn't a grass. So for me, it was very surprising because I didn't know that I can play on grass great. So it was a great tournament, and I just love how I played there each match.
It followed a period for you. You went to North Carolina State University. You played some college tennis. That must seem like a good decision to move on from that in hindsight.
I feel like it was important and the right decision and actually right time. So it turned out very well, and I had a lot of different opinion about my choice, but it was a great time there. I have no regrets about making that decision, and it's really helped me to get better on the professional tour, and it was just great time spending and meeting new people.
What did you study there, and any plans to go back to study?
It was I haven't chosen a major, so it was just general electives. But for me, the psychology was one of the things that I really enjoyed. learning there. I had thoughts about coming back and maybe just to keep studying while playing tour online, but I just realized that it's going to be like too much, and it's going to be very overwhelming because we're all day on course, and if I would be thinking about, oh my God, I have an assignment to do before the week. So yeah, I feel like for now, I just want to focus more on tennis and on the career, but definitely it's in my mind to come back there.
Tennis writers and commentators talk a lot about that term, which is a college term, the sophomore slump, that backing up of the second season. Do you think about that at all, or is that something that you don't consider?
Yeah, I never heard of it on the pro tour. I mean, I know what like sophomore and whatever, but that's a good one to know. And I feel like, of course, it's more pressure. And I mean, a lot of players already know me, so they kind of already have a perspective and know how to play against me. So what am I doing on the court? So I feel like it's definitely some tougher matches, and outside people, of course, expect like some great results because I'm a seeded player, like I'm a top player. So yeah, for me, I feel like it's going to be maybe like a tough year, but also will try my best to manage that kind of pressure. And of course, my goal is to stay on the top. So if I wanted to stay on the top for a long career, this is where I should work in right now. So it's time to work this year.
How do you describe your strengths as a player?
Well, I feel like one of my biggest strengths is that I'm an aggressive player, that I'm winning points by myself, earning the opportunity and just use it. I feel like there's a lot that I can still improve, like I don't know, being more patient or like motion control and such on, and then just being more confident on the court. And yeah, I mean, I can improve my serve. So there's a lot of things that I can still improve and be much better, but I have a lot of years in front of me, so I hope I will use it in the right way.
I love watching a left-handed player. What's the advantage in your mind of being a lefty?
You know, like I heard so much with people saying, oh my God, you're lefty, blah, blah, so much advantage. And like in college, I have a teammate and her parents actually taught her to be a lefty, but she was a righty. And I was like, well, yeah, okay, it's less of us. Yeah, agree on that. Less on tour. But still, I mean, it's actually the same when righty serves to my backhand, like slice. It's actually the same when I am serving for their backhand. So I feel like it's just a little bit tougher because it's not so much lefties on tour, but also it's kind of a problem to practice because not every player wants to practice with a lefty. So sometimes it's tough to get a practice before the matches because if a player plays with righty, they don't want to like practice with a lefty. So sometimes there's also some issues with that, but I wouldn't say there is like crazy advantage on that, but there is some for sure pluses.
Who would you say has been the toughest player for you to face so far, or maybe a match that you've learnt the most from after coming off the court?
I feel like me and Paula Badosa always have some great fights. We played last year like 5 times. So yeah, she's my favorite one. But yeah, I feel like she's doing great and we have some tough battles, and I feel like matches against her is always very entertaining.
You're through to the doubles semi-final here at the Australian Open. It kind of underlines the incredible success you've had with Mira Andreeva. How does doubles enhance your singles game?
Yeah, I feel like both singles and doubles, you know, they kind of helping each other to improve. I mean, and also it gives you some like extra confidence, you know, if you're playing singles and then in back of your mind you have okay, I can play more freely because I still have like doubles, it's going to be okay. And then of course, like from the doubles you can use it just, you know, to like as a practice, but for now, as we're playing only doubles, we're going for it. And I think me and Mira are just very focused right now on it. But yeah, definitely they're helping each other.
And I saw you were shopping with Mira in Brisbane. It seems like you have a great friendship. How nice is it to sort of have that buddy on the tour?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely nice. It was a very fun experience for both of us in Brisbane. I feel like it was our lucky charm there, and it's great. I mean, I feel like we have a lot of in common, and we just both like very like, you know, emotional, sometimes like childish, sometimes like, you know, crazy things happen, and we just like having fun and laughing on the matches. So I feel like, yeah, we just have that same kind of energy on the court, and yeah, it's just great to have a same person who sees some things as you see it.
And you both have top 15 singles rankings. I think together you guys have the highest combined singles ranking of anyone in the doubles draw. Do you wish you saw more top singles players combining to play doubles?
I don't know. I feel like just some singles players, they just don't enjoy like playing doubles, and they rather use that time just to practice on the court by themselves. So I feel like it just depends on the person, because I heard some players saying, yeah, we just don't like playing doubles and we don't enjoy it. So I feel like if you don't like it, then yeah, you shouldn't be playing. So I feel like you just do what you like. So me and Mira just enjoying spending some time on the court together. So yeah, that's why we're doing it.
And we've seen you at Melbourne Park this year with your little brother. What's it like having your family around, having so much fun?
Well, it's definitely fun, and it's kind of always a little bit different type of pressure because they're by my side. So I always want to do the best than they're with me. But yeah, he's my energy. He gives me that hype before the matches. So he's always by my side, and for sure supporting me no matter what. I mean, my parents too, but yeah, that, you know, kids energy is like always on the top, like never empty. So yeah, we're actually about to go today to Werribee Zoo, so we wanted to visit that zoo, and yeah, we'll see.
Who would you say has been the most influential person in your career? Who's had the biggest influence?
I don't know. I never thought about it because, you know, I feel like in the back of my mind, I would never thought that one day I'm going to be here. So I feel like it's just, you know, slowly it will be progressing, but I never thought that one day I'm going to be sitting here with like ranking of 13 in the world. So I feel like my dad always was by my side, you know, like practicing with me, traveling with me on the tournaments, supporting me. You know, he was the first person who believed in me that I'm going to be a great player. So I feel like my dad.
Your dad was a boxer, is that correct?
Yeah, he was a boxer, not like on a professional tour going on a tournament, but yeah, he was.
We also obviously love your bandana. That's quite a signature of your play. But we notice you don't play, you only seem to play with it in singles, not in doubles. Is there a superstition there?
No, not a superstition. I don't know why. It's just I started mostly playing in my singles and in doubles. I don't know. I played in Olympics in doubles, but it just felt that I need my bandana there. So I don't know. Maybe if we will be in a final, I will wear my bandana. So yeah, we will make it happen.
Do you have any other fun stories like or experiences relating to the bandana? Is there one that is the lucky one, or is there one that, because there's another player, Andre Agassi, used to be famous for wearing it here. He came in 1995 and wore the bandana. Is there any, I don't know, any inspiration behind it, or has anyone commented on it to you or anything like that?
Never. I mean, for me, bandana just came like really randomly. It's just my parents decided just to cover my head with that playing on summer outside. So there's heat and I just couldn't play in caps and visors. So I couldn't see the ball. And then my mom just randomly saw a bandana and she's like, oh, okay, I buy it. And then she tried. And then I tried it during the practice and then match and I just like it. And then just how it went, but I never saw Agassi playing because I mean, he's quite old, so I would know. Like I think I haven't watched the matches.
We'll send you a YouTube link.
We've just heard you're going to Werribee to see some animals. What else do you love doing outside tennis?
Well, I don't know. I just like spending, I would say, some quiet, just time off because we always, you know, in a rush or like whatever, spending some energy on the court. So for me, I would just want to go to my like hotel room, just spend some time, I don't know, watching like a movie. Like here, I'm staying with my brother, so we would, you know, watch just some movie or TV series, and then my parents would maybe go somewhere. So I have my parents here that we would like go somewhere, do something.
Well, just one to finish us off. If we could hand you one tennis dream today, what would that tennis dream be?
One tennis dream, I would say my tennis dream is to win each Grand Slam.
Well, that's very, very doable. Let's see if it starts here in doubles with the Australian Open. Deanna Schneider, thanks so much for joining us on the Sit Down, and it was great to meet you.
Thank you so much. It was a great time.
Well, I am really looking forward to where that journey goes next for Deanna.
Yeah, she's such an interesting player too. Like, we asked her about her bandana, and the whole, Andre Agassi used to wear something like that, and he was so cool. And she's just got a cool look. She's got an interesting game that she plays, that lefty game, and she, lots of touch, lots of guile. And the fact that she was surprised when she told us she'd won the Bad Homburg title on grass, that gave her a complete set of titles across all surfaces. So she's clearly got a game that translates well to all surfaces. She can make things tricky for opponents, and already at this young age, she's on the verge of the top 10. So it kind of just seems like the sky's the limit for her.
Yeah, I was fully expecting the bandana to be a superstition, but,
Yes.
I think she's far too sensible for that.
Yes.
And, I think that maturity has shown in her tennis as well, and will continue to do so.
Yeah, well, we'll see what unfolds for Deanna in 2025. But thank you again for joining us for another episode of The Sit Down. We'll be back next Monday, as we always are, with another episode. But you can join John and Bree and the team with the tennis, which is every Thursday.
Please remember to subscribe, rate and review, and we'll see you next week, Matt.
Looking forward to it, Viv.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another episode of The Sit Down. I'm Matt Trollope, a writer and editor for ozopen.com, and it's just me in the chair this week. Viv has just finished up 3 incredible weeks at Wimbledon and is making her way back to Melbourne as we speak. But for this week's episode, we're bringing you a slightly different format. We've got back-to-back interviews with a couple of Australian tennis legends, Ken Rosewall and Mel Anderson. I got the opportunity to talk with both Ken and Mel in Brisbane earlier this year. It was in April when Australia was hosting the Billie Jean King Cup qualifiers tie against Kazakhstan and Colombia. And this was happening at Pat Rafter Arena, and both Ken and Mel came along to watch because they live in Brisbane. So while they were there, we had this incredible opportunity to film the moment when Mel received his International Tennis Hall of Fame ring from Ken 25 years after he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2000. And there's a story behind that and why Mel has taken so long to receive his ring, which you'll hear about in this interview. And this interview was also an opportunity to celebrate Ken's longevity, because just last week, Novak Djokovic became the oldest Wimbledon men's singles semi-finalist in the Open era, behind Ken Rosewall. And there were a couple of other age-related achievements and statistics that Novak has been recalling that are linking him with Ken throughout what he's been doing at Grand Slams this year. So we had an opportunity to talk with Ken about that. But first, we'll hear from Mel about the honour of being presented with his International Tennis Hall of Fame ring from Cain, who himself is an inductee. Mel, tell us about, so when you got your Tennis Hall of Fame ring from Cain, you were like, finally, they found it, or whatever you said, and like 20 years later or whatever. What is the story with
well, apparently, they said that we got a ring for you, and I got the ring size, and I sent it back to them. They sent it out to Australia, but somehow it got lost in down at Tennis Australia office, and I'd forgotten about it for a number of years, and Ken mentioned it to them that I haven't received it. So then they did a bit of research, and it would have been 23 years ago since I filled in everything, and it's a great honour to get it too, because it still was a great honour to be nominated and accepted as a member of the International Tennis Hall of Fame. So it was a great honour, and also to receive it today from Ken, because I've always looked up to Ken, and even though he's the old one, he's 4 months older than I am, but we've had great comradeship over the years, and I don't know why I talk to him over all the times he beat me. But just the same, he's a great friend, and we meet every so often for coffee, every 3 or 4 weeks or 2 weeks. So, receiving it from him, and it's just a great honour.
Yeah.
Something you can always look at the ring and say, well, gee, I'm a member. Yeah.
So you were inducted in, I think, the year 2000.
Yep, that's right.
So 25 years ago. Did you go to Newport for your ceremony?
Yeah.
So what was that like?
It was fantastic. They do a great job. It's very well organised. It's done during the tournament they have there too, the Newport Open tournament. So it was great to see some of the matches, but they really looked after us very well, and my wife and I went over, and we had a great time there, and it was just great honour to be recognised what I did for tennis, and it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah. And one of those things you did in tennis was obviously winning the 1957 US Open as an unseeded player, which was a huge achievement. You won a lot in your career, but where does that achievement, winning a Grand Slam singles title, stand for you?
Well, it was something unexpected because the results up until that event, I was struggling a little bit with form. I think really what inspired me, I've never really told anyone, I received a letter from Harry Hopman just before as I arrived in America, and of course Harry Hopman and Davis Cup was his pet thing, and of course Ken and Lou Ho just had turned pro, so there was 2 new ones. If you're pro, you weren't allowed to play Davis Cup. So Harry Hopman was looking for someone, and I think Ashley Cooper was the certainty, and number 2, and he wrote me a letter and said, well, Mel, he said, if you lose first or second round in the Australian, in the US Open, I want you to return to Melbourne and cancel my wedding. I was getting married as soon as I got back. And I said, my God, And that's a true story. And so I got out and I started running, and it paid dividends because I probably got myself a little bit fitter. And luckily someone was looking down on me, wanted me to get married, and which I'm happily do so. So that letter really kicked my career started a bit.
Yeah. I didn't know that story, but I do.
No, I don't tell it much because I didn't mention it even to Daff, my wife, because I think she would have murdered Hopman anyway. So I didn't want her up for murder.
No. We want a happy life. Everyone's staying there.
Exactly.
And you went on to donate your US Open trophy to your local club in Theodore.
Yes,
which is pretty cool that a regional club has a Grand Slam trophy. Not every club can say that.
Well, if I'd have won as many as Ken, I would have probably given it to the family, but I only had one, And my daughter here was with me today. Was a bit disappointed, but I knew it will be there for another 100 years. And it might inspire some youngster up there, ever what sport it is, that you can make it from the country. So I thought it'd be a good idea, and they've looked after it, and I gave them the Australian also doubles, which I won with John Newcomb, and they were very thrilled with it. They built a cupboard, special cupboard, so that, yeah.
So there's
it's going to be looked after well.
Good.
And then I don't have to polish it.
Yeah, next little stay nice and dust-free behind the cabinet. That is interesting you should say that, because, yes, you won US Open in the amateur era in the 50s, and you won with Newcomb in the doubles in 73?
73.
73, yeah. So in between, you had a really successful pro career. You turned pro pretty early. I think it was at 1959? It was before the 60s.
Yeah, I did. Well, I just got married, and I wanted to, in 58, have a trip overseas with Daff, my wife, and Tennis Australia. And I was in the finals of the Australian in January, and they were meeting after the Australian, and I had my application in to tour privately. And they came back and said, no, you can't do that. So I wasn't going to travel with the team, so I said, OK, I'm not going away. So I then went back up to where I came from, Theodore. Mum and Dad had a cattle property, and I was there, and then finally I got a message from Jack Kramer's agent in Sydney, and he wanted to come up, and we had a discussion. We met in Rockhampton, and he told me a contract, what they wanted to sign. I said, good enough. So, but on the conditions that I play Wimbledon and the US, and so I did. But
in 58, before
58, and then unfortunately I had to forfeit in 58. I did my ankle in the quarterfinals, and then I got to the finals of the US Open or US Amateur. And unfortunate things happened there too. So 58 wasn't a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I turned pro in 59, and I was happy, and, because just getting married, I needed a future, and it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when finally you came back, the Open era was about 10 years after that, 68, 69, and everyone was back competing together. I've got two more questions for you. You played Cain in the 1972 Australian Open final, which is another thing that draws the two of you together. Yeah. On the Tennis Australia website, I can't remember whose profile it is, one of yours, but calls that final the Golden Oldies final, when you mowed 36 and 37, and you both had kids, and you come out of retirement, I think.
Well, yeah.
Ish, to play that final. Like, when you think, and Cain remains the oldest Grand Slam champion in the Open era. Like, it's quite historic that happened. What do you remember of that match?
Well, no one's ever had a career as well as Cain, And it's funny, when they turned pro, all the critics were saying, oh, well, Cain will get burnt out and Lou will, but it was reversed. I think if you love the game, and Cain does like the game, like myself, I just love to play. And so then, I started playing a lot, and then Neil rang in 71 whether I'd be interested in playing Davis Cup. And I thought, well, yes, you must be scraping a barrel. So I got to and trained hard, and so I managed to win the Queensland hard court in the grass and the Australian hard court three tournaments in a row, and then I get to the finals against Cain in 72, and so I decided I'd play Davis Cup again if he wanted me, and I was very happy, very honoured to represent this country. That's what I wanted to do before I played. And Frank Sedgman was the one that started a good run, and he was a great player and a sportsman and a great ambassador for the game of tennis. So I just got to and played, and yeah,
and a fantastic thing to happen at that stage of your career too.
Yeah, it was good, and I played 72 and 73, the Davis Cup, and and then I got my revenge on Cain, I must admit, in the finals of the New South Wales. He wasn't very popular with beating him in New South Wales, but no, he's a gentleman as he is. Yeah.
And also, I know in your post-playing career, you coached a lot in regional Queensland and did that as well. So obviously, you're another sign of your passion for tennis coming through. What was that part of your tennis journey like?
Well, a lot of people went out of their way to help me, and I thought if I could just inject a little bit back into the game of tennis and help kids just enjoy the game a bit more. And Tennis Queensland, we used to travel throughout Queensland. We'd go away for a week or 10 days, and I'd take 2 juniors with me, and girls or boys, they'd be either boys or girls, and we'd do our coaching in schools, and then they'd play an exhibition at the tennis centre, and we'd coach their best juniors there in the afternoon. And I thought that was very good. But I just felt that, okay, I can put a bit back in, it's only a bit of energy. So it was good.
And I should say, before we let you go, we need to tell people where we are now. We're at Powerafter Arena. He told me that you love watching tennis as well, too, and you still do. You come to the Brisbane International. We're here at Billie Jean King Cup. What are you enjoying about this weekend and seeing the tennis?
Well, I just enjoy watching different players, the way they execute strokes, their tactics and that, and just to see how the game has changed. It's completely changed, and equipment has helped a lot. Back we just had one string. You used a wooden racket. You used one set of strings until it broke. Whereas we didn't change after every 9 games because we couldn't afford the strings those days. And so it's just interesting to see. And apparently the strings lose their tension very quickly, what they use. And they got to really change. Otherwise, the ball reacts totally different. So all these things are just good to see, And the players of today are great athletes. Gee, they are. They're full time at it, whereas we were 3/4 at it or 2/3 at it, whereas they're 100%, and dietitians and how they found out how to get better out of the body, more out of the body and that. So, but it's a tough game. It's a tough profession, and there's a lot of great players. Like today, the 700 player in the world, he's a good tennis player. He's a damn good tennis player.
Wonderful to hear from Mal Anderson there. And again, what an honour to receive his ring from, a lifelong friend and rival and competitor in Ken Rosewall. So next we sat down with Ken, and he holds the distinction of being the oldest Grand Slam singles champion, man or woman, in the Open era. And that was following his victory at the Australian Open in 1972 against Mal Anderson in the final when he was 37 years old. So that's a record that has stood for 53 years, but it's one that Novak Djokovic is coming incredibly close to breaking himself. He's just turned 38, and this year has made 3 Grand Slam semi-finals in a row. So if Novak was to get over the hump and win a 25th major title, he would break that long-standing tennis record. And so we got a chance to ask Ken about that and some more other things about his incredible career in the second part of this interview. Chatted to Mal, and you had the honour of presenting him with his International Tennis Hall of Fame ring. What was that like? Because your tennis careers have overlapped and intersected quite a lot, and you're very good friends. So
that's right.
Yeah, presenting him with the ring, what was that like?
Well, it was a nice honour. I feel honoured to be able to give that to him because he certainly deserves it. He's been a strong part of it in the growth of Australian tennis, and he's performed pretty well. I mean, he had a few obstacles in his physical situation in playing tennis in some years, but we played together a lot, and we played against each other a fair bit.
Yes.
So, but anyway, all of the Australian guys got along pretty well together because, in the early days we travelled as a team a lot of the time. So we played together and travelled together and ate together and so on. So, we've always been pretty friendly with the Australian players.
And he was saying that obviously now that you live in Brisbane, you see each other every couple of weeks for a coffee. You're here today at Billie Jean King Cup watching the tennis together. Is it nice all these years later you still get to do that?
Well, I'm born and bred in Sydney, so, Sydney is in my blood, I suppose, but through different circumstances, we moved up to the Gold Coast, and after so many years in Sydney, and then we had a few more years in Sydney, at the Gold Coast, and then when when my wife passed away, I left the place at the Gold Coast a bit too big for one person. So I've come up here because I have my older son and his family live up here in Brisbane. So he suggested I should move up because of them.
Awesome. So speaking of International Tennis Hall of Fame, Mel was inducted in 2000. You were inducted in 1980. What did it mean for you? Like, did you have a ceremony at the time in Newport for that?
Well, I was not there, and it's funny you should bring that up right now because I saw something on TV. I think it's one of those old ones that they collect, and it was when Harry Hopman and Lou Hode were in Newport for their induction, and I was supposed to be there for the induction as well with Lou, and I was home in Sydney. So I was noticeable for my absence.
But you have your ring as well, do you?
Yeah. Well, I got that later on. I mean, I think that was with the circumstances at the International Hall of Fame. They proved to be pretty successful in raising money and in making the place look better and whatever else. So they gave all the players that had been inducted the rings.
I think I've seen that photo where you're all... Is it like you and Yvonne and Margaret and Rod and there's a whole lot of you, maybe 8 or 10 of you?
Yeah, that's right.
John Newcomb maybe as well?
Yeah.
What was that like getting together? Because they obviously...
Well, we're all together at different times anyway, so it was just another occasion where we... But it was nice that it was during the Australian Championships or Australian Open in Melbourne, so that's usually a time when most of the players are there together.
Speaking of the Australian Championships, we mentioned to Mel that he played that final against you in 1972. So that was a pretty historic final, and it was your last Grand Slam singles title. What do you remember about that? Like kind of later in your career.
There was still a lot of conflict within the tennis because of the professionals and the WCT group and everything like that. I always wanted to come back to Sydney where the family was, and so I was prepared to play, a fair bit in Australia. And I guess my memory is that having grown up in Sydney and played a lot at the White City tennis courts in Sydney, it was always something to think that I wanted to play there more or less when I finished. But they had the Australian Open there in 71, and I won the tournament without dropping a set, which was the first time. So that was, and as it turned out, it was the last time the Australian Open or the Australian Championship was played anywhere except in Melbourne, because the next year in 1972 it was played in Melbourne at Kooyong, and so I played there, and even though the field wasn't as strong as it could have been, because a lot of European players didn't like to play on grass too much in Australia, and they never made the effort to play grass court tennis. So the 72 tournament all of a sudden was very exciting for the tennis fanatics in Melbourne, and the crowds were record crowds. So it was quite good when Mel and I played off in the final.
And it's a record you still hold to this day. You're the oldest Grand Slam singles champion in the Open era, men or women. And every time Novak Djokovic plays a Grand Slam now, he could pass that record, but he hasn't. So because he's about to turn 38. So I think it might have been US Open last year where he clicked over you're both 37, but he's older.
Right.
And he's, he made the semis of the Australian Open.
Oh, yeah.
He made last year's Wimbledon final. He's getting close, but he hasn't quite done it. But, that's a record that has stood for more than 50 years. What would you think if Novak was to break it, or do you want to keep holding it? I'm not sure.
Oh, either way, I wouldn't mind. But Novak, he deserves his record. What he has, he's won more Grand Slams than anybody else, and so another one wouldn't hurt, I guess. But for me, it was just one of those things. I mean, I stayed playing tennis, and that's what kept me playing well and kept me feeling well. And unfortunately, you got to sacrifice being away from home and the family quite a bit, because tennis was still played more in the Northern Hemisphere than anywhere else. But, playing and winning in 72 was something I remember anyway. Yeah.
Have you met Novak or spent much time with him?
Oh, yeah. Not a lot of time, no, because the players at the big tournaments now are kind of protected. I've been to Melbourne for the Australian quite often, but it's difficult to meet up with the players because there's so much protection, and as a past player, I only get limited areas as to where I can go in the facility, and I can't go in the change room. So it's hard to go in there to see anybody you might know or to have a talk to. So it's a bit difficult that way. But yeah, I've only met him a few times when I've been down here when he's won the tournament and so on.
Because you might have presented the trophy to him, haven't you?
Yeah, I did. That 1 year he won. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I can't remember, 2016, 2015? I've definitely seen giving him the trophy.
It was either then, 18 or 19.
Oh, okay, it was more recent. Yeah, he won in 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might have been then.
And you also presented the French Open trophy to Rafa, I'm pretty sure. But we've seen it in Paris as well.
That was 2018.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was 50 years since I won the French Championship, so I was kindly invited by the French Federation to come back, and so I was there that year, 2018, because I'd won the French, when I first played there, or second time I played there in 1953, and then again when the Open tennis started in 1968.
What do you get to say to them or speak to them when you're on the trophy? Like, do you get to have much?
Oh well, you don't really talk too much, I don't think. It's just that they're the ones that are in the limelight. So you kind of do the trophy celebration, and then you step back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your name has come up a bit this year because there are some players. Djokovic is one. Gael Monfils is another. Winning titles and doing really well at age 38, 39, and, oldest since Ken Rosewall in 74 and things like that. So I guess it's this achievement, this generation of players who are having such success this late in their career. It's not very common, and it's kind of shining a light on what you did was so significant back in the 70s. Is that something that you remain really proud of? You said it was good for you to keep playing and staying fit, but you have done a lot of things that, in terms of longevity records, that no one's done.
Right.
So, I don't know if you ever get reflective on your career. Is that, how proud of that are you?
Well, the only thing I think about is some of the tournaments that I should have won or could have won, had a chance to win. But anyway, like my 4 Wimbledon finals, I'm pretty sad about that, because it's an ambition of any young Australian player anyway, the men player, to win a Wimbledon. But anyway, got those memories.
And what about, just finally, you're here today. Yeah, you've come out to, I know you wanted to come and watch a Billie Jean King Cup, and you've seen Davis Cup as well a lot. What keeps you coming back to the tennis these days? Like, it must be something you really enjoy.
I enjoy watching the tennis to an extent. I think it's changed a lot with equipment and technique, strategies, and the type of surfaces. I think has helped the players to play the same way. There's not the variety in the game as there was in the early years that we got with grass courts or other surface.
Well, I must say it was an honour for me to sit down with both Ken and Mal, incredible ambassadors for Australian tennis and legends of the sport, both 90 years old, and fantastic to see them turning up to watch the current generation of tennis players at Pat Rafter Arena. I love that they remain such tennis fans themselves. We hope you enjoyed that episode, and we'll be back with another episode of The Sit Down next Monday when Viv and I chat to Australian wheelchair tennis legend Greg Crump. But in the meantime, you can listen to Zave Bree and the team this Thursday on The Tennis. Please remember to subscribe to The Sit Down so you never miss an episode, and please leave us a rating and a review. And we'll be back to do it all again next week. See you then.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio. This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different. If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Welcome back to the Overnight Show. Nat Edwards here to look back over another huge day of action here at Melbourne Park. We start with our women's match of the day here on AO Radio. It's the All-American quarterfinal between Jessica Pegula and Amanda Anisimova. Let's cross to the action now.
Don't forget to keep your messages coming to us. You can either go to ausopen.com/listen. And then just on the right, you'll see the AO Radio logo. Click on Ask the Booth, fill the form in and send it to us. Or just send us an email, aoradio@tennis.com.au. But let us know where in the world you are. And if you want to enter our competition, which we'll tell you about, you can also do that via those two methods. So Anisimova starting this match. She won the toss and opted to serve and nets her forehand on the fifth stroke of the rally. Fashion these days is very much to choose to receive if you win the toss.
Not something I ever did in my whole career.
Well then, but you played in the era of serving and volleying, didn't you?
You did, yes. I served. Vital to get one game in front all the time if you could.
Backhand from Anisimova, backhand from Pegula, cross court, backhand Anisimova. Pegula has to slice this one round the net post and hits the baseline. Cross court by Anisimova, chopped on the forehand by Pegula. It's a remarkable rally, this one. A slice from Pegula, backhand from Anisimova is long. Well, Anisimova thought she'd won that when that slice round the net post from Pegula landed right on her baseline.
Well, it's only taken 2 points for Pegula to show us the variety in her game. Yeah.
And she hit a chopped forehand.
Oh, terrific slice, defended well, kept herself alive in the rally.
That spray, whether it's sunscreen or insect repellent, is doing a great job. Anisimova serves, forehand return down the backhand wing. Anisimova cross-court nets.
Love 40.
Well, this is a confident start from Pegula.
Love 40 on the Anisimova serve. The arena's rather empty at the moment. I would say about 6,000 of the 15,000 seats are filled, but that's people probably just taking a break after the first match. And they have Musetti Djokovic to come, which could be an absolute corker. So could this one. Anisimova at love 40, second serve. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Down the line, clean winner from the American.
What a start. And then just timing the ball beautifully coming out of the centre of the racket, and that second point where she improvised so beautifully with slices and a squash shot into the corner from the corner, which is being used a lot more effectively by the players now, which is good to see. Keeps them alive, presents a low bounce.
Why don't more players, when they see their opponent shaping up for the squash shot, race in and try and take it on the drive volley or even a punch volley?
Well, ball doesn't have much on it, and unless you're a good volleyer, if they've got to sort of initiate a bit of pace, they're not that confident about doing that with the volley. But they could move forward a little bit because it's a defensive shot that comes back, and they could be ready to attack it and then maybe come forward.
Unless they're a good volleyer.
Yes, well, net play's not in most of their DNA.
Say no more, Alan. Say no more. Pegula serves, backhand return is onto the baseline of Pegula. Picked up by Pegula on the half volley. But the second shot is put wide by Anisimova. It's a slightly sleepy start by Anisimova. Pegula looks very, very sharp. She's understated. Pegula. Serves as an ace.
30 love.
This is shades of how she played against Keys, last year's winner. Did everything well.
Yeah, she presents a very calm image on court. 30 love. Yet to drop a point. She serves down the middle. Another ace.
40 love.
Well, perfectly placed. 176 is a reasonable speed, but the placement was the key these last two serves.
Where this is going, we'll get Djokovic and Musetti during our commentary shift.
Yeah, we might.
Yeah. Pegula serves off the top of the net and wide. 3 matches in a shift.
That'd be novel, wouldn't it? Be good.
I'd be surprised somehow, but this match has got a long way to go. That's a perfect shot. First point for Anisimova.
15.
Flat into out forehand return. Sails past the Pegula backhand. Pegula. She's in an orange dress, has a white visor. Goes out right, oh, just too long. A white visor. She's strapped with Velcro just below the start of her long plait. Second serve. Into the body, backhand return, backhand Pegula cross court, backhand Anisimova, forehand Pegula, forehand Anisimova, both rolled up the middle of the court. Good angle from Pegula, defensive backhand won't come back. That was just a brilliant angle from Pegula, and it came out of nowhere.
Well, she was well behind the baseline and forced onto the back foot, and still managed to time it that well that she got a winning shot.
So love 2. Anisimova waiting for the crowd just to die down, but you're waiting a long time if she does that. Goes down to the backhand. Slice back by Pegula. Cross court by Anisimova. Slice by Pegula. A drop shot by Anisimova. Just wide. I'm not sure if it was a drop shot or just a short slice.
I think if she was a short slice to come in, but it was another clever shot from Pegula. She was under attack. She didn't try for a big pass. She just played that little chip across court. I mean, that's where she's a smart player.
I love 15. Not been a great start for Amanda Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula is long. Good bend of the knee from
15.
I was going to say from the American. They're both Americans, but you know, we're going to have at least one American in the semi-finals. All. Anisimova serves, backhand return. Anisimova just goes long.
15-30.
Well, she just really hasn't settled down there. That was a good serve, but she didn't really need to have to hit it that deep. Just play herself into a couple of these points and get the feel for the match. She's not really in it yet.
15-30 on the Anisimova serve. Into the net. Second serve. Is to the backhand of Pegula. Netted by Pegula. Anisimova 30 all.
Well, that was a good second serve. That was deep and put a fair bit of spin on it.
All on the Anisimova serve. Do is just getting her first game. Goes down the backhand wing of Pegula. Good deep return. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova at full stretch into the net. And it's his first sign of frustration from Anisimova.
30-40.
But in some ways, I think she should be saying to herself, okay, great start from my opponent. Let's see how long she can keep this up. And maybe start working on ways of just trying to break up the Pegula rhythm. Pegula looking very, very comfortable. This a point for a double break and a 3-love lead. Serve down the middle from Anisimova. Now hits a backhand to the forehand of Pegula. That's a defensive forehand. Cross court from Anisimova. Pegula's read it. Throws up the lob. That should be an easy put away. It is. Anisimova choosing to take the drive volley rather than the smash.
Juice.
Well, she did well because it was a fairly straightforward one, but when you're down a point for a double break, any floating ball like that coming to you presents a couple of nerves. I think she needs to just sort of play herself into some of these rallies. She's going for full power and timing's not there yet. She needs to just get into a couple of these points.
Well, we saying that about another player half an hour ago?
I think so, yes.
It's a good serve from Anisimova. The return goes into the net. Yeah, it's the way the game's played these days. That someone, I think, has done some data analysis and says you've got a better chance of winning just going for your shots.
Yeah.
Because if they're both going to their shots, only one of them's going to win. 40-30. Anisimova serves. Actually, advantage, but same thing. Backhand from Anisimova. That's too good for Pegula, and Anisimova opens her account.
Pegula leads by 2 games to 1.
Pegula still leading 2-1 with the break of serve. Now, I told you we had a competition on, and we've got a $50 voucher. I had one last week, which was won. So we have a second one for this week for the Australian Open shop. Wherever in the world you are, you can buy from the Australian Open shop. It can be mailed to you. We're giving you the opportunity to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. This is obviously an imagination, but imagine you could have front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? It could be from any round, any Australian Open or the Australian Championships if you want to go back before 1969. And you don't have to have seen it before. The match could have sentimental value for you or be something that sparks your interest in tennis, or maybe you have a personal interest. Maybe you just want to see it again. You can't change the outcome of the match. We're basically offering you the chance to be a time traveller, okay? And you're just observing, but chance to watch it again. And if you win the voucher, you can use it online. So do have a look at AustralianOpenShop.com. Shop is available both on OzOpen.com and through its own website. A lot easier just to go to AustralianOpenShop.com and see what you buy with your $50. Is there one match that you can think of that you'd love to see again?
Well, I'd like to see nearly any of Federer's matches again,
yes.
if I could.
We have had a couple of entries.
His match with Nadal, one final here.
This 2017
Yeah,
one?
2017.
Yeah. Pegula serving at 2-1, forehand return. Backhand from Pegula is wide.
Pat Cash's final against Matt Verlander here, the first
final
1988, when we were so keen. He'd lost in 5 sets in the previous Australian Championship to Stefan Edberg at Kooyong, so he loses 5 sets to that Swede. Then he plays Verlander, just as good a Swede in the final here.
Forehand return from Anisimova, drop shot by Pegula. Anisimova gets there and pushes that long, gets to the forehand and then goes long. You've got to be so careful when you run down a drop shot.
And lost the final 8-6 in the 5th, an absolute classic. And
I remember it because I wasn't here, but I remember thinking, oh well, because we can't watch the Australian Open, it's the middle of the night. But it was such a long final. We watched the final set over breakfast in Europe. I was in Switzerland at the time, so it was an hour later than Great Britain, Ireland and Portugal. It's Jessica Pegula serves backhand from Anisimova. Backhand to backhand at the moment. Now forehand from Pegula to the forehand of Anisimova. Pegula will go back to the forehand of Anisimova. Down the line Anisimova. Pegula going back to the forehand. Anisimova can't get the angles she wants. So she goes back to the forehand of Pegula, who goes on the backhand wing. Anisimova cross court. A slice from Pegula. That drops onto the baseline of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova down the line into the net. And that was a slight forehand desperation, I felt, Alan.
Yes, well, at least she got herself into the point there. She rallied nicely, but in the end she ran out of patience and wanted to do a little bit too much, perhaps, go down the line there. Pegula's just really moving beautifully, running all the balls down, and she's hitting them low over the net. I mean, she's really hardly making any mistakes at all.
It was 18 strokes, that rally. Pegula serves off the top of the net and doesn't drop over. Flew high. That net must be very, very tense. Very taut. Pegula serves, backhand return. Forehand Pegula to the forehand of Anisimova. A drop shot by Pegula. Anisimova will get there. Goes cross court. Pegula's ready and goes down the line with a winner. I have to say that Pegula is using much more of the court. Anisimova is playing a little bit safe. When she goes for the angles, they're not getting anywhere near the sidelines.
That was a good change-up again from Pegula, showing us all her variety. It wasn't the greatest of drop shots. But Anisimova picked the wrong way to hit it. The usual rule is when you're brought in the drop shot.
110 from Anisimova down the line. Pegula has lovely shot, makes it on the half volley.
Yes, the general rule, if you're brought in a drop shot, you hit the ball down the line you're closest to, and then that gives you net position. It's much harder to pass. If you go cross court, then you expose the down the line shot, an easy pass.
Does it not depend where your opponent is?
It's usually you just you play the percentages and you get net position.
So 3-1 Pegula. We'll come to some of your messages at the end of the game. So from Anisimova is wide. Second serve from Anisimova. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova, netted. Anisimova not into this yet.
No, just hasn't settled down. She had a very worried look on her face.
Yeah, she did.
At the end of this game
Absolutely.
too, which Pegula wouldn't have seen, but we could see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anisimova, yes, walking very slowly between serves now. awful lot of distance to cover, but at least she's trying to take her time. Serves to the backhand of Pegula. Good angle from Pegula, up the middle from Anisimova. Deep from Pegula. Forehand from Pegula down the backhand wing. Anisimova throws up the lob. Pegula will smash this one. Oh, it's a great smash, because she did not hit it with power. She just steered it with angle and side spin. And it was a beautiful smash, wide of the Anisimova forehand.
Just the appropriate type of shot for the lob that came up. The sun has gone across the sky a little bit, so it's not really a problem, but still it was a difficult smash which she handled perfectly.
Beautifully done. Anisimova. Off 30, backhand return. Backhand from Anisimova, deep to the forehand of Pegula, but Pegula gets tremendous depth and catches Anisimova. Anisimova's not moving well.
No.
I mean, I have to say, Pegula's length is phenomenal. She's hitting the ball so well. Her placement is excellent. But Anisimova, who's taking a really long time now, standing right at the back of the court in the shade, bouncing the ball, trying to just steady herself. But she's not moving. She needs to take lots of little steps at the moment just to try and get the juices flowing. Anisimova serves. Too long. Again, that slightly resigned look after the serve went long. No, not good body language. Easier said than done, I know, but keep up the optimism, keep up the belief. He serves. Forehand return is too long. Rare miss from Pegula.
15-40.
Tell you that we've had one American win so far today and 2 British wins. Because Christian Harrison, younger brother of Ryan Harrison, and Neil Skupski have won through to the semi-finals of the men's doubles, 6-2, 6-3 against Nusa and Rickel, Czech pairing. They put out the defending champions yesterday. Forehand from Anisimova's gone long.
Game, Pegula.
And that's a double break of serve for Pegula. And Anisimova looks very, very crestfallen at the moment. The other result, Luke Johnson and Jan Zielinski, new pairing this year. They have got through to the semi-finals. They've beaten Arevalo and Pavic, 7-6, 6-2.
So we've got a couple of messages, and this one is from Austin, and he's asking, I'm enjoying listening to the Oz Open coverage. First time listening to you all. One question, why do pros have so many rackets? It seems like some players have 10 plus rackets. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Thanks. Well, I don't think they have 10, Chris.
I think they have about 6 to 8. Yeah. How many did you have in your bag when you played?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Gosh, wooden rackets with gut strings.
Yes.
Well, that's risky, isn't it?
Well,
you can run out.
When we changed, we got some more when we got to London for Wimbledon. So the 3 had to last for our first part of the season, and then if we were good boys, then the Dunlop Salt Lozenges would give us another 3 for the second half of the year. But they have so many rackets because they aren't worried about string tensions and.
Well, they like to change their rackets every 9 games.
Every 9 games with the new balls.
So if you have a long match, especially a men's singles, which could go 5 sets, they need lots of rackets. They'll send some out to the stringers. They also like a choice of different tensions. They'll decide what tension they want, but they'll have a couple of variations in case they get out there and think, no, I need something tighter or looser.
Exactly.
Pegula serves out wide. So it's a good question, but that's the reason why. Yeah. So you often need about 7 or 8 frames.
Anyway, if you had 10, you don't have to carry them anyway. One of your coaching staff can carry them around for you.
We have to be quite high up to have that many people. Yes. It's the thing about these modern composite rackets is that they're all the same, whereas every wooden racket was a little bit different. Oh, a horrible return of serve from Pegula. Not from Pegula, from Anisimova into the bottom of the net. I mean, much as Pegula is playing really well, this is a shocker of Coco Gauff proportions.
It is. She's got no confidence whatsoever in any part of a game at this stage.
Pegula serves out wide, an ace. And the 2 taps you heard there was Anisimova. I think she's tempted to hit her racket harder into the ground than that, but she controls herself. Difficult to know how to react when your opponent's playing well and you're having a shocker. But Pegula, another ace. Anisimova just stands there, hits the loose ball away.
I mean, this couldn't be any easier at this stage.
Well, you say easy. I mean, Pegula is playing incredibly well. Her serves are as well placed as her ground strokes. That one goes in and comes back down the line, chipped winner. Anisimova was stealing into the net, seeing Pegula having to take one hand off the racket, but Pegula just sliced it down the line for a clean winner.
Leads by 5-1.
Well, she can do no wrong. It's just continuing with the form she showed a couple of days ago against Madison Keys. This is exactly how she played. Keys was a bit better, though, than this. It was a much tougher contest.
Well, yes, the first set was very tight, wasn't it? Anisimova, 1-5. Serves down the middle, just too long. Second serve. From Anisimova. Into the body, forehand return. Forehand from Anisimova at full stretch. Onto the baseline, down the line from Pegula. Wrong footer from Anisimova. That was her best point so far.
Well, that might give her a little lift. That's her best shot, the two-hander down the line. Her backhand is really a classic shot. It's one of the great backhands in the game, but we're not seeing much from it today. She can't get in a position to use it as she'd like. She's missing too many other shots, forehands in particular.
Anisimova serving out wide. Misses it. The ball boy was slid then. They're all sliding on hard courts. What's the world coming to, Alan?
I don't know.
Second serve is into the body, backhand return, backhand from Anisimova, backhand from Pegula. That's too good. Anisimova at full stretch gets a racket to it, but goes into the ground. I learned to play with these sort of canvas shoes with rubber soles.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that you might slide on a concrete surface. You're lucky to just have them to play tennis in. 15 all. Anisimova not happy with her ball toss. I think she is looking into the sun from that end.
It's just slightly, isn't it? Yeah.
Serves down the centre, backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova. Again, it's gone wide. But for me, more interesting there was that her footwork wasn't right. I just think her feet aren't working properly, and you must have had days like that.
Plenty.
Yeah. Well, the perceived wisdom is just get your feet moving. Lots of little steps. Because once your footwork is good, the rest of your game will come into play. Forehand from Pegula cross court, and Anisimova pushes Pegula back to a chopped forehand. Up the backhand wing now. Pegula's there, goes cross court, and Anisimova with a two-hander. Forehand Anisimova, that's a clean winner from the younger player. Anisimova.
30.
That's the best point that she has played. She controlled the ball beautifully in that rally, hit them firmly, but the timing was there. And the crowd giving her a nice round of applause. They'd like to see, they know she's better than this. They'd like to see her be able to produce it, if she's allowed to.
Serve down the centre, an ace.
40-30.
Well, this is a better game for Anisimova. Move to 40-30. Anisimova serves, forehand return, forehand from Anisimova, forehand Pegula, forehand Anisimova, down the line from Anisimova, cross court on the backhand from Anisimova. Now she has a short ball to put away, and she does. But again, Pegula just making her play the extra ball.
New balls, please.
Nothing Pegula could have done about that. At least
leads by 5-2.
At least Anisimova is starting to find her game now.
I'd like to see her, as you mentioned, a little bit better body language. She's sort of walking around with the shoulders slumped and that sort of stuff, and a sort of dispirited look about her. And, you know, you mustn't give your opponent any indication of how you're feeling, particularly if you see that things aren't going that well. There's no need to, enforce it. So we've got a message from Penny, Chris and Alan. In past decades, I look forward to listening to Fred Stolley every summer at the AO and the French. Your insights are certainly on a par with Fred. Gee, Fred would turn in his grave. I see Pegula as the favourite here due to her tactical nails. And as Fred would say, the sooner you get to the net, the sooner you get to the pub. Well, our great mate Fred unfortunately passed away.
A couple of years ago?
Yeah. And we do miss him greatly, particularly as a young Aussie. He helped me a bit on the tour when he was one of the star players back in the mid to late 60s.
He lost 3 successive Wimbledon finals, didn't he?
He did, yes. Roy Emerson was his nemesis.
Chuck McKinley won one of them.
Yep.
I think Emerson won 2.
Yep. But he did win a US.
Yes, he did.
He might have been unseeded.
And he won various doubles titles at the majors. Pegula with the new balls
15 love.
at 5-2 and serving and an ace out wide. Anisimova looking down, suggesting that ball was not in. We're looking at the replay. Well, the vast majority of the ball was beyond, but a decent chunk of it did catch the line. Yes, poor old Fred. But he had a good innings. Backhand from Pegula to the backhand of Anisimova, which is netted, and Anisimova is really frustrated with herself at the moment. She's trying to keep a lid on it.
And Penny also says that she sees Pegula as the favourite here due to her tactical nous. Well, no disagreement from us.
No, a tactical nous and just greater variation at the moment. 30 love, Pegula. Serves off the top of the net and long, so that's a double fault.
30-15.
Her first.
Do you like the red line that lights up and the one around the umpire's chair when there's a fault or an error?
As a commentator, I do find it helps.
Yeah.
I mean, when they first got rid of the line umpires, I found myself looking for the line umpires.
Okay, yes.
Especially if you're watching a match and you think, now was that in or out? And you see an arm come out or 2 palms go down together. And since we haven't got that, I actually find these red lights are quite useful. I'd rather we didn't have them, but I do find them useful, yeah. That's a clean winner off for a second serve from Anisimova. 30 love is now 30 all.
I would find it annoying if I was playing badly because it would just be reminding me that I'm making all these mistakes and errors.
Well, the score might do that.
Yeah, but I don't have to look at that.
You hear it from the umpire. Backhand return from Anisimova. Backhand from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Pegula goes cross court. She's overdone that one.
Yes, that's the first straightforward miss that she's made when she's been in a winning position.
And it's a break point for Anisimova. And suddenly this set starts to look a little bit more open. Pegula at 5-2, but 30-40. Serves. Oh, that's a long way long. Range has gone on the first serve at the moment for Pegula, which is exposing the second serve a bit. Generally a good second serve. Kicked this one, backhand return. Backhand from Pegula up the middle. Forehand from Anisimova. Off the frame and just long.
Juice.
She turns again in frustration. Spreads her arms. She's right in front of us. Just trying to breathe deeply.
Yes, trying to calm herself down a bit.
I actually think that the problem is not the calm. She needs to actually get her feet more excited, get them moving. Pegula serves wide. And not a particularly strong serve. Very good catch by the ball kid in front of us. Ball kid 3-6-3. We have numbers. Forehand return. Forehand from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova. Now goes to the forehand of Pegula. That's a winner down the line for Pegula. Great forehand.
Well, speaking of moving your feet, our Davis Cup captain, the late Neil Fraser, when we'd change ends, first thing he'd say, now remember, happy feet.
Happy feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd say that all the time,
All
so
right.
to keep us moving our feet. If you could see we were getting a bit nervous and that.
Happy Jessica Pegula, because she's at set point. She serves to the forehand return. Forehand from Pegula up the middle of the court is long. So happy feet was just basically dancing all the time, wasn't it?
Yes, on your toes, moving, yes. And always if he thought we were getting a bit nervous, which very easy to do in Davis Cup.
Yes. And I wonder whether that's Anisimova's problem, is that actually she's a shade nervous here.
Yeah.
I know she's been in 2 Grand Slam finals in the last 2 majors, but...
well, she doesn't have a good record against Pegula.
No, that's also true. This is their 4th meeting. Pegula's won the other 3. Pegula serves, backhand return, backhand from Pegula up the forcing Anisimova to reach for that one. Up the line from Pegula, cross court from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, down the line, Anisimova, slice by Pegula, a slice by Anisimova is netted. That slice from Pegula is so good.
It is good.
It just skims the top of the net.
And it's got a fair bit of spin on it, doesn't it? And it bites and keeps low.
It looks a natural slice.
Yeah.
It looks like she's been slicing all her life, whereas actually I think she's built the slice in to become a more important part of her game in recent months. Set point number 2 for Pegula. Serves down the centre, an ace.
And first set, Pegula.
Oh, that's a terrific set for Jessica Pegula. 6 games to 2 in exactly half an hour.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
You're listening to our Women's Match of the Day here on AO Radio. Time to head back to our commentary team.
They did lose that match, but they held that service game. So in a way,
it was justice.
Justice was done there. Right, Anisimova is back. We start the second set with her serving to Pegula, and the return is too long.
So shades of the previous match where Shelton left the court when she lost the first set. You ever see anybody who wins the first set leave the court?
Yes, I did once.
Did you?
And I remember thinking...
Did you mark down the day?
That's odd. Why are they doing that?
They must have really needed to go.
They must have... Maybe it was a hot day and they drank lots of fluids before the start of the match. Did once see it, and the umpire had to say... I think he waited to the end of the set and he said, I'm afraid I need a bathroom break as well.
Yeah, just have a hit amongst yourselves.
Yes. Second point has gone to Anisimova with the forehand return of serve long by Jessica Pegula. Anisimova in front of our commentary position, serving into the body, chopped back by Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula. Now backhand Anisimova, forehand Pegula deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand Pegula, forehand to forehand, and Anisimova into the bottom of the net. And it's strokes like that that make me think Anisimova is going to struggle to dig this match out.
Well, that was a routine rally. There was no real danger in that shot. If she'd hit 3 or 4 just like it, and then all of a sudden just gets over the top of it too quickly and smothers it into the lower part of the net.
I like the outfit that Anisimova's wearing. Sort of two-tone lilac top. In fact, it's a dress. It's a one-piece, but it sort of merges into a skirt part is black. She's wearing the lilac-coloured visor and sort of greeny-yellow shoes. She serves back and return. Backhand from Anisimova up the line, misses. That was a flat return from Pegula. Anisimova bent her knees, went down Radvanska style, and went up the line. Not a bad move, but she's just not getting her shots in the right place.
It's a little bit risky when you're struggling for your form, although she was ahead in the count.
30 all. Anisimova serves, just missed. Second serve from Anisimova. Goes all the way to the net. She's going for the body serve.
30-40.
And here's a break point for Pegula right at the start of the second set. Anisimova's reset by going for that bathroom break has not worked.
No, not yet.
Break point Pegula. Anisimova not going to serve yet because she's not happy with her ball toss. Everything's just going a little wrong for her. She serves too long. Second serve from Anisimova. This to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova down the line, clean winner. And the screen was from Anisimova.
Yeah.
Trying to G herself up. That was a much better punch, a double punch. The serve out wide, and this time the backhand did hit the right place.
Well, she was fortunate that she got the break point to be able to be played with her best shot, backhand down the line.
But that was the shot she missed 2 points earlier.
Yeah.
Anisimova serves into the net. She's serving and volleying there. She's certainly running somewhere after the serve. Second serve from Anisimova. Into the backhand of Pegula. Anisimova into the bottom of the net.
There's that rushed quick swing where she smothers it.
Is that what she's doing?
I think so. She doesn't get the racket head going towards the target long enough, so it gets to about here and then just in front of her and just rolling the wrist over a bit sharply, I think.
So what can she do?
I would just for a couple of games take a little bit off it and just aim it a little bit higher until I start to feel that I've got the timing and got it back under control.
Second break point, a chopped forehand from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova down the line. Pegula with a defensive backhand, that's going to drift wide.
Well, see, that forehand, she gave it a little bit more height and played it a bit more calmly. She didn't rush it.
Does it help to maybe get the backswing in a little bit more quickly? Get the racket back earlier?
Well, yes, I mean, a lot of the good players, I remember Serena Williams, I've never seen anybody take the racket back so early as she did. Almost too early, she had to wait a bit, but...
she did pretty well for herself, didn't she?
She
backhand return from Pegula, netted by Anisimova again as the backhand cross-court. Advantage Pegula. A third break point in this opening game of the second set. Anisimova. Serve. Looking for the big serve down the centre, but you heard the recorded voice of the person shouting out. Should be fault, shouldn't it, really?
Yes.
Fault if it's a serve, out any other shot. Forehand return from Pegula is out. Too long.
Well, the let off there, second serve on break point, she could ill afford a shaky start to the second set, as was the case in the first.
Anisimova serving. No, not yet. Now she's going to try serving at deuce. Down the centre, backhand return. Just inside the baseline of Anisimova. Goes to the backhand of Pegula. Good angle from Pegula. Up the line from Anisimova. Cross-court Pegula. Cross-court Anisimova. Pegula chops that back. Down the line Anisimova's a clean winner. That was good tennis.
Oh, yeah, that was brilliant ball striking from her. And she had to, because Pegula was really scampering around the baseline, chopping the balls back, keeping them in play. And in the end, Anisimova had to come up with some of her best shot making to get that game point.
Anisimova serves. Backhand, no, the serve was just wide. Second serve. Anisimova just taking her time on this one, and rightly so. Served into the body, back and return. Forehand from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, forehand Anisimova. Pegula goes down the line, misses it, and Anisimova holds. But interesting in that last point, she was just rallying, just happy to trade punches.
Yes, a bit more conservative there early in the rally. That's all she's got to do, just take her time a little bit more, just play a bit smarter. She's playing like she's...
So, Pegula coming out to pick the balls. In front of our commentary position, she takes 3, dismisses 1. She's wearing this bright orange dress that a lot of female players are playing, and there's a same colour shirt and shorts in the men's game in that particular company. Pegula, a set-up, lob 1 in the second, serves down the centre, backhand return is lofted. Pegula will take this on the full. Another lob from Anisimova, taken on the full by Pegula second time. The drive volley is good.
15 love.
Just calmly played by Pegula. I mean, I like her presence on the court these last couple of days that I've watched her. I mean, she's really calm. She seems to be totally aware of everything that's around her, what's going on, what's happening with the match. It's all coming quite comfortably.
Pegula serving, looking to go down the tee. She favours the forehand of Anisimova, doesn't she?
Oh, her backhand's her best shot, Anisimova.
Let's.
Off the top of the net, the second serve. Pegula just takes an extra ball. Dismisses the one that she had in her hand. I'm sure that's a superstition thing. Second serve, it's kicked to the back. Oh, and Anisimova, wild backhand.
13 love.
Again, having played conservatively on the game point that she had in the last game, why does Anisimova then go for that very difficult, spectacular down the line shot? Because it was a kick serve, so she was hitting the backhand way above shoulder level, which makes it a hard shot to hit, and she was going for the winner.
Well,
I think she just needs to rally with Pegula.
I mean, you've got to query the coaching about that. You know, there's certain times when you must make the opponent play the ball, and one of them is a game point with a second serve.
And Anisimova's just done exactly the same thing again. Serve into the body. Yeah, it was a good serve. It had a bit of movement, swinging into the right hip of Anisimova. But again, where is the... Just let's get the ball into play. Serve from Pegula. Anisimova hits that into the corner. A very high lob from Pegula will just clear the net, but should be smashed away. And it is by Anisimova.
Yes, you've got to make your opponent beat you, you know, so because often they can't do it if you just nice and solid on the game points, and they're going to be a bit nervous, etc. So they've got to play smart tennis, and a lot of them, as you said, they just hit tennis balls, hitting it hard all the time, because that's what the coaching manual says these days. It's a power game, so you've got to hit it hard.
Pegula serves, backhand return. Forehand Pegula cross court to the forehand of Anisimova. Chopped by Pegula. Pushing Anisimova back though. A slice from Pegula. Anisimova waits, hits a backhand into the net. She's getting errors on the backhand side as well. And Pegula levels at 1 game all.
Well, just cutting it a bit too fine, those rallying shots. They're just net skimming shots. I mean, just raise the sights a little. Metre above the height of the net with a little bit more spin until you get the opportunity to really hammer one.
Pegula right in front of our commentary position. She must be happy with this, but it's only one set. It may have been a very one-sided set. And Anisimova could find form at any time. 1-1 second set. Anisimova serving. Backhand return. It's long. See, that's a loose shot by Pegula. But be careful not to let those creep into her game.
Actually, you mentioned the one-sided set. We've seen a few one-sided women's matches on the Rod Laver Arena the last few days.
Yeah, it's funny. We got the top six in both the men's and women's singles, who got to the quarterfinals, and yet we haven't had great quarterfinals yet, have we?
No.
I mean, the first set of Dimino Alcaraz was fascinating, but once that set went to Alcaraz, the match fizzled out.
Yep.
13 love.
I'm very much looking forward to the next match on this court, Musetti against Djokovic.
Well, as long as he doesn't look at the stats and see what his head-to-head record is against Novak, 10-1.
The head-to-head is changing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And actually, I think Musetti is playing well enough that the variety he brings
he's very good.
Could trouble Djokovic. Anisimova serves, backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova, into out. That's too good for Pegula.
This just shows the value as she gets to 40 love of hanging on to that opening service game of the set when she saved a couple of break points.
Yes, they could prove important. Anisimova serving. Forehand return deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova just clears the net. Forehand Pegula going back to the backhand, but it's long from Pegula. And Anisimova
leads by 2 games to 1.
Well, she stays ahead. 2-1 on serve in the second set.
Oh, we've got a message from Dave Richardson, and his is enjoying the call in our architecture class studio, where our design project is a sports rehab centre based on regenerative health. Match from the past, as he's picked a doubles match. 1970 Australian Open men's doubles. Smith and Lutz with their only non-US Open major win over Alexander and Tent. Well, I would have been playing in that. I don't
played
remember
in that tournament.
Yeah, I don't remember that. But They were a very good team, Smith and Lutz, and surprisingly didn't win as many majors as I thought they would have. They were very
they
good.
had a terrific record in Davis Cup.
They did, very good, yep. And I thought they were a good enough team to win Wimbledon, but they didn't. So
No, they didn't, that's right.
a lot of good doubles teams around, though.
Smith played with Van Dillen for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, he played Davis Cup match with Van Dillen, but they got destroyed by Laver and Newcomb in a final. That didn't help their teaming up after that. But Van Dillen was a good doubles player, though, in his own right.
Would have been the early 70s. Yeah, thank you for that one. It's Dave in Farmington, Michigan. Pegula at 1-2. Serves down the backhand wings, chipped by Anisimova. Backhand Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova is long.
15 love.
Anisimova's walking to her bench. How do I get my... What did she say? I mean, she's... I can't get the ball in court, she says. Yeah, well... That's reducing it to its simplest. Pegula off the top of the net. The thing is, it slightly dragged Pegula's level down. Pegula hasn't had to be playing particularly well. Second serve is into the net.
13 love.
She's just trying to play too well. I mean, just get the ball over for a few shots and just see how the rally, how it goes. Don't try to hit too many good shots straight off the bat. Just not playing well enough at the moment. That'll come if you give yourself a bit of time.
Pegula at 30 love. Serves just wide of the sideline. Not by much. Second serve. Into the body, forehand return. Forehand from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova up the line from Pegula is long. So those shots are going in the first set from Pegula.
See, that's nothing wrong with that point she played there. She rallied a couple of shots and then the opponent ended up missing it. Keep yourself alive in the rallies.
Come on, let's go.
30-15, Pegula. Serving out wide. Backhand return off the frame is wide. Now,
40-15.
when she hits that off the frame, that's a sign that just coordination's not quite right.
Yeah, she just really sort of snatched at that ball.
And we all have days like this, but for most of us, it's like, you know, we knock the glass of water off the bedside table when we go to turn the alarm off, or we reach for our keys and push them behind the refrigerator or something like that. You know, days when just we're not coordinated. When these people have it,
yes,
they're in the goldfish bowl of global publicity. As Anisimova goes long again, and Pegula holds to 15.
2 games on.
I think she's just got to calm down. I mean, she's getting too, not showing poor temperament or anything, but she's just too annoyed with herself about this.
She is.
Not rallying as well as the shots aren't going as well as they normally do. As you said, you can't expect it to be like that all the time, and you have to give some credit for how solidly your opponent is playing, mixing it up.
Anisimova, 2-all, second set. He serves out wide.
15 love.
Short-angled serve. Pegula wandering up to that, and then changing direction and moving to the other side, which tells you that Pegula wasn't entirely sure. It was a close call. Anisimova serves down the middle. That's too good. That won't come back. There's love on the Anisimova serve. Serves down the backhand wing of Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula. Anisimova down the line, misses.
30-15.
You see, if she felt that she could get herself in by all these shots would just be eventually they'd come good, then fine, but there's no sign that they're coming good.
Well, she's going to run out of time shortly. Another impatient swing at that forehand there.
Anisimova serves, and that's too good.
Well, she's serving well this game.
Three good serves in this game. Yep.
What she's got to do is just keep hanging on to her serve, and eventually she'll be up 4-3, 5-4, 6-5, and might be able to just string together one good service game, and that would nearly give her the set.
Give me the winners and unforced errors in a minute, because they make interesting reading. Anisimova at 40-15. Serves. Oh, double fault.
40-30.
Winners are almost identical. 13 for Pegula, 14 for Anisimova. Unforced errors, 10-26. 10 for Pegula, 26 for Anisimova. And there's your story in the stats. Although we're seeing it in front of our eyes. She's just not playing well. But she's at least held serve again as Pegula nets her return of serve.
Anisimova leads by
That's what she's got to do, make sure she doesn't drop her own serve, just keep hanging on. That game in front is an advantage.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Women's quarterfinal action here on AO Radio and the Overnight Show. Jessica Pegula up against fellow American Amanda Anisimova. Time to head back to the commentary team now in the second set. Anisimova leading 3-2.
Thanks for the great coverage.
I think we're doing the main draw finals. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's the plan. That's always been the way we've done it over the years. Back in return from Anisimova is netted.
15 love.
Is that a contractual thing? Did we have to do the doubles?
No.
Which way, being a doubles player, I'd love to see the doubles.
Well, I mean, I think the thing about doubles is harder to call on radio. It's very difficult to call, difficult to describe. But if you win it, back in return from Anisimova, forehand from Pegula, Anisimova cross court, forehand from Pegula down the backhand wing, Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula, Pegula nets. If you win, you're on the Grand Slam Roll of Honour.
You are.
So I think that was always the thinking. I assume it still is.
That was a better point. Little nod of the head from Anisimova. More patient in that rally.
Pegula serves. That's a chopped return. Pegula takes it on the full. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula with a half volley. Backhand from Anisimova. Nets. Oh, she had a chance to pass then. And again, she's looking so frustrated.
30-15.
I don't know why she didn't go down the line there. She was right there, and that's her favourite shot, so that shows you she's not thinking as clearly as she usually does.
Pegula at 30-15. Serving off the top of the net and wide. Second serve. It's to the forehand of Anisimova. A slice from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova into out. Backhand Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula netted. And it's 30-all. Is the tide beginning to turn?
The signs are there. I don't think it's come in all the way yet, but
no,
it's turning, isn't it? This is a key point now. 30-all point is vital because whoever wins it is the first player to achieve a game point.
Pegula serves into the net. Second serve. Where's this one going to go? Into the body, forehand return, forehand Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova, Pegula with a defensive backhand. Forehand Anisimova, Pegula with a two-hander. Backhand from Anisimova up the line and misses.
Just.
40.
Well, at least she worked the point better.
She did. It was a well-played point, and Pegula just in front of us here getting balls from the ball boys, but a little unlucky there. Anisimova had the winning shot. It just went long. Sigh of relief from Pegula.
40-30, point for 3-all. Second set. Exactly an hour played. Pegula serves, backhand return, forehand from Pegula up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova is long, loose from Anisimova. And so 30-all, she had a chance, but a couple of
3 games on.
slightly loose points from her.
no footwork on that last one. She just stood there and whacked the ball. No little adjusting steps. Wasn't a difficult shot. She was just too keen to hit a winner.
Pegula. Sorry, no, Anisimova from the Yarra end. Ready to serve now. Goes out wide, misses it. Second serve from Anisimova. Forehand return down the line, misses. That's a good second serve, actually. It had a bit of kick on it. Took it away from the Pegula racket. Jessica Pegula, who enjoys support from fans of the Buffalo Bills American football team. Her parents own it. And her dad, Terry, owns an ice hockey team. The Buffalo Sabres, I think they are. I'm afraid my knowledge of American sport is not as sharp as it should be. Second serve into the net by Anisimova.
15 all.
Well, at least she's still in this second set. Double faults like that will not help her. Anisimova serving. And the centre, back and return. That'll go over the net, but will it be put away by Anisimova? Yes.
30-15.
The stronger serve of the two players. Although Pegula served pretty well today with a few aces and placing it very well also.
Anisimova serving out wide, backhand return, forehand from Anisimova. Pegula's read the forehand, goes cross court. Attempted wrong footer by Anisimova, but Pegula adjusts. And this time she can't get that one back. And Anisimova moves to 40-15.
Made sure she hit down the line that time on her two-handed backhand.
.40-15 on the Anisimova serve. It goes out wide, but too wide. Bounces on the advertising hoardings and the ball kit in front of us. It's a long run for it. Second serve. Into the body, back and return. Backhand from Anisimova is hooked wide. And she was late on that one.
Yeah, no footwork there, just sort of leant away from the ball instead of a couple of quick little steps.
I mean, this happens to players at all levels of the game. You suddenly find your feet don't move, but you have to find a way of getting them to move.
She's just too keen to hit a first shot winner or a first shot really forcing error from her opponent.
Anisimova serves, forehand return. Forehand from Anisimova to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova, it's forehand to forehand at the moment. Now Pegula goes up the backhand wing, cross court from Anisimova. Slice from Pegula, drifts wide. And Anisimova holds for 4 games to 3.
4 games to 3.
Well, she's doing what she's got to do as far as the serve is concerned, holding them all, just keeping her nose in front. And she's got the ability, if she just calms down a little bit and uses her shot selection a little better, she's got the ability to break serve and win the set, really. It's on her racket.
We've been bringing you a couple of doubles results. Christian Harrison, Neil Skupski, beating Musa and Rickel to reach the semi-finals of the men's doubles. And also through to the semis, Luke Johnson and Jan Zielinski. Only beaten Arevalo and Pavic. And there's a match on court between the number 5 seeds in the women's doubles, Gabi Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani, against the number 3, Sue Xie and Elena Ostapenko, and that is 3-1 first set to Dabrowski and Stefani.
Time.
Doubles nearing their conclusion as well. It's a fair bit of mixed on court. We've got women's doubles on Rod Laver this evening because there's only one men's match.
It's the Aussie combination, isn't it?
Yes, 7 o'clock the men's match tonight, 7 o'clock Melbourne time. Ben Shelton against Jannik Sinner. And then women's doubles, Enna Shibahara and Vera Svonareva. Svonareva now 41 against Kimberly Birrell and Talia Gibson. The Australian wildcards got through to the quarterfinals. Right, Anisimova has taken the first point on the Pegula serve. So, love 15. Pegula serves out wide, just too wide. Now then, chance for Anisimova here. Second serve. The forehand of Anisimova, and that's hit wide.
15 all.
Well, it wasn't a bad second serve there. It stretched her, and it was worth giving it a bit more care than that. She still wanted to hit too good a shot.
I think Anisimova needs to completely reframe the whole thing. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's amazing that she's still in this, given how ground strokes are not working. Backhand from Anisimova to the forehand of Pegula, netted by Pegula. Just a few more errors now from Pegula.
15-30.
Well, the key thing in this set is she's been able to hang on to each serve, which was absolutely crucial. And now she's almost in a position to, she's threatening to take the set. 15-30, up 4-3. A couple of good points here, and she'll be serving for the set.
Pegula serves out wide, backhand return. That's a chip from Pegula. Anisimova should put this away comfortably. She does, and she has 2 break points.
Well, we said play a couple of good points. That was an absolutely stunning return off a good first serve. The angle that she got off that.
Yes. Pegula getting there with a good slice, but Anisimova able to run that down. And hits 15-40 on the Pegula serve. Pegula goes into the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula is a wrong footer. Goes back to the forehand of Anisimova, who was running to her backhand wing. One breakpoint saved with a very, very good serve and forehand. Still a second. Pegula serves, forehand return, the forehand of Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova. Backhand Pegula up the forehand lane. Anisimova cross court. Pegula up the middle. Forehand from Anisimova. Pegula doing all the running and goes to the backhand of Anisimova. And Pegula nets.
Cain. Anisimova. New balls, please.
Winning a tough rally there. At that
Anisimova
point,
leads by
she didn't overhit, didn't overplay, made sure she was solid there, and ended up being rewarded. That's the beauty of what I was talking about. You keep your nose in front by hanging onto your serve, even if you're not returning well or you're missing a lot of ground strokes. If you keep winning your serve, now she's got a break and she's ahead 5-3.
Yes. Hour and 9 minutes played. And it's Amanda Anisimova serving for the second set. Well, a slightly unlikely position for her to find herself in, given the way she's been playing, but she's hung in there. Missed her first serve. So many of the shots she can generally rely on have been not just missing, but missing by quite some margin. Second serve is a forehand return, is deep. Forehand into the net from Anisimova. She's just not recovering from from the serve when the ball is thundered back at her feet.
That was a pretty ordinary second serve, and it was hammered back at her, and she just didn't have time there. Only 134 Ks, that serve straight onto the forehand.
Anisimova serving. No, not at the moment.
A lot of her ball tosses have been a little bit too far left today.
I just think she's having an off day. Back and return from Pegula is a long way off. Just think how accurate she was in the first set.
Yep. If she could have kept that up, would have been finished this match 20 minutes ago.
Well, quite.
Yep.
Yes, there was one stage I thought, I'm not sure if this is going to get into a second hour. Svitolina beat Goff in 59 minutes yesterday. Backhand from Anisimova, backhand Pegula. Backhand Anisimova, forehand from Pegula. Backhand Anisimova's netted. Oh, again, she snatched to that one.
Yeah.
15-13.
She's having trouble not accepting that she's not hitting the ball as well as she wants to, and she's still going for a lot of these shots when a little bit more conservative play would benefit her.
I think just throw in the odd slice. Float it if necessary. You don't have to hit it too flat. Big serve down the middle, but missed. 175 kilometres. Hour and 11 minutes played. Second serve. Just to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula goes up the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova. Backhand Pegula. Again up the middle from Pegula. And Anisimova nets. And it's 15-40.
Well, undoing all the good work that she did by getting the break, hanging onto her serves and getting the break, and just at the crucial time, just can't get the first serve in, not getting any free points, and then again, a bit too impatient on the ground strokes.
15-40, Anisimova bouncing the ball in front of the president's box and serves down the centre. Misses it. Taking her time for the second serve. She's now ready for. Losses the ball. Oh, 400 turn. Backhand from Anisimova. A slice from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova cross court. Pegula's there. Up the line from Anisimova, but just a bit careful. The rally goes on. Anisimova playing far more conservatively here. Plays a backhand to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula is long. And Anisimova gets the reward. She can do it.
30-40.
This shows you, though, she will not come forward. She had a couple of opportunities there to hit the ball into the corner and come in and make a volley, but she knew what she was doing in the end.
Still break point for Pegula. This to get back on track. Pegula are set up. Anisimova leading 5-3. 30-40 it is. She serves too long. I'll get her first serves in at the moment, Amanda Anisimova. Second serve. Will go. Oh, it won't go anywhere just yet because she's not happy with the ball toss. Now she's ready. And serves into the net.
Game, Pegula.
She sort of almost bends over. I wondered at first whether she might have an injury, but I think she's just so disappointed with herself.
Yeah. Well, that was very, as you mentioned, disappointed with herself. She should be, because it was a gutsy effort to get a break and to be in a position to serve it out when she hasn't been playing well, and then really served badly in that game and finished it off with a critical double fault.
So it's 5-4, still to Anisimova. We're back on serve. Remind about our competition. You can win a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop if you tell us which Australian Open match, any match in history, Australian Open, Australian Championships, which one would you choose and why? And the best answer, as judged by our team, announced on Saturday, will get a $50 voucher. You can enter the same way as you send us messages or commentary box. You can either go to ozopen.com/listen, scroll down a little bit and get to the AO Radio icon on the right, and under that is Ask the Booze. Click on that, fill in the form, send it off, and it lands in our inbox, or you can just send us a conventional email. Our address is aoradio@tennis.com.au. Send us questions, send us comments, or send us entries for our competition. Which match in Australian Open history would you like to be at? You can't change the outcome of it. You can sit in the front row and watch it. Pegula, 4-5. Snowy to stay in the second set. Back in return. Dropped forehand from Pegula. Forehand from Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova with a two-hander deep to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Anisimova with a forehand into out. A slice from Pegula. Backhand from Anisimova. Good quality tennis this. Chipped by Pegula. Deep to the forehand of Anisimova. Forehand Pegula. Up the backhand wing. Anisimova's there. Pegula's there. Goes cross court and misses.
One of the better rallies that Anisimova has produced. She was really timing the ball very well in that point. Pegula was pushed from corner to corner and defended well, kept it going as long as she could.
17 strokes.
Now under a bit of pressure on serve here. Just Pegula having lost that opening point.
Pegula serves down the centre.
First serve.
Pegula serving down the tee, 410. Forehand from Pegula, cross court, clean winner. Beautifully struck.
Yes.
15 all.
Well, that was a good sign there. She didn't just try to be careful and play safe with it, having lost the first point. She saw the opening and she went for it and made it.
Pegula, 15 all, serves down the centre. Still going for these big serves. Making far fewer of them than she was in the first set. An excellent set from Pegula. Second serve to the forehand of Anisimova. That's again struck
30,
wildly. I'm the same as you, Alan. I don't get the tactics. She's having a bad day, fine. Take that as read. We all have those. But she's in a Grand Slam quarter-final. She improves her chances of winning by getting into rallies.
Yep.
She's got the evidence of the last few minutes. It's a good serve from Pegula. No
14,
excuse.
15.
No embarrassment for not getting that one back. 2 points for 5 all. Pegula serving out wide, forehand return, half volley from Pegula, backhand from Anisimova, backhand Pegula, forehand Anisimova cross court, Pegula's there, goes on just a little bit long, and winding up for that running forehand, just overdid it.
With the first serve here to get to the relative safety of 5 all.
40-30, Pegula serves, forehand return is long. Well, she got it, and she got the error from it.
Pegula.
Well,
5
just
games
what it
all.
looked like Anisimova maybe was going to really continue to pick a game up with that break of serve. She's played a couple of ordinary ones.
With 5 games all, second set. Anisimova serving. Not yet, she isn't. She pulled out of the service motion, didn't even toss the ball. Waiting for people to settle. There's a bit of movement. They do let people in after every game, even if it's an even number of games. Big forehand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula. Anisimova goes into the corner, but Pegula's there. Forehand from Anisimova. Pegula cross court. It's cross court down. Now the line from Pegula just missed it. It was good hitting.
Yes.
15 love.
Both players there. High quality rally, that one.
Love on the Anisimova serve. Rod Laver Arena goes quiet. Anisimova serves into the net. Second serve from Anisimova. Oh, it's a horrible serve. I mean, that was... I think she apologised to the ball kids.
Yeah.
That nearly hit them. That's how off it was. The ball kids at the net.
And it nearly hit the photographers.
Yeah.
She just wrapped that all the way around the frame. This crowd are just murmuring and muttering. They don't see too many serves miss-hit like that on this court.
I mean, when you think of what the kick serve is, it's always possible
it is,
that you can hit it.
Yeah.
that far wide. 15 all. Chopped forehand from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Now Pegula nets her forehand.
Well, as you brush up sharply from low to high across the ball, so it's just glancing on the ball, and sometimes you can catch a leading edge. And one of the great serve volleys of all time, Stefan Edberg, used to catch a few on the leading edge of doing a kick serve.
And then go into the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 all, second set, 30-15 on the Anisimova serve. Down the middle, just too long the serve. Second serve. Anisimova bouncing the ball 6 times. Lost the sun. Not for long. Forehand return. Forehand Anisimova. Chopped forehand from Pegula is into the net. That chopped forehand isn't working too well at the moment.
15.
No, she was hitting everything so well in the first set. It was all gold. But pretty hard to keep it up as well as she was playing there.
40-15. Anisimova points for 6-5. Serves down the middle but misses. Second serve. It's on its way. Umpire Kelly Rask just asking the crowd to calm down. A double fault.
40-30.
Just standing still there, trying to collect her thoughts.
Second point for 6-5 for Anisimova. Serving. Oh, and again she catches the ball.
There's that ball toss that's going too far left again. She's sort of hooking it out of her hand.
At what point does this become the yips? She serves, backhand return. Backhand Anisimova up the forehand wing. Pegula's there with a chopped forehand, pushing Anisimova back. Backhand Pegula, cross court. Two-hander from Anisimova. It's backhand to backhand at the moment. Up the line from Anisimova. Pegula is there. Forehand from Anisimova to the backhand of Pegula. Pegula goes back down the forehand wing. Cross court Anisimova. Cross court Pegula. And Anisimova nets.
Tough rally there. Either player giving an inch, and it was Anisimova who weakened. Made the error.
Anisimova at deuce. Now, it's not been a great performance, but where she showed her inexperience is in not being able to develop an alternative strategy. Anisimova serves too long. Opening here for Jess Pegula. Second serve. Off the top of the net and long. It hung in the air.
It did. Just teased her really, but it's the second double in this game. Just when it looked like she might be able to take it to a third.
A seventh of the match.
Yeah. Irma going around the crowd.
A break point for Pegula. Forehand return from Pegula. Forehand Anisimova. Pegula is there at the middle of the court. Forehand Anisimova. Forehand Pegula is netted.
Oh, good depth though on that one from Anisimova.
Anisimova again showing great frustration. She won the point.
She looked a bit emotional there when she was looking at her camp.
She's just frustrated with the way she's playing. I'm not surprised. Deuce on the Anisimova serve. Missed the first one. Second serve. Someone shouts, "You could do it, Amanda." Not supposed to shout out with your first and second serves, but it's a fairly minor infringement. That's a clean winner from Pegula. Great shot.
Second serve just straight down the middle of the court to her forehand. So that deserved to be dealt with, and it was.
Second break point for Pegula. This will give her a chance to serve for the match. So from Anisimova, backhand return up the forehand wing from Anisimova. Pegula's there, backhand Pegula up the middle, forehand from Anisimova, netted. Pegula breaks.
Pegula.
And she'll serve for the match, serve for a place in the semi-finals.
Pegula leads by 6 games.
That just about sums up her day, Amanda Anisimova.
It does rather.
Yeah, she's fighting hard, doing her absolute best, struggling with the game against a very resolute opponent. She was hanging on, got a break and led 5-3, but the ground strokes just haven't been good enough all day, and has now dropped 3 games in a row from 5-3 up, and it's hard to see her breaking back here, I must say, the way she is hitting the ball.
Well, yes, because I mean it's not been as good a set from Pegula as the first one was.
No. She's making sure she's playing solidly and not making too many errors, because she doesn't have to. She knows that if she can just move the ball around, mix it up a little bit, Anisimova's going to continue to go for the big drives.
Yeah, we're just seeing a replay of that real outburst of emotion from Anisimova. It's interesting entry to the competition from Seth in Bronx, New York. If I could attend any match in Australian Open history, I'd attend the 1983 junior first round between Stefan Edberg and Darren Cahill. Cahill won the first set in the tie-break. Edberg then dominated, winning 3-2. I'd want to attend the match to see them on the cusp of their careers. And Edberg, that was the first match of his junior Grand Slam.
He did, yes, that's right.
He won all 4 that year. Fascinating entry. Really good one, Seth.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Pegula serving for the match, goes up the backhand wing. That's a lovely double punch. She served out wide to the forehand, which left the backhand wing open, and she found it with a precision placement of her forehand.
Is there any other player who's won the Junior Grand Slam?
No. Monfils won the first 3 and then lost US Open quarterfinals.
All right. I knew you'd know that.
The serve down the middle from Pegula, forehand cross court, Anisimova's there. Forehand Pegula up the middle of the court, forehand Anisimova into the corner. A high defensive ball taken on the full from Anisimova. Now she has to play a low volley, which she plays well, but Pegula's there, throws up the lob. That'll be smashed by Anisimova and put away. Nice rally, though I can't help feeling Pegula chose the wrong shot.
Well, one of the best points of the match coming at a crucial stage, 30 love or 15 all. I think she just got a bit conservative there, Pegula. She was there in time to make a pass, I think. Threw up the lob, but she knows that their opponent's a bit nervous, a bit worried, and so I guess not a bad choice to make a play an overhead.
Yeah, if she'd missed it, we'd be praising Pegula, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Pegula misses her first serve. 15 all. Second serve. Is out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Pegula into out. Defensive backhand from Anisimova. Attempted put away by Pegula, got back by Anisimova, but Pegula will smash that away. And again, Anisimova is frustrated with herself. I don't see why, actually. I think that point was genuinely won by Pegula.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Pegula 2 points from a place in her first Australian Open semi-final. This is her 4th Australian Open quarter-final. She serves. Missed the first one. Going for a sliced serve down the centre, down the tee. Second serve is a loft double fault.
Well,
she's getting a bit tight.
Well, wouldn't be surprised that everybody does when they're serving a set or a match. Can't help get ahead of yourself and say one more good game and I'm in the semis.
Well, Pegula is still 2 points away from that place in the semis. 6-5, 30 all. She serves down the centre. She's looking for the ace. I wonder whether she might have been better just taking 10% off and getting that first serve in. Second serve to the backhand of Anisimova. Backhand from Pegula up the middle of the court. Forehand from Anisimova. They're both playing up the middle, neither really going for an angle at this stage. Forehand from Anisimova, a bit more of an angle. Pegula goes cross court, down the line Anisimova. Pegula there. Backhand from Anisimova, clean winner. And those were tight shots by Pegula.
Yep.
She wasn't swinging freely.
They were all landing a bit short. They were a bit conservative. And unfortunately for her, the last one she landed it right on Anisimova's favourite shot, the backhand down the line. She made, and a chance to break back.
Yes, this for a tie-break, a second set tie-break. Pegula serves, forehand return. Backhand from Pegula is going to drop long, I think. No, it's on the baseline, down the line from Anisimova. Forehand from Pegula, that's long. Well, from 30-15, Pegula did not play
6 games all.
good points. And that will give Anisimova hope. If she can somehow eke out this tie-break.
Well, she was walking towards us and then looking at her camp, and she had a look on her face of surprise or a bit of disbelief. Hey, I'm still alive. I'm still in this match. She could believe it, really. She was down 30-15.
Take the luck when you can get it. Over the last 52 weeks, Pegula has won 47% of the tie-breaks she's played, and Anisimova has won 57. Not that that really means much going into this one. Anisimova serves, plays a backhand to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand Anisimova. Pegula with a two-hander just long.
1-0. Anisimova.
This shows you, doesn't it? However well you play the first set, it is only one set.
Yep.
And whether you win it 6-love or 7-6 or 6-2 as Pegula did, it's just the one set.
When you serve for the match, that game assumes so much more importance that
exactly.
It's very hard to win.
Pegula serves, backhand return, backhand Pegula up the line. That is a gorgeous double punch.
That is, yes.
1-1.
Flat serve out wide. It wasn't a bad return from Anisimova. Pegula saw the gap up the line and found it. Just set herself well. Weight off the back foot on that two-hander. Pegula serves, forehand return. Forehand from Pegula, tries to wrong foot Anisimova. Anisimova pushes this back. Pegula should kill it. She does with a drop shot.
Smart.
2-1. Pegula.
She did that a couple of times against Madison Keys on a big point when she came in, and it looked to everybody as if she was really going to hammer it for a winner. She just took all the pace off and just dropped it over delicately.
She has that option. You know, her slice is good, and it makes for a, you know, if you can adapt your slice, it makes for a good drop shot. On the backhand side. Anisimova serves off the top of the net and wide. Second serve. Anisimova will go to... No, every time I say that, I anticipate where she's going to go. And she catches the ball. This time she does serve. Backhand return. Forehand from Anisimova is long. She snatched at that.
3-1.
It wasn't a great return.
Pegula.
Down the middle from Pegula.
You just can't string the points together. A good one and then a couple of errors. There's just been no continuity of her play today.
But she's still in this. She's a set down. 1-3 in the second set tie-break. She serves out wide. Forehand return. Backhand Anisimova netted. And that's the sound of her bashing a racket on the
4-1.
on the concrete.
Pegula.
And I get the frustration. I like the Rafael Nadal school of, if you break a racket, you know, what did his uncle say to him? If you break rackets, I won't coach you. There are kids in Africa who'd love one of your rackets. Don't break them. Yep. I love that attitude, but I understand the frustration that Anisimova must be feeling. Pegula serves, backhand return is long. And Anisimova stands there and screams at her bench.
Yes, well, just the frustration of it all. I mean, nothing the bench can do about it, really. I mean, she's better off putting that energy into the next couple of points.
Do you know what she needs? She needs a hug from someone. She's just got that look about her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think it's going to come from the coaching team.
It's not going to come from the coaching team. No. Or not now. It might come in about 3 minutes' time when they meet her in the player area. Pegula, 5-1 in the tie-break. She serves down the centre. That's not coming back. Beautiful placement.
6-1. Pegula.
Well, Pegula played an outstanding first set. much, much tougher in the second. The level dropped. Anisimova's picked up a little bit. But here, after an hour and 35 minutes, Pegula has match points for her first Australian Open semi-final. Anisimova serving to the backhand of Pegula, goes cross-court, Anisimova into the net. That sums up Anisimova's day. It's been a shocker for her. She's just had one of those awful days, but Jessica Pegula, she's smiling. She's into the semi-finals for the first time here. And you have to say, her first set was outstanding.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
It's time to check back in with the Sit Down podcast. Let's see who's on deck today with Viv Christie and Matt Trellope.
Hello and welcome to The Sit Down. I'm Viv Christie, Managing Editor of Australian Tennis Magazine. This week we revisit one of our favourite interviews. Last year, Matt, my co-host, and I caught up with Michael Chang, a former world number 2 who in 1989 became the youngest man in history to win a Grand Slam title at Roland Garros. He was just 17. As a former finalist at both the Australian Open and the US Open, Chang had some incredible insights on competing at the highest level, especially in New York, where he learned to manage the brutal conditions and was proud to compete in an era of American greats. Chang has many thoughts on the current crop of American stars, and as the former coach of Cain spoke about his passion for guiding young players. It's timely to revisit that chat with the US Open underway and with Chang just announced as the new coach of Lorna Tien, another rising American star. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Michael Chang, for joining us on the Sit Down today. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
This is a great time of year to chat to you because we're now post-Olympics into the swing of the North American hardcourt season, and it's kind of, the US Open is rapidly approaching. And when we look back at your career, your first and final titles in 1988 and 2000 both came on American soil. The first was in San Fran, the second was in LA, and more than half of your career titles came in the US. So I just wondered what helped you play or helped you find your best tennis on home soil.
Well, I mean, I grew up in California. Everybody who grows up in California plays on hard courts, and it's a surface that I'm most familiar with. My biggest title obviously came on clay, but majority of my victories have come on hard court or something very similar to it. It's interesting. The hard courts do vary a little bit throughout the summer swing, and then. I mean, I guess you can even count the spring as well because Indian Wells and Miami are two huge, tournaments that are also, obviously happen in the U.S. on hard courts as well. I mean, I could almost go and talk to you about each hard court event and what the tendencies are on those surfaces. I could tell you what the weather's like in certain places. I will tell you this. By far, year after year, the U.S. Open in New York is by far the fastest out of all of the hard court surfaces, without question. It's actually probably one of maybe only two that I can think of that I actually have not won in the U.S. And the slower surfaces obviously would suit me pretty well. The medium ones were pretty good. But the ones that tend to be, the US Open was just a little bit faster, certainly made it a little bit more difficult for me to play against, big servers, especially on days that they served really well, like a Sampras in the finals of 96 or losing to Pat Rafter, in 97. So, but I could almost literally tell you, what each of those tournaments are like speed-wise and what to expect.
It's fascinating you should say that you've kind of predicted a little bit my next question. This particular part of the season, you won Canada and you won Cincy twice, and they're the ones that are kind of happening right now. We've also heard that this part of the season is it's pretty brutal, humidity, the heat. It's also coming 8 months into a long year. What does it take to thrive at this time of year? Because clearly you did.
Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati was a great stop for me. I actually got to the finals 4 straight years, actually. So I've won twice, but I lost twice as well. But you're absolutely right. The conditions there are absolutely brutal. They can be. Usually in all of these places, there tends to be 1 or 2 days in the afternoon where it just gets so hot, and then thunderstorms come and they cool it off just for a little bit. But it is very hot, very humid. I can recall, quite a few guys, having, heat issues, cramping issues. And I was certainly one of them. And, it was just not that easy to deal with. But I think this day and age, I think the players are, I think they're a little bit better shape. I think they're a little bit more well prepared. I think they're more educated as well. So I don't think the heat is as much of a factor, just because I think the players are a lot more well prepared.
Michael, you are obviously famous for winning Roland Garros, but you actually won the most matches at a major at the US Open and went deep at that Grand Slam so many times. What was it like to play in New York?
I mean, New York is exciting. I think for any American, this is our home Grand Slam. The New York atmosphere is very unique. There's a lot of hustle and bustle. There's a lot of noise. A lot of planes flying overhead. Just a lot of activity. And generally speaking, players that go to New York, they need a little time to kind of get used to the environment there, because it is so different from a lot of the other tournaments. Very different from obviously the other slams as well. But at the same time, New York is an exciting place, especially if you're playing matches at night. Where the crowd just really can really get into matches, and I played some really late night matches there. I played one match, with McEnroe in '91, where we finished at like 1:30 in the morning. And John, being from New York, made it even more electrifying to be able to play him there. So it's a special place. But you gotta love the atmosphere. You gotta love the excitement, and you gotta be able to still at the same time, be focused and stay focused, because there are a lot of distractions.
Was it your favorite Grand Slam?
I don't know if necessarily. In certain aspects it was. I have family there, so it was nice to be able to stay with family, and also to have family come out and support. But like I said, I mean, each Grand Slam has a different flavor to it. The Australian Open I know is a favorite for so many players because it's a very relaxed atmosphere. It almost doesn't feel like a Grand Slam, which is what a lot of the players enjoy. You stay pretty close to to the main site. The French is very emotional. People love to see your emotion, whether you're upset, whether you're happy. And then obviously Wimbledon is very has their complete different kind of environment, different kind of flavor to it. And, but yeah, I mean, in certain aspects, because it is the U.S. Open and because I'm American, in many ways it was my favorite, but, obviously the French will always have a special place in my heart.
You reached the 1996 US Open final, the same year that you reached the Australian Open final. Was that the season when you felt you were at your peak?
Yeah, I mean, pretty close to it. I was playing some very, very good tennis. I don't know if you know this, but that 96 U.S. Open, I was literally 1 point away actually from becoming number one in the world. So obviously the finals, had I beat Pete Sampras in the finals, I would have been U.S. Open champion, but I also would have been number one in the world. But there was a round of 16 match, I believe, that Pete Sampras played against Alex Corretja, and they went 5 sets. Pete was throwing up in the 5th set. Corretja actually had a match point, and had he converted on that match point, I would have been number one in the world. So, and then obviously wouldn't have played Pete in the finals. Probably one of the tougher players to play in that day and age. Because of the court speed and the surface. But yeah, I mean, I was playing very well that year. yeah, I mean, it was a good run for me, and unfortunately just came up a little bit short.
It's interesting you mentioned that story about being 1 point away, because I read that recently at an interview you did with Chris Clary, and I was just about to quote to you another part of that interview. You said it was a really good chat. You said to him, "I look at my career and I'm incredibly blessed. I'm so thankful I had the opportunity to play the tournaments that I played at the age in which I played." So we were just wondering what were the tournaments you were referring to, and what was it about that era that made you feel thankful?
Well, I mean, I think our generation, for American players was very special. Honestly, I don't know if it will ever be duplicated. So I'm the youngest actually of our generation, which includes, Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Malavia Washington, Todd Martin. This is all of our generation. And, I think what we've, accomplished collectively, I don't know if it will ever be duplicated. So I think that made it very special. And then to have the opportunity to play against so many great generations of players, when we first came out, it was the Lendl, McEnroe, O'Connor's generation. The generation after that, which was, Boris Becker, Stefan Edberg. Obviously our own generation, which also includes Sergei Bruguera, Goran Ivanisevic. And then obviously the generation after that, which is Leighton Hewitt, Murat Safin, and Roger Federer. So, it's a pretty incredible, pretty incredible group of players, spanning those generations. And, it was very unique and challenging, obviously, but difficult at the same time. We had such a mix of players, whether they were baseliners, whether they were attackers, whether they were serve and volleyers, chip and chargers. You don't see that actually as much at this day and age. I couldn't even tell you 3 guys in the top 10 or top 100 now on the ATP Tour that are serve and volleyers. It's that different now. So yeah, I mean, it was a very special time. Certainly there were a lot of great competitors, which certainly made it more difficult to win, big tournaments and win majors. But I certainly don't have any regrets because, to have the opportunity to play against some of those great players was really, really exciting. I missed Bjorn Borg by just a little bit because he retired early. And Novak hadn't gotten on tour, and Rafa was just playing challengers at the time. So I missed those two guys by just a little bit. So
when was your last year? Was it 03 or 02? 03. Okay, yeah. It's amazing what those names you mentioned and what you spanned. It's incredible. You've always played them all. We have one more question for you, if there's time, and it was just more about kind of the current era of tennis, because we're in this transition period. We've had that incredible period of GOATs, basically, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Serena, and one by one, they're moving on from the game, which, of course, is going to happen. They've all had such long careers. But at the same time, we've actually got
I'm not
this
sure
generation
Novak's going to stop yet, actually. I don't think he's going to ever stop.
Ever stop? Well, he said he was targeting the LA Olympics, didn't he?
Incredible.
What
he's done is just absolutely incredible. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we've had this generation of players. Roger, Rafa is winding his career down. Andy just retired. Serena retired not that long ago. I mean, you've got these incredible players. And thankfully, we've got great young talent that are able to take their place, and they're doing a great job. They really, really are. How can you not enjoy watching Alcaraz out there? I mean, he's winning, but he's smiling at the same time. Sinner, Jannik Sinner is just incredible talent, very humble, and has got all the different kinds of shots. So how do you not, enjoy watching this new generation, kind of grow and mature and really start to take their place. But like you said, I mean, at the same time, I mean, what Novak is doing, what he has done is mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. Even in these past few months, for him to play at the French, get surgery immediately after his after his last match there, and then to go into to play and get to the finals of Wimbledon is one thing, but then to come back and beat Alcaraz, on clay at the Olympics at Roland Garros. I mean, how do you? I have no words for it. It's just incredible, and he's doing it at his 37 years old. It's just phenomenal. So, but I think it's been great to be able to have these guys play for as long as they did, because it was so good for the game, and I think tennis is in really, really good hands right now.
The other thing we wanted to chat to you about was your success in Asia. You won 12 titles there, looking back at your history. Why do you think you were so successful there?
I mean, Asia, for me, was just, it was so easy to play. And it didn't really matter, I guess, to what part of Asia, whether I was in Japan. I think it was probably most difficult to play me, I would say, probably in China and in Hong Kong, just because of the crowd support that I got there. It was crazy. It's even, it's tough to describe. And in some instances, it didn't really necessarily feel like a tennis match, because the crowd was so, was pulling for me. My days over there were pretty crazy. Just to go do normal things actually was very difficult. But it was obviously very exciting at the same time. And, I just think whenever you're in a situation where you're playing and the crowd is just, cheering for you and they're always behind you. For me, I really enjoyed that. I thrived on that. And, I just played some of my best tennis, over in Asia, and, realized the opportunities to always go back. Back in the day, we used to actually go twice a year. Now, actually, it's only once a year, but we used to go twice a year, once in April, and then coming back again in October. So I did spend, quite a bit of time over there, playing tournaments.
That's amazing how the calendar's changed. I guess the Asian swing is still that September, October time.
Correct.
Post US Open.
Correct.
You won the first China Open in 1993. And I think it was a completely different tournament then. It might have been on like indoor carpet or something like that.
Yeah.
What do you remember about that tournament and what tennis was like in China then? Because that was very early days.
Oh, it was very different. Now obviously you've got these, these beautiful stadiums and basically these tennis facilities. I mean, when I played in Beijing and Beijing actually was probably one of the first ones, and it was played almost like in a basketball like arena almost. And it was not that big. It probably only seated maybe 2,500 people. They didn't really have pure tennis facilities like they do now. Obviously we've had the Shanghai, Masters. You've got huge tournaments in different parts of China. So when I first came out, there were no tournaments in China. There was one tournament in Hong Kong. And it took some time before a couple of particular promoters really kind of took tennis by the helm and said, "Hey, I'm going to start bringing tennis tournaments to China." And it took a little while, but they did a good job. And in fact, the Michael Levino, who is still running the tournament in Shanghai, was running a lot of those tournaments, back in the day when I first started playing them.
I just had one other thing you made me think of. Were there any Chinese players then?
There were Chinese players. They weren't certainly as well known, and certainly didn't do that well. A lot of times they would be offered, wild cards, obviously, to play. But there were very few that I don't think there were any that I can think of that were inside the top 200. I think, yeah.
Michael, what have you made of the growth of tennis in China since you won that title 30 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's been exciting, to be honest with you. And I know that, Li Na's success, obviously, I think spurred a lot of kids to pick up the sport. And, Interestingly enough, tennis actually amongst diplomats actually was very, very popular back in my day. Sometimes I would have to go to events and say, hey, this particular diplomat wants to play tennis, and I'd be kind of taken back a little bit, like, oh, he knows how to play tennis. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'm giving a beginner a lesson or something like that. And I get on the court, and I mean, these guys can play. And it's obvious that that they know how to play. They've played for quite some time. They understand the game. But I think for the general public, not that many people were playing tennis. And so to be able to see tennis, pick up in the universities, and people, having interest to going to learn the sport, and obviously now you've got, quite a few different academies. You've got academies that are being started by, by teams coming from Europe or teams coming from the U.S. It's a whole different ballgame. So what it was back then, where it was just really kind of an introductory sport, is now mainstream. It's huge, and all these different provinces obviously are investing their time and their effort and their funds into trying to create champions coming from their particular region, and it's great to see.
Chris Clary interview that Matt referenced earlier, you commented on seeing Asian names in junior draws and in junior draw sheets, and you said, it's special because I played a role in part of that and in helping some of these young kids maybe believe that Asians can go out there and play these sports and do well at it. In terms of your career legacy, how high does that sit?
Well, I mean, for me, not just in the States, but obviously, like I said, in Asia as well. I've taken time to, introduce the sport to kids, obviously wherever I go, but I'm going to have a little bit more influence in the Asia Pacific Rim. I'm going to have a little bit more influence with some of the Asian children, naturally. And, and I think I think they gain a little bit of confidence in certain situations where they're like, gosh, I'm looking and I'm seeing Michael in person. He's really not that big, not much bigger than I am. He's not that much stronger than I am. If he's able to go out there and be successful, why can't I? In the United States, I don't think that sports was ever really a big focus. Obviously, it's changed now. The general mentality for Asian families and their children would be education, music. That would be more of the tendency. But now you have a lot of success in a lot of other sports, and people are starting to realize that in order to go and get into a great college, it's great to be smart, but it's even more beneficial if you've got other qualities or other interests or other hobbies that you're really, really good at. That can also, help you become more well-rounded as a person. And sports is a great way to obviously connect people. Sports is also an unbelievable way to to work on different characteristics in your personhood, and you learn a lot of lifelong lessons. Certainly through the sport of tennis, and I can imagine through other sports as well.
Is it just a coincidence that in your coaching career you worked with a player of Asian descent in Cain, or was that something that you always targeted and wanted to set out to do?
I didn't actually target it. I did not actually seek the coaching position to work with Kay. But when the opportunity did come around, and I was asked to the possibility of working with Kay, I jumped at the opportunity because, at that particular time, there really weren't a whole lot of, Asian men that had done very well. At that time, I think Paradorn had gotten into the top 10. Cecil had played, some good tennis, Cecil Mamet. But there weren't a whole lot of, Asian men doing well. So, at that particular time, Kay had been ranked in the top 20, I think, for the last couple of years. and and for one reason or another, had difficulty breaking into the top 10, and so I looked at it more as an opportunity to help, a talented young Asian player, and try to be able to go out there and help him in his game and have an influence on him as a person, to help him strive and become the best player that he can be. And obviously it was exciting to be able to see him, that first year, not only break into the top 10, reach number 4 in the world, but also get to the finals of the U.S. Open. So, it was, certainly an exciting time. And, for me and Amber, our youngest daughter at the time was really, really young. But even that, to have my daughter be at all these Grand Slam events, be at all the biggest Masters 1000s tournaments around the world, I'm grateful for it, because she loves tennis now. She's 13 years old now, and she's playing, a lot of, girls 16 and under tournaments nationally. She's playing some international tournaments. And I'm thankful to Kay for giving her that opportunity to be, in that kind of situation. Honestly, if you have any young person and they're getting a chance to watch, matches on center court in all the Grand Slams and all these big venues, how do you not fall in love with the sport of tennis?
Yeah, that's so true. You mentioned obviously before, Michael, your win at Roland Garros. So that was in 1989. Do you consider that your greatest triumph, or were there other bigger milestones or highlights that came later in your career for you?
I mean, I've had a lot of, great accomplishments and big milestones. I don't think anything will ever top the French Open in '89. I think had I actually even won another Grand Slam, if I'd won the U.S. Open in '96, I actually don't know if that would be bigger than winning the French Open in '89. I still think people would know me for the '89 victory. So just in the way that it was played, the situation in Tiananmen was happening during the tournament. There was just so many things going on that it wasn't just about tennis those couple of weeks.
Amazing. Thanks so much. It was really cool. You've got great recall. So it was really great to hear all of those different, decades and stories. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think in some aspects when you love tennis and you're so passionate about it, some of these things are just still so vivid in your mind, even though they happened quite a number of years ago. So
amazing.
I'm going through a different phase now with tennis, but hopefully I'll be back out on those Grand Slam courts, watching my daughter or my son, play somewhere down the road. That'll be fun.
That'd be amazing.
It's wonderful that they love tennis so much. You must be really proud.
Yeah, and my wife is a tennis player as well. So So regardless, I think that if they play professionally, great. But first things first, you want them to be passionate about something that means a lot to you. And let's face it, tennis is really a sport for a lifetime, and just to have the opportunity to play all around the world, use the sport to meet so many different people is such a wonderful thing, and all the life lessons you learn along the way.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
The AO Blue Zone live stream is as much about the vibes as it is about the tennis. Internet superstars El Rey and Louis Hansen are joined by sports presenter James Zanadakis to give viewers an all-access pass to everything that makes the AO more than just a tennis tournament. The show is streaming live to YouTube, TikTok and Tennis Plus every night of the AO. And Ethan Wright caught up with El and producer Neil on the couch.
I'm joined on the Blue Zone couch by Elle and Neil. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So tell me, what is Blue Zone?
Blue Zone is your cheeky version of watching tennis. It's your new favourite watch-along, and it's the best place to hang out and just have some fun while watching the tennis and just chat and vibe. I love it.
Agreed. It's like watching the tennis with your mates and your friends, who then get sidetracked and do a whole bunch of other stuff and then come back and go, oh, the tennis is still on. So, if someone's a hardcore tennis fan, of course they're going to watch the main coverage. But if you're a casual viewer, you want to have some fun, watch Blue Zone. Listen to Blue Zone.
What's the best part about being on Blue Zone?
For me, the best part about being on Blue Zone has to be the unpredictability of Blue Zone. And at the end of the day, we always circle back to tennis, but the sidetrack and the side quests we find along the way, I think, are what makes the show so unique and so entertaining to watch.
What about working on Blue Zone?
I think the crew behind Blue Zone are amazing, but coming to work and our three hosts and the chemistry and everyone just throws up ideas and we just get it done. That's like the best part of making this show, that when someone has an idea, everyone just goes, yep, let's make it happen. And our three hosts, like, we watch them for hours and they're hilarious. The chemistry is amazing.
Stop it.
And yeah, it's just a really fun vibe.
How did Blue Zone come about? Because it's a relatively new thing.
I worked on Blue Zone last year, and I think it was just a product of a what if situation. What if we created this show? It's kind of that halfway home between, you know, entertainment and watching the tennis. Like I said, it's the perfect alternative. It's an amazing watch along kind of concept, and came to fruition last year. And I think this year we've kind of really hit the nail on the head. Neil and his team have been amazing.
Where can people find Blue Zone if they want to tune in?
You can watch Blue Zone on Tennis Plus, YouTube Live, TikTok Live, Facebook Live. It's all over the socials.
A little bit more about the stats maybe. How many people do you sort of get tuning into Blue Zone?
That is interesting. A big portion of our audience watch on Tennis Plus, which is obviously a global network. So we've heard lots of figures about like millions of minutes per day across Tennis Plus, and then really high numbers that tune in specifically for Blue Zone. So getting an actual figure, you'd have to ask somebody else. But like TikTok, YouTube, when we go back and look at our like show the next day, there's like, 100,000 plus views, etc. So it's definitely been growing and growing, especially for a show where we're not showing live tennis. We're talking about it, we're having fun and doing a whole bunch of other things.
Who are some of the guests that you've had on in lieu of actual matches?
Wow, our guests have been absolutely phenomenal. We've had Olympians on this couch, Jess Fox, Saya Sakakibara, Keegan Palmer yesterday, he was incredible. We've had a plethora of tennis coaches, ex-players. We had Dasha and Luke Seville.
Yeah.
They were amazing.
We had a Sinner lookalike.
We did have a Sinner lookalike who we got to meet. Sinner. We had Sinner, technically not on the couch, but, in spirit of Blue Zone, he was there. Who else?
We've had a lot of different, people from all, different careers and parts on the show. It's been really fun because you never know who's going to stop by on the Blue Zone couch. And if you want to come on the Blue Zone couch, we'll take you. We've had a lot of fans.
We've had a lot of super fans. We've picked up people around Melbourne Park that have just been fanatics that we're like, we want to talk to you and unpack this more. Come sit with us. And I think that's what makes Blue Zone so amazing, is that you can be a superstar or you can be your everyday bloke and you can still have a seat on the couch.
Getting fans who are around Melbourne Park onto the couch is a big part of the show, and going out to them, because it gives the viewer the whole experience of the AO when they can't come, so they can watch it and they'll be like, oh sweet, these people. We had a group from Tennessee, Americans.
Americans, and we had the winner of the 1 Point Slam.
And the loser. Jordan
Smith and Joanna Garland have featured on the Blue Zone.
Where can fans find you if they want to come and take a peek at the studio?
So we are located in Margaret Arena on the top floor near the suites. But if you want to give us a wave, we have a bit of a letterbox cam that is just at the back of Margaret Court outside of 1573, where you can leave us a little letter.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, so much for your time. I'll let you get back to the fun.
Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Well, it's not just the tennis on at the Australian Open, with the 2026 Pickleball Slam set to take to ANZ Arena with a big prize pool up for grabs. Teams representing Melbourne's iconic laneways will go head-to-head in just one of tennis's many exciting expansion formats. Head of Game Expansion at Tennis Australia, Callum Beale, spoke to AO Radio's Ethan Wright to tell us more.
Joining me now is Callum Beale, Head of Game Expansion at Tennis Australia. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Let's start with the event that's coming up, the AO Pickleball Slam. It'll take centre stage on ANZ Arena over the finals weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. We had the AO Pickleball Slam in 2025 and it's back for a 2026 season as well. We'll have players coming from around the world, North America, parts of Asia and some of Australia's best, competing on ANZ Arena for $100,000, so it's one not to be missed.
And this year it's a team format as it has been in the other years?
Team format, yeah, so 4 players per team, 6 teams, and the teams are named after Melbourne's iconic laneways, so a nice spin on the experience for the playing group. But yeah, we found last year the round robin format and the opportunity for all players to play each other over the 3 days to be a really well received format by the players and certainly those that came along to watch.
Now, the Australian Open is tennis, so why are we talking about pickleball and what exactly is it?
Well, pickleball's a blend between tennis, badminton and table tennis, and about 155,000 people playing pickleball across Australia. Importantly, a lot of that activity is occurring in tennis venues, and we as Tennis Australia see a really important role we can play in the expansion of racket sports more broadly. So we're actively investing in pickle, padel, beach tennis and pop tennis, ensuring that Australians pick up a racket, and then many of them will do so within a tennis venue.
We've had pickleball this coming weekend, but we've also had those other sports showcased as well.
Exactly, yeah. We've just finished 3 weeks of competitive padel, which has been played in Canberra, and then 2 of our international padel tournaments here in Melbourne. For those, we again attracted players from overseas, and they paid for a prize check of $20,000 and $30,000. So they had a good January, many of those. But yeah, 3 weeks of padel, and then just last week we hosted the first Australian beach tennis invitational down at St Kilda. Again, attracting some of Australia's best talent, and that flows into another couple of weeks of beach tennis competition on the shores of Melbourne.
What's the difference between beach tennis and, we'll call it court tennis, I guess?
Well, beach tennis probably, as the name implies, played on a beach and uses, for the most part, similar dimensions and properties to beach volleyball, but obviously with a paddle in hand, and it uses the orange modified tennis ball. So similar scoring to tennis, same with paddle, but yeah, a patron would experience quite a different social and physiological experience when they play tennis versus beach tennis versus pickleball versus paddle, and that's where we see the opportunity is to diversify the player experience.
How can fans get involved here at the Australian Open?
Well, Grounds Pass will get you obviously a seat at the ANZ Arena for the AO Pickleball Slam. In addition to that, we do have a permanent pickleball court set up at Top Court. On finals weekend, working with the REA group, they will have a pickleball court set up on court 16, and that'll give patrons the opportunity to play. So the idea would be patrons will be inspired by what they see on ANZ Arena and then pick up a paddle themselves on court 16 or Top Court.
Your role is in game expansion. What exactly does that mean, and what other areas are you maybe going to be looking to expand into in the future?
I think as the name suggests of game expansion, the racket category more broadly is expanding, and it's expanding through and both around the tennis network. We see great opportunity for us to make sure that people are getting rackets in hands and doing so through tennis clubs and tennis coaches, and we see there's a great opportunity to really diversify the options available for consumers, clubs and coaches across Australia, and we certainly want to put ourselves at the forefront of that.
And now I take it you have dabbled in a few of these different versions. What's your favourite and most fun to play? Because they're all amazing.
We don't have favourites, but what we do recognise is that each of them provide, again, a different experience for the consumer, and we would encourage all Australians to actually sample the broad spectrum of racket sports that exist before they land on their favourite. But through that sampling, it is pretty clear that you will be able to distinguish which is your preferred versus the alternative.
Do you see sort of a flow through from some of these other versions through to green ball tennis?
Absolutely. I think when you look at even our Hot Shots program and cardio tennis program, which are our national programs, they all have variations of how the traditional sport is played. And when we talk about padel and pickleball and beach tennis and so forth, again, they do have core elements of tennis. And as I said, similar to our national programs, there is just a variation of the traditional form of the game, and that can now be played in far greater far greater experiences than what there has been available previously.
And outside of the AO, how can fans get involved with these other formats?
As I said, I think there's paddle, pickleball, pop tennis, beach tennis played all around the country. A majority of that activity, particularly as it relates to pickleball, is occurring within tennis venues, but there's now over 20 paddle venues that are established across Australia. Best opportunity would be to jump on tennis.com.au, search through the different formats, and we'll direct you to find a place to play.
Well, Callum, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get back out on the court.
Pleasure. Thank you.
This is AO Radio Overnight, bringing you the best of the Australian Open until our live coverage continues.
Welcome back to the Overnight Show. Nat Edwards here with you. It's time now to tune into our men's match of the day. Lorenzo Musetti up against 10-time champion Novak Djokovic. Let's cross to the action now.
Musetti at 1-2. Serves to the backhand of Djokovic, who was right there waiting for it. Forehand from Musetti is just too long. Not much in that.
A little bit of mishit of the return from Djokovic. Musetti had so much time on that ball.
Yeah.
Probably saw Djokovic moving to that corner and then just overhit it.
Djokovic having a discussion with his team. Lots of head shaking going on. Probably about those shots he missed. Still gain point Musetti at 1-2. 40-30. Musetti serves. Big flat serve out wide. Drop shot from Musetti. There's quite a bit of air on it. Djokovic's going to get there. Hits, flashes a backhand cross court. Musetti gets it back. Then he gets another backhand slice back. Djokovic is back to the baseline. Baseline rally between the two. Djokovic unloads off back, off forehand. Backhand slice from Musetti. Drifts long.
It's great inside out angle on the forehand side from Djokovic. Just kept able to get the ball wider and wider throughout that rally and just put Musetti in really vulnerable position.
Musetti taking his towel from the box alongside his team. He's coached by Simone Tartarini and Jose Perlas, giving him a little bit of advice, no doubt. Back to deuce. Musetti serves wide to the forehand of Djokovic, but it's long. Second serve from the Italian. Number 5 seed. Kicker to the Djokovic backhand. He's right on top of it. Nice backhand topspin from Musetti. Then he runs around it to hit a forehand. Sun comes out as the rally goes on from the baseline. Forehand down the line from Musetti. Not that much depth, plenty of pace, but he's moving backwards to hit a backhand as Djokovic starts to get the length he's looking for. Forehand inside out from Musetti with height and spin, and Djokovic misses the backhand down the line again.
It still feels like Novak's trying to get used to that height and spin. Really good patience there from Musetti just to keep going for that particular ball.
And I know it's Novak Djokovic, sorry to interrupt you, but is part of the game plan to move him as much as possible for Musetti? Could that really be it? I know he's 30 because he's 38.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, you always want to try and spread the court and get that width if you can move your opponent. And yes, you might think at this age that he would maybe be a little step slower, but
or just to tire him out.
Or just to tire him out. But because Novak's been he's expressed how much he has to do now for recovery. Like it's almost twice as long now to get his body to recover.
Yep, I know what he means. Not at that level, but still. Backhand down the middle from Musetti. Big forehand flat from Djokovic down the centre of the court. Musetti gets to it. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, just wide. Hit it well, just into the tram lines, and it's 2 games all. Djokovic having broken early on, leading 2-love, but Musetti now levelling up.
Well, we do have a message from Phoenix, who lives in Dubai, asking this exact question that we're talking about. How do you think Djokovic will play in this quarterfinal, seeing as his recent matches he has defeated Musetti? I mean, I think he'll play well, but right now it's kind of up and down, I think, right? He's making some mistakes that we're not used to seeing.
He's certainly not going to be, given the who he is and given the head-to-head record, he's not going to be frightened of what's coming from the other end. He'll think, I'm sure, that if he plays well, he's going to win this.
I think so too. I mean,
that's a nice feeling to have.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously likes this matchup.
Yeah. But he's been pegged back after that fast start. 2 games apiece as he serves. We're back where we were at the start of this match. Serve out wide from Djokovic. Slapped back by Musetti, but he's out of position. Up goes a high backhand lob from Musetti. Djokovic waits, going to hit it on the bounce smash. He's much better at those than he is the normal smash, but that's a great get by Musetti. Djokovic's going to have to do it again, and he does. Very nicely. Puts it away, second time of asking.
This is just bounce everyone.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that other one he could have waited and just let it bounce. It was so short.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he did handle those very well.
I think Nadal was so good at bounce smashes, and Andre Agassi.
And from way back in the baseline, right?
Yeah, but he would always do that thing where he'd run back way behind the ball and then run to it.
Yes.
To hit the smash. So he's moving forward.
Yeah.
It's a very good lesson for anyone who wants to learn how to do that shot. Another high backhand lob from Musetti. Brilliantly gets it back into play. Djokovic underneath it on the backhand, on the bounce smash. But Musetti's back in the rally and he hits a heavy topspin forehand. He's on the run to hit another one. Djokovic still in control but pulls the forehand wide. And sort of gets a bit of his own treatment in defence.
Yeah. But
Done
again,
that so many times in his career.
It was a complete change of rhythm. I mean, the high heavy one, and then the next ball from Musetti was so flat and hard, and Djokovic just pulled off his forehand.
Terrific lob by Musetti at full stretch on the backhand side. So, I mean, I've seen that from Djokovic millions of times in his career. You think you've won the point, and he gets it back with a high lob. Takes a little bit of pace off the first serve, gets the space he's looking for, but then misses down the line again. 15-30.
15-30.
Definitely not in the right rhythm that he would like yet.
He was in the first two games.
Yeah. And then he started missing.
And then Musetti started getting a lot more consistent, these longer rallies, starting getting into the match, finding his rhythm.
Djokovic just wiping a bit of sweat on the back of his shirt, off his hand. And he will serve at 15-30. A few more bounces of the ball this time. And the kicks to Musetti and comes in, but what a return that is. Ripper of a backhand up the line from Musetti.
That was so good, but the fact that Djokovic chose to serve in volley and he used the kick serve as a first serve, that's not a bad play because it gives Djokovic time to get into the net, but it also gave Musetti a lot of time to see Djokovic coming in.
Still took some hitting though, that shot. It was high
amazing.
above his shoulder.
It was amazing.
Way outside the tram lines when he hit it.
Strong.
Slammed it down the line. What a shot that was. It's given him 2 break points. So down the tee from Djokovic. Chop back from Musetti. Deep-ish on the backhand. He's going to put another high lob up on the forehand. Djokovic's going to take it out of the air. And it's a good one. Musetti gets it again. Is this going in? Yes, it is. Bounce smash from the baseline from Djokovic. Musetti fairly short with a forehand. Now he hits a slice. Djokovic comes in again. Backhand volley. Musetti gets there. Lob over the Djokovic head. Djokovic runs back. Lob goes up from Djokovic. Musetti backpedals. What's he going to do with the bounce smash? He carved it into the corner. Break of serve for Lorenzo Musetti. What a point that was.
Amazing response from the crowd to such a good effort from Musetti. And just like you said, Simon, he's making it physical. Making it very physical.
It was really like a mirror of so many Djokovic points you see over the years.
I know,
defense into attack, lobs over the head. Brilliant smash to finish. A bit of a turnaround in this match from a shaky start from Musetti, and now he needs 3-2.
That was fun. That was a fun game to watch, just the effort of both of them. We have another message from Marty Goodman. I think this is related to the competition.
Oh, good.
Should we talk about the competition?
Yeah, let's remind you what the competition is for week 2. Another $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away. We are asking you which we're giving you an opportunity in your mind to get front row seats to any Australian Open match in history. Which match would you choose and why? You can't change the result, but we just want to know what it means to you, why you think that would be a great one to be at. You can use the voucher anywhere from online. Get in touch with us through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au and tell us who you are and where you're calling, where you're writing from. And we will pick out a winner on Saturday. Entries close 5 p.m. Saturday afternoon, Melbourne time. Winner to be announced on the Nat Edwards Evening Serve Show.
Well, this is a good one.
Okay.
So it's from Marty Goodman. From Dover Heights, Sydney. Growing up playing at Lynn Park Tennis Center, Rose Bay. I now live in Irvine, California, which is where Learn Tien is from, but I still call Australia home. So the match is 1987 Wimbledon Pat Cash versus Ivan Lendl. Why? Because Cash is better than a Czech. That's pretty good.
That's a good one, yeah.
And because he was the first to climb into the stands to give his team and family a hug.
He was.
I will always remember his winning stance, arms out wide and raised high, pumping the air. P.S. I missed the serve and volley game.
Oh,
well, we might see some today.
Me too.
Right now.
Me too. I love watching serve and volley.
Game.
Yeah, it's really great to watch, especially nowadays when you don't see it very often. But when it's played well, it just offers such a nice contrast in styles.
Yeah.
Why hacker it around from the baseline when you can get it over and done with quicker?
We're seeing it sporadically come into play.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a Sinner serving volley the other day.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Exactly. All right, this is interesting. First point on the board to Musetti. It's a big serve to Djokovic, who misses 2 returns in a row. definitely not quite on his game at the moment. Musetti has had a lot to do with that, with some of his shot making and defence. 3-2, 30 love. That's a good call. That match, I remember that really well. I actually listened to it on the radio because I was doing some school walk of some sort. And I liked watching Pat Cash play.
Yeah.
It was a good win. Lendl was desperate to win Wimbledon, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Return from Djokovic just over the baseline. 40 love. It'll be 40 years next year since that win. Unbelievable.
40 years.
Unbelievable.
You just threw that at me. I was like, wait, 40?
I know.
That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe 2000 was 26 years ago.
Don't even start. I feel so old. It's terrible, isn't it?
Me too.
Start talking about all these things. Musetti serve down the tee. It's 40 years since Cash helped Australia win the Davis Cup for the second time in a few years.
Oh my goodness.
And he beat Mikael Pernfors from 2 sets down to make it 3-1 and give Australia the win. Slice backhand with side spin from Musetti, who then goes back behind Djokovic, who nets another ground stroke. Ground strokes are totally gone.
It's that combo, that low slice, and then the higher one again. I mean, I know I keep repeating myself, but it's working.
No, it is working. That's why Musetti keeps doing it, because he leads 4-2 in this first set. Feeling much better about things, having trailed 2-love early on, lost his first service game.
But I mean, he would have definitely expected this. I think Musetti is a little bit heavier. I think the spin on the forehand. I mean, there's got to.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more aggression. That's just jumping up.
Well, maybe there is a little something in the fact that Djokovic hasn't played for a few days and he's just not quite in the rhythm that he'd normally have yet.
Because the last time they didn't play that long ago, right? It was just last fall.
In Athens, yeah.
Yeah, in the final. That was indoors. It's different.
Yeah, it is different. Djokovic, brilliant indoor player. Brilliant return from Musetti from wide outside the tram lines. Ball barely made it over the net down the line, but it did. Djokovic couldn't get there in time to do anything with it. Love 15.
He's understanding that down the line from the wide position very well right now, because it's tricky because you have to hit in, like outside in, and you're so vulnerable with the open court, but he's striking it so well.
And usually that's a very effective serve for Djokovic, the slice serve out wide on the juice court. Djokovic serves, better serve to the backhand of Musetti, chips it straight down the middle. That one almost didn't make it over the net either from Djokovic. Now he hits a better one. Oh my word! Musetti bashes a backhand cross court. Past Djokovic at the net. No, Djokovic was nowhere near it. Flat. And what a shot.
That was so good. And at that moment, I mean, I was expecting him to slice. So Djokovic is expecting the slice.
Didn't even make an attempt on the volley. He got nowhere near it.
Because I think he was surprised. I think he thought that slice was just going to pop up for him.
Oh, it's love 30. 2-4, love 30. Just waits for, I think, a helicopter flying overhead. It's getting a bit ratty. A little bit rattled by what's happened in this first set. As an aircraft flies overhead and Djokovic bouncing the ball a lot, but he's into his service action now. He serves and he blasts a forehand well wide and long, and it's 3 break points for Musetti for a second break.
And he's definitely rattled Djokovic. He's trying to stay calm, but I think he can feel it building up inside, I think.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a shouting element coming on soon. Get it out of his system. That's a better serve, but Musetti gets it back. Djokovic at the net on the volley. Wow. Nicely done on the angle, the backhand side.
I actually didn't think he was going to hit it at first because it looked like it was going wide, that return. I mean, better to be safe, and because there was a high volley for him, he controlled that really well.
Sometimes does this, Djokovic, when he's under pressure a lot, starts coming in a lot, serving, volleying a lot.
Well, he's missing off the ground, so he's been doing well at the net so far.
Yeah, exactly. The drop shots were good early on. To have gone away from the drop shot as well, but that's partly because Musetti's hitting the ball much better.
Yeah, much bigger, yeah.
Second serve, 15-40, 2-4. Djokovic serves to the backhand of Musetti, waits for it, fires it straight down the middle. That's a better forehand from Djokovic inside out. It was sat up for him to hit, but he did hit it well.
He needed that because now Musetti knows that he can't get away with just putting that in the middle of the court, that return. Was good pressure from Djokovic. Still has break point against him.
Good speed on that forehand, 154 kilometres an hour. That's harder than the serve. Serve was 152. He just laid into the forehand, but it is break point still for Lorenzo Musetti to get a second break in this set. Serve down the tee. Musetti chops it back on the forehand deep. Now he has to run across to another forehand. Djokovic has got a lot of court to play into. Slice from Musetti's good, but Djokovic at the net. Drop volley. Musetti gets there, but nets.
And he was fast. So fast he went from all the way to the back of the court to get there. Wow, that was a good effort. He missed it because he had to go for broke and just go for a winner.
It was asking a lot for him to make anything off that ball, but he did incredibly well to get there. He came from way behind the baseline.
It was a great volley under pressure there from Djokovic.
Yeah.
Didn't try and do too much.
From love 40 back to deuce. Could be an important game in this first set. Djokovic serves. Down the tee, backhand slice return from Musetti's pretty short. Djokovic pulls it inside in. Good angle on the forehand cross court from Musetti. Better angle from Djokovic on the cross court forehand.
Well, he's corrected something. now all of a sudden he's just unleashing, can't miss.
Well, he was pulled wide. It was a good effort from Musetti, but that was a brilliant flashing forehand from Djokovic. Musetti just nodding in the direction of his team. Thinks, he's doing the right things. It's not his fault if Djokovic comes up with something special. Game point to the 10-time champion. Tries the slider down the tee, just misses. Blows a bit of air onto his wrist. Knows about his routine for his second serve. Kick it to the backhand of Musetti, waits for it, pulls it wide on the angle. Djokovic out of position, now comes back into play on the forehand. Forehand's down the middle from Musetti. Djokovic getting on top of the two-hander. In comes a drop shot from Djokovic. I thought it was a good one. It's just wide.
It was a good one, but it was wide, yeah. If his margin was a little bit better, it's actually still perfect, that low one that's just, he's been striking so well.
Well, I think even if it had been in, Musetti got there and played a very nice angle of his own. Probably would have won the point. Forehand just cut across the court.
Well, now Djokovic has been using the drop shot so much that I feel like Lorenzo's a bit more alert and ready for it. That first step's a bit faster forward.
Yeah, you need those fast twitch fibres in your legs. Certainly got those. Back to deuce. Djokovic misses the first serve long. What does he do on the second? Does he go for a big one? He's been putting in a few big second serves here and there. Does like to mix it up. Second serve goes wide. Musetti read it. He's going to have to move across to his backhand side. He goes up the line. He's not going to make that. That was an ambitious pull it down the line. He tried, just wide.
Much better shot from Djokovic. Just more pace behind that backhand cross court. It has to be when you're going in that direction because you're leaving that line open.
Game point again for Djokovic to cut the deficit in this first set. This quarter-final of the Australian Open. Musetti leading 4-2. Djokovic serves down the tee. Musetti blocks it back on the forehand. Djokovic pulls it inside in. Then the backhand from Djokovic cross court to the backhand slice down the middle from Musetti. He's in the forehand corner, hitting forehands. Now the backhand side. It's another slice. Takes all the pace off it. Djokovic doesn't get much depth, and Musetti makes him pay with a big forehand.
Yeah, it's great. Anything short, Musetti's got to do that. He's got to step up in the court and get the ball, get Djokovic on the move. Moved up to that well. Good acceleration through the forehand.
Sometimes players with lots of variety and options struggle to make the right choices, but Musetti seems to be doing...
Well, I think he's learned that, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think he's learned that in the last 3 years. You're absolutely right. It can be because you have so much you can use, but I think he's gotten so much better at that.
Yeah, he's mixing things up very nicely. He hit that little slice, and Djokovic mishit the backhand. He pounced on it with the forehand. And it's deuce. Second serve, Djokovic. Musetti waits, twirling the racket in his hand. He returns, tries to return the serve on the backhand side, goes deep to the Djokovic forehand, but he just overhits.
That curved into his body a bit, huh? I mean, I think he just overran it.
Well, those ones look like he came out of the middle of the racket, but didn't go in.
Yeah.
You're always like, oh, I hit that.
Well, we have such a good view because we're right behind him as he's returning, and you could see the flight of the spin of the ball, and it looked like he was in a good position, and all of a sudden the ball came into his body at the last second.
Yeah, so chance for Djokovic to cut the gap. Serve out wide, coming in on the serve volley off. Chip return from Musetti, a little bit unfortunate. He's on the angle, finds the tape, and Djokovic gets out of a big hole there, saves 3 break points.
Musetti leads by 4 games different.
Closes the gap, but Musetti still ahead by a break at 4-3.
He's seeing out of the corner of his eye, though, when Djokovic is coming forward.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it in your peripheral vision, but you still have to focus on the return. I mean, it's pretty good that he's noticing that.
It is good.
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of people who sometimes wouldn't be hitting the return, then
Just
it would be a surprise when you suddenly see the opponent at the net.
We have a message from, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Saif Shaheen, who lives in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Ah, yeah, okay. Saif,
Saif, where it is a darkish 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to Iga today? I missed that match. Hope you can share some thoughts on it.
Well, yeah, she lost to Elena
Rybakina.
Rybakina. Tight first set and then an easy second. It was a good first set. It was really tense, wasn't it? And then, as you were saying earlier, you think Rybakina always felt like she had a bit more. The matchup is good.
Yeah, the matchups, I mean, it's an even matchup when they play each other. It's been very close. Rybakina won their last meeting at the WTA Finals last fall where she was playing so good. That was indoors. I felt like Iga, throughout this tournament, has played more at night, and a lot of the players have been saying the conditions are a lot different during the day. Where it's going to be a little bit faster, which is going to feed in a little to Rybakina's favor with the pace off the ground. I agree, it was a very tense first set, very close first set.
Yeah.
But I do felt like Iga, to me, the whole time had this little bit of, she's a little bit stressed, I think. Yeah. And a little bit anxious. And there was a moment it was even and she lost a point and you could see that tension. And I was like, we're still just even now. Like,
Mr. Djokovic.
Oh, warning, just taking some time, Djokovic. Time violation.
Is that for time? Oh yeah, because the time's just run out and Musetti was ready to serve.
So anyway, I think Rybakina then just loosened up and she played amazing.
Okay, yeah, exactly. She did play very well. I was on court for the back end of the first set for that. And when Swiatek saved a set point, I thought, that was good. That was well done. But from that moment on, she didn't really have much her own way. It'd be interesting to find out what she said about the match in her post-match press conference. Good kick serve from Musetti, backhand return missed by Djokovic.
I saw Iga's sports psychologist afterward, Daria, and I just said, sorry, like tough match, bad luck, and she just said, it's sport.
Yeah,
that was her.
That's good. That's how much did she charge for that? Probably a lot. Backhand from Djokovic on the run. Musetti in command in terms of space on the court. He's got an easy smash to put away, and he does on the bounce over the top of Djokovic, who yells towards his team. Sometimes Novak needs something to get him going.
Yeah, that's true.
And that time violation might have been helpful.
I mean, do you think... I almost feel like he knew he was going to get it, he'd be okay. Like, he just wanted to kind of slow things down a little bit. I mean, and a warning's not too bad to get.
Sometimes just needs a little something seemingly go against him, but uses it to his own good. Musetti serves to the forehand, and he's got a forehand that he lifts, doesn't catch all of it. Djokovic attacks on his own forehand, slice backhand down the middle from Musetti, then he steps into a big backhand down the line, but that never looked completely comfortable, and he puts it long.
And they kind of like sideswiped it again. Off that backhand, it just curved away from him. Still, like, everything was different in that point. Every single ball that he was throwing at Novak was completely different.
Yeah, and even if you're someone as good as Novak Djokovic, it's not easy when every ball's different.
No, it's not. I mean, I remember no coaches that like purposely have scheduled practices where their player they make them hit a different ball every single time.
Yeah.
One, it gets you better at throwing in variety. Two, it makes you like think shot selection, and I thought it was a great exercise.
Yeah, it's a really good thing to do. Musetti serves second serve to Djokovic, who returns inside-out forehand. Slice down the middle is short from Musetti. He goes to a forehand. Djokovic at the net misses a simple volley for him and just raises his arms to the air. It's like, what am I doing? How did I miss that?
Yeah, I could not believe that. I mean, I can't believe he missed that.
A little shake of the head, puff of the cheeks.
A little careful there with the volley. Just kind of hesitated.
Almost a bit casual.
Yeah.
Just not feeling the ball as well as he would expect to at this stage. It's 40-15, Musetti trying to extend his lead in this first set. Serves into the top of the net. Gets to position for his second serve. Djokovic standing about a foot behind the baseline. looking to move into the return. He does on the forehand side and just misses again. The number of times he's missed by maybe an inch or so down the line.
Yeah. But you just know he'll find his range. I'm kind of watching him, waiting for him to, I don't know.
Shout
or something, yeah.
Let it out. Let the frustration out.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing him chat a little bit more. He's kind of just like nodding his head, and I don't know.
Yeah, when he lost that last point, he sort of just blinked and, like, okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Well, what he's doing now is serving to stay in this first set. Trails 5-3. Serving from the end nearest our commentary position, really down low, get a great position to see what the players are up to, and Setti almost makes another of those flashing returns